All right, EntreArchitect Community, it's 9 a.m. Eastern. What does that mean? It means it's time to launch this EntreArchitect 12/12/22 Webathon. Good morning. I see Scott Thrift over there in San Francisco. It's an early morning. It's a 6 a.m. launch for Scott Thrift. Good morning to you. Chris Novelli says, let's get the party started. Yes, indeed. Here we are. Joined, of course, by Mark R. LePage today.
Hey.
Mark's the founder of everything EntreArchitect. EntreArchitect.com, EntreArchitect Academy, the community, the host and founder of the podcast. We're going to talk about all those things. Today is the 10-year anniversary of Mark's 12/12/12 project, which kicked this whole thing off. So good morning. Welcome. Some music wakes you up. This is your alarm clock. Anybody that wants to use this music for their alarm, just message me here and we'll license that for you. Become your new alarm clock. Got Kurt's over there on Twitch. Good morning, Kurt. I think this is going to be a very Twitch-like day. You know, the way that the Twitch platform usually works or is usually utilized. We're doing it today. We're twitching today.
We're going to be twitching by the end of the day.
We'll see how long it takes. That's the what's the over under on Mark twitching before noon?
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning to you.
The congrats there.
Yeah, we got Dawn. Good morning, Dawn. She's ready for the party.
Good morning, Dawn.
Yep. Viola. Hi, Viola. Welcome from YouTube. Erica Spade from Facebook. Christian said he just closed Clubhouse. Everyone wants to be here and said, okay.
Shut it down.
That's all right. Well, thank you. Thanks for moving the Clubhouse conversation over here. Before we went live, Mark and I were testing. It's like, how can we bring the Clubhouse conversation into the conversation here? So, well, you just answered one question. We don't have to. You're all here. It's great to have all of you here today. Lots of friends showing up here in the chat. Great to have all of you. See, we've got Facebook and we've got LinkedIn, we've got Twitch, YouTube. Got everybody coming in this morning. Great to have all of you here. This is a very special morning, and it feels very weird to be saying morning because it's usually right when I kick these things off. It's 4 p.m. Eastern, but 9 a.m. Eastern this morning to kick off this EntreArchitect Webathon, all day Webathon, just like Jerry Lewis, right? So we tried to get Jerry Lewis as a guest, but that didn't work out so well. So
we're still looking,
still looking. So Mark, welcome. Thanks for joining me here.
Thank you. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Lots of emotion kicking through me right now. Super excited.
So let's just start this at the very beginning because most of the people, most if not all of the names that I see going by, I see Andrew and Catherine and Christian. Great to have all of you here with us. So most of the people that have probably joined us already know what's going on here, know why. Approximately, why we're doing this, but let's just go back to the beginning. For anybody that is joining and doesn't have any idea, they may not even know what EntreArchitect is. They may not know who you are. They may not know who I am. They've gotten here somehow, but why are we doing this today? What's the significance of 12/12? It's December 12th. It's 2022. Obviously, for those of you that have just woken up in a new place. But why are we here this morning?
I want to get comfortable here because we're going to be here a long time today. We're going to be on for 8 hours, and we're not stopping. So before I answer your question, I want to thank everybody that's jumped on here early. And the first thing I want to do is ask you to share this link with somebody else, either somebody who already knows and just send them a reminder, or somebody who doesn't know. because we really want this Webathon all day to be really impactful for everybody that's going to be here. And what we're going to announce throughout the day, lots of things, lots of announcements, lots of exciting things happening. But to answer your question, 12, 12, 12, for me, is a really important day. And it's a really important day for our community. It started with a blog back before 12, 12,
Yep.
12, 2007, I think, or 2009, somewhere around there. I started a personal blog called EntreArchitect. Anne Marie McCarthy, my wife, and I started an architecture firm in the late 90s. She was the design architect and I was the business architect. And I just grew up loving business. It was a passion of mine. All throughout my whole life, I was an entrepreneur. I loved to, and at the time, I didn't realize that I was playing the game of business. Even as a kid, I loved, the lemonade stand. Mom would help us set up a lemonade stand, and how cliche is that? But that's what we did, right? Howland Avenue, Paramus, New Jersey. We'd have a lemonade stand out front, and people would stop, and they would encourage us as kids to learn business, right? They'd give us $1 for a cup of glass. It was probably 25 cents for a cup of a little tiny, little paper cups of lemonade. And then as a teenager, working with my dad, who's an auto mechanic, he was an entrepreneur. And I never realized that he was an entrepreneur as a kid. I didn't realize it until I became an entrepreneur and looked back on my family and how we, as kids, grew up in an entrepreneurial family. My mom worked for the local school as a library clerk. My dad owned a repair shop and a gas station, a Sunoco station for most of my life, and in Emerson, New Jersey. And when I got old enough, I was probably 12 or so, Dad offered me a job to sweep floors. And that's what I did. I swept the floor, kept the shop clean, cleaned the tools. To this day, I'm like, when I see a greasy tool, all I want to do is clean it up. And work for Dad, after school and on weekends. And eventually learned how to fix cars and how to manage customers, both happy customers and angry customers. I've seen my father throw several people out of his shop when they were rude or disrespectful. But I learned a lot from my dad, being an entrepreneur and struggling through much of it, small business, trying to figure out how to get more people to come to a shop. I remember my brothers and I putting flyers in mailboxes and on windshields in order to help the family business. I learned a lot as a kid. And when as I got older, I started my own business. I was detailing cars from Dad's shop, started my own business, made a lot of money, maybe the most profitable business I've ever started, detailing cars for my father's customers and learning how to be, how the art of customer service. I had so many repeat customers because I treated them well. I did above and beyond. I promised, under promised and over delivered. I learned that as a auto detailer. The upsell, right? While you're detailing the car, if there's a broken spoiler on the back of the Audi, I could order that for you and get that repaired for you, and learned how to cover my expense and earn a profit and make the customer happy. So I learned a lot with my dad. And then when Anne Marie and I launched our architecture firm, I took the business side and she took the design side. And I started that blog called EntreArchitect. At first, I started a blog for the firm because I recognized at the time, pretty early in blogging, it was probably when I started blogging was probably the first blog, early 2000s, called Living Well in Westchester. That was super successful because it allowed me to communicate what we did and how we did it, much like we do today with content. Told the story of architects and what we do as architects. And so when I rang the doorbell for a potential client,
Many people don't know that Living Well in Westchester was the precursor to the
right.
Real Housewives of Westchester.
Yes, Living Well in Westchester. Yeah, right, exactly. I sold that to Bravo. Made my first millions. And so that blog was successful. I recognized that there was power there, right, in telling your story through content. And so the second blog, I started Entrepreneur Architect. And Entrepreneur Architect was my own blog. I didn't expect anybody else to even find it. It was just a place where I could put the stuff that I found that was cool, or something that I wanted to find myself to go back to and check. And that blog took off. That blog found an audience, and a community was formed in the comments of that blog. And that community, many of you, maybe even right here today, may remember that blog and those comments, because many of the people who formed that community are still active today in our community. And that community, every day I would post something, or every few days. And every time I posted, I'd get a whole bunch of people commenting, and then engaging with one another, right? Replying to those comments, just like we do today in social media. But it was before social media. There was no social media when that blog started. And that community, those comments, those people formed the community. That was the birth of the EntreArchitect community in those comments. And those people saw the value of what I was doing, saw the value of the community, saw the value of sharing with one another. I didn't coin the phrase or the mantra "love, learn, share" until way later. But it was happening. It was happening right there in those comments. And those people, that community, as it continued to grow and they saw benefit, they started to encourage me. This has to be something more than just the comments in this blog. This needs to be a magazine or a website or something more. And so I started being more intentional about my blogging, and that blog I started writing for those people, and it became the community's blog. And in late 2012, I posted a blog called My 12-12-12 Project. And I announced that I was going to do something life-changing, that I was going to take a risk, change my life, and try to impact the world in a positive way. You can read that blog today. It's still on the blog, that blog post. You can search 12-12-12 Project. You'll find it. And so I announced it, and I encouraged others to do the same thing, to have their own 12-12-12 project. And on December 12th, 2012, at 12:12 p.m. Eastern time, which we should set an alarm for 12:12 p.m. Eastern time and acknowledge that time, because that was actually the birth date and birth time of the EntreArchitect community. At 12:12, on 12:12, I pushed the button after lots of procrastinating, years of procrastinating, because you'll see when that actually happened, 2012, those comments and the suggestions happened years before I finally did it. Procrastinated out of fear of what am I going to do? Who am I to launch this thing? And once I put it out there as a 12-12-12 project, I held myself accountable, which is why I did that, because I wanted this to happen, but I was afraid. But once I put it out there, I had to commit, right? I can't not do something, right? I'm going to tell everybody else to do this. So in my basement, in my unfinished basement, no heat. I recorded my first episode of the EntreArchitect podcast and re-recorded it probably 60 times. It was a tremendous effort to do that first episode. The introduction episode 000 was the episode that I launched with on 12/12/12. You'll hear that on the podcast if you go back to episode 0. It's still there. That was the final result of lots of recording and editing and scripting and trying to make this thing the best it could be before I was brave enough to launch it. And on 12/12, at 12/12, I pushed the button to publish the first episode of EntreArchitect podcast, which we are coming up in the next few weeks on my 500th episode. And I pushed the button to publish EntreArchitect.com, which was rebranded from Entrepreneur Architect because I had read in the news that Entrepreneur Magazine was suing people who are using the word entrepreneur in any sort of content, and I didn't want to go there. And I wanted a brand, right? I recognized that there was a power in the brand, and launched EntreArchitect.com as a platform to help small firms build better businesses. From day one, that was the intent. And that's what it's been ever since. And so today, 12/12/2022, we are celebrating 10 years of a community and 10 years of EntreArchitect, and 10 years of a lot of work and a lot of dedication. And you'll hear me throughout today, I'm sure, if I stop talking, I have an opportunity to say. But I sacrificed my life and my family for this to happen. And I don't ever say that, but I want people to know how important this is to me. Gonna get emotional. It's hard to build something that shifts the world. And that was what I want to do. This is my purpose. I've recognized that this is my purpose. This is important to not just me. This is important to the world because we have power as architects. And if we can focus that power and we could leverage that power, for one, we can protect the profession, right? We can protect the profession because if we don't, it's going to go away. Others will take it if we don't claim it and reclaim it and take it back. And because of the work we do, there are lots of huge problems in this world, both built environment and non-built environment problems. And who better to solve those problems than problem solvers? We are the world's problem solvers. There is no better problem solver in the world than an architect. And we can do that. We can focus our community. We can encourage others who are within our community who may not know that we exist. And we can change the world. And that too sounds really cliche, but it is true. If we focus our efforts on networking our community and growing it to thousands, hundreds of thousands, we can change the world.
Yeah. And to that point, we're going to be talking about basically that all week on context and clarity. Many of you are familiar with context and clarity, but that's kind of our theme for the week is what is the future of the profession and how can entrepreneurial small firms affect that future. As we look out we're almost to the end of 2022, headed into 2023. And our special guest on Thursday for Context and Clarity Live will be Emily Grandstaff Rice, who was just inaugurated as the next president of the American Institute of Architects. So she'll join us about a week after her inauguration. let me do two things right here because you mentioned, Mark, this community and the the network of people that are affected and can be and will be affected by this. Looking out at everybody that's here, I see Caitlin Parker, I see Chris Novelli, I see Catherine, um, I see Christian, Ken Crutcher, John Jones, Jefferson over in Los Angeles, Jessica Rogers. Good morning to all of you. I see Kurt and Andrew and Erica, Viola, Dawn and Daryl, Scott, all of you. Good morning to everybody. I see Charisse and Earl over on the Facebook side. This is a good time. We really appreciate everybody's participation and everybody's comments here. Yoko's popping in from Alexandria. So, one thing, if you are commenting right now, especially from Facebook, this usually happens from Facebook because you're in a closed Facebook group. If you're commenting and you look at the screen where Mark and I are, and yeah, Catherine says, unlike Romper Room, yeah, that did feel like Romper Room all of a sudden. If you're commenting over on Facebook and your comment isn't showing up on the screen like Yoko's has and Catherine's has, I put a URL in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It's chat.restream.io/FB, like Facebook. If you're in a private Facebook group right now, Facebook doesn't like you. No, Facebook doesn't let your name or your likeness or your comments out unless you give it permission. So open up another browser window, type that in, chat.restream.io/FB, as in Facebook, and a couple of clicks later, and your comments will show up just like Barry's just did. Welcome from Scotland, Barry. Great to have you here. And Andy coming in from Cincinnati, technically Lebanon, Ohio. That's a really good point. There are a lot of familiar faces, a lot of friends here joining us. Yoko is not where she's supposed to be. She's in Florida, not Alexandria. I hope you're enjoying Florida, Yoko. Everybody take just a second just to type where you're coming into this conversation from. I know where many of you are coming from, but just type that into the chat real quick. Hey, I am in um, Cincinnati, Ohio, or wherever it is that you are. I think that'll be a really good visual reminder to everyone at how widespread this community is. Where you're going to hear this, you're going to hear the term network used a lot today, and the reasons are going to become evident as we talk. But you're going to hear that term because that is the future. That's what we're at 12/12/22, 10 years after the launch of, or after the project became the launch of what we know as EntreArchitect today. Today, 10 years later, we're talking about the future of EntreArchitect. We're going to use this term network a lot. You heard Mark mention some numbers earlier. That was foreshadowing 10,000, 100,000. We're going to get into that more. But I see Menlo Park, California, and I see San Francisco and Rochester, New York, and Prescott, Arizona, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's see, Raleigh, North Carolina. Hi, Michael. Welcome back. Viola is joining us from the coast of the Netherlands. That's awesome. Thanks for joining us from the Netherlands. Jefferson from LA. Barry is in ice cold Scotland. So do you take your drinks on the rocks? No. So where is it? Is it colder in the Netherlands or in Scotland today? I wonder. Jesselyn from Knoxville, Tennessee. Great to have you with us today. Catherine, Fairhaven, Massachusetts, Flint, Michigan. Right, we're spanning. We've already spanned the U.S. We jumped over to Scotland and Netherlands. Viola says -6 degrees Celsius. So, Barry, it's your turn. How cold is it in Scotland right now? And now I've got to do some calculations. What does -6 Celsius mean to my brain? Yeah, it's my guess is it's fairly close to what it is in Indianapolis today. I might be way off, but But this is just a demonstration. Barry says it's only -2 Celsius in
28.
Scotland, so 28 in Scotland. So Viola wins that competition. Sorry, Barry. But thank you for joining us from the winter cold. Adam is joining us from the train in Davis, California, on his way to San Jose, California. Great. Thanks for joining us, Adam, from the train. That's awesome. On his commute. Greg Burke from St. Augustine. Glad to have you with us as well. Caitlin says Jesselyn is a fellow DAP grad. So that's for you, those of you who are not in the know. DAP is at the University of Cincinnati, just about, let's see, let me get my bearings straight, just about an hour and a half that way from where I'm sitting right now.
I laugh because I moved to North Carolina in 2019 and I lost my sense of direction.
Yeah.
I had a perfect sense of direction when I was in New York and New Jersey. My entire life, I prided myself on my sense of direction, and I always point in the wrong direction down here. I don't know what it is. There's maybe the magnetic force or the orientation of my house, but I lost it. It's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, the landmarks, I think, is one thing. I remember as a kid living outside Chicago, north was always towards the sled hill at the park. Right. So you could always figure out, back when we actually had
In
winter.
Paramus, New York City is east of Paramus
Okay.
and the Atlantic Ocean. And so my benchmark was east is the ocean. And then I just referenced everything from east.
Yeah.
And I knew as a child what point, which direction my house pointed in. But now my house points in the other direction.
Yep.
My front points east now. And so it's all completely off. But even when I'm not in my house, I still do it. I do it all throughout wherever I am. It's dangerous.
Yeah. It really is. It really is. Yeah, down here in the basement studios, the Context and Clarity basement studios, it's a little hard to get your bearings.
I want to see how many people we can get on this call today. I want to see what the record is. It's 29 right now. I would love to see over 100 at some time today. I would love to see 1,000 sometime today. And we can do that if everybody shares. So it's EntreArchitect.com/YouTube is a quick link to YouTube. EntreArchitect.com/group will get you right into the private Facebook group. If you're an architect and you're a member there, you'll be able to get in there. If you're an architect and not a member, you can request membership at the Facebook group, and we'll let you in there. We have moderators who are in there monitoring new members, so you can jump in there and do it. And it's all over, right? It's all over. Those are just two easy ones to see us and share links to. And so,
that's a good point. I mean, right now we are streaming. I've lost count. I think it's 6 places, but we're streaming to the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group. So if you're in the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group right now, say hi. Just type that in the chat. Say hi. So that's the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group. We're also streaming to the EntreArchitect Architects and Allies Facebook group. So if you're in the Architects and Allies Facebook group, just type hello right now. See, I'm already crossing myself up. So hi if you're in the EntreArchitect community. Hello if you're in Architects and Allies. We're also streaming, and if you're in one of those groups and you're commenting and your comment doesn't show up on the screen like Barry's just did and Andy's just did, there's a URL in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen right now, chat.restream.io/FB. Open a browser window, type that in a couple of clicks later, and you'll give Facebook permission, and your comments will show up on the screen like Jefferson's just did. Jefferson lost his sense of direction, but he's back now. There's a couple of highs and oopses. Toby has joined us also from North Carolina. Great to have you with us, Toby. So those two Facebook groups, EntreArchitect Community and Architects and Allies, plus the EntreArchitect YouTube channel, plus the EntreArchitect Twitch stream, which Kurt's over there on Twitch. He's always heading up the the huge group from Twitch. So if you're on Twitch right now, say yo. That seems very Twitch appropriate. We are also. I left out the if you're on the EntreArchitect YouTube channel right now, just type YouTube into the comments. So we've got the two Facebook groups, we've got Twitch, we've got YouTube. We're on my Twitter feed. I assume Twitter is still a thing this morning. I think that's a question to ask every morning. And then also we are live on LinkedIn via my profile on LinkedIn because we
I see
started this.
Devin Tilley is on LinkedIn. Hello, Devin, from the Art of
Hello.
Construction. Go check out
Great
the
to
Art
have
of
you join
Construction
us.
podcast, a little plug for Devin's podcast. Devin and I go back a long time through podcasting, a good friend of EntreArchitect. So go check him out.
Yeah. Awesome. We've got Michael on YouTube. We've got Leslie on YouTube. We've got Jessica on YouTube. We've got Viola on YouTube. It's awesome. Great to have a great YouTube audience.
It's like
over
the Magic
there.
Garden.
Let me throw up a couple of links again. If you're on Facebook and your comments are not showing up on the screen with Mark and I here, go to chat.restream.io/FB, like Facebook, and that's the place. Just a couple of clicks later, and you'll give Facebook permission to talk with Restream, which is this platform that we use here. So let me throw up a couple of other screens or links here. As Mark said, if you want to invite somebody that's not currently in the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group or Architects and Allies, one place that you can invite them to is the YouTube channel. So EntreArchitect.com/YouTube will get you to the YouTube channel, and I can grab the actually here's the exact link to the live stream is here. If you want to take that down, you can share that link. But EntreArchitect.com/YouTube will get them there. They can also subscribe
you have to
to
click
that.
the live tab because YouTube keeps changing the formats of our channels. Click the live channel and up right on the top, the live tab, and you'll see us there.
Yep.
And you
or this link that's on the screen right now is directly into the live.
Right.
But it's a little bit too to digest there with all those.
Memorize that quick because it's going away.
Yeah. Go quick. Go quick. So EntreArchitect.com/YouTube, and then the live tab will get them there. And also EntreArchitect.com/group will get to the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group, where we, if you're not aware of this, if you're new around here and you go, what the heck is this Facebook group that you're talking about? There are nearly, I haven't looked this morning, but there are nearly 8,000 members in that Facebook group.
I was hoping real close. I was hoping that we would hit the 8,000 today. So we're really close. I would still love that to happen. That would be some, for me, if you want to give back to me personally, that's where you should go and try to get people to join that Facebook group, because we're almost there. We're like just a few away.
Yeah. And you think what's the importance of 8,000 or any number of people in a Facebook group? Well, first of all, it extends the reach, right, of EntreArchitect. It when things like this happen, and every weekday afternoon we do Context and Clarity, 4 p.m. Eastern every day, it can get more people involved with talking about the topics that matter most to the success of entrepreneur architects. It's also a fantastic place, and people have called it mentoring. People have called it therapy. It's a great place to ask questions. It's a great place to answer questions. And it's a great place to connect with other architects. And this is a worldwide community. 8,000 is not in the United States. It's all around the world. So that's part of the importance of 8,000 people. And it's also maybe more foreshadowing towards this conversation about this network that we're going to
Yeah.
talk about.
I just want to say something also, Jeff, about the 8,000. For me, the reason it's important to me is not because it's some ego thing, right? If any of you know me, ego is way down on the list of things that you should be describing me about, hopefully. I have a very low ego, because this isn't about me. This is about you. And 8,000 for me means that there are 8,000 individual people who are part of that group. And that group, again, isn't about me or even EntreArchitect. It is about the community that is in that group. And that community is one of the most special communities on the planet. Architect, non-architect. I don't care where you go. And you match an online community that's more giving and more caring and more sharing than that community anywhere in the world. And when there are 8,000 people in there who can benefit from the others in that group, that's a really, really important thing. And so the numbers for me matter a lot. And we're going to talk about numbers a lot today, and some big goals that we have. And that's why. So if you're questioning why I do it and questioning why we're doing what we're doing, it's because we want to shift the world, and we can't do that by ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. Again, I mentioned this earlier. If you're not familiar with context and clarity, which is just it's part of EntreArchitect, it's something that, and we'll talk about that um, here later today. By the way, we're 40 minutes in to this all day webathon, but one of the things that we do with context and clarity is we have a special guest every Thursday afternoon, and we say, okay, well, who's this guest going to be, and what are we going to talk to that guest about? This week it's going to be Emily Grandstaff Rice, who was just inaugurated as the next president of the American Institute of Architects, right about a week ago at this point. And so we're going to talk with Emily about the future of the profession of architecture and how entrepreneurial small firms fit into that future. Basically, as I look around the room, basically, how are you, as you're listening to this, how are you going to affect the future of the profession and the future of the world? And so we say, okay, well, we're going to talk with Emily about that. That becomes our theme for the week. And so we spend every afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern inside the Facebook group digging into uh, digging into that theme in different ways. And today it's going to be a little bit different because context and clarity, the context and clarity conversation is going to be how we close out this webathon. But the question for today, we always start with the question. The question for today is, what's the future of small firm architecture? That's going to be the theme of this whole conversation today. The question for tomorrow is, what are the advantages of a majority small firm profession, right? If you go over to the American Institute of Architects website and find the small firm exchange page, it's the knowledge community under AIA. AIA says that something like 73, 75, I forget the exact number now, but 75% of firms in the membership of the American Institute of Architects are classified as small firms. So 10 people or less. We're already there, right? Small firms are already the majority of the profession at this point.
Right.
So what are the advantages of a majority small firm profession? And so this is going to carry on throughout the week, talking about the future of architecture, the future of the profession, and how you're going to play a part in it. You, your firm, this whole community, how we're going to shape the future of the world, the future of the profession. So, um, having a Facebook group with 8,000 members from around the world, building this network that we're going to be talking about today, all of this plays a huge part, right? When we're talking about a network of small firm architects, we're talking about a network of the majority of the profession and figuring out a way to leverage small firms. firms that are one person, firms that are 3 people, firms that are 10 people, figure out how we can leverage that to change the world. All right, let me take that off. We get some more people rolling in and saying hi. Nicole, welcome back. She says, good morning, EntreArchitect friends. Nicole is in Arizona. Diego is joining us over on YouTube from Nicaragua. Vivian from Venezuela, glad to have you with us today. Let's see. Leslie says EntreArchitect helps solo and small firm practitioners in the isolation. 8,000 peers at the water cooler is a huge resource. Absolutely. Absolutely it is. I mean, that's that, you know, I mentioned context and clarity a lot because that's become a big part of my life, right? Hosting that every afternoon and sometimes every weekday morning. That was something that we launched in 2020. Mark and I had a conversation about, you know, the world shutting down around COVID and all of those things, and how can we give people a way and a place to connect? Well, that became context and clarity. It's a place for everybody, and that's just one small example in this community, but everybody can come together at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and talk about one topic. You know, I see some good-natured ribbing going back and forth about NFL teams, right? You can stand around the water cooler talking about football. You could stand around the water cooler talking about AIA or, you know, whatever the topic of the day is. We've talked about sustainability 2 weeks ago, I guess it was, and you know, that is like Leslie said, having this many people in a community becomes a great place for the individual, for the small firm to come together, to connect, to help each other, support each other, mentor each other, um, you know, blow off steam sometimes, certainly.
All right. Catherine says that there are a bunch of people waiting to be approved in the Facebook group. Thank you,
All
people.
right.
We have moderators that will take care of that. Hopefully. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. And thank you all for spreading the word. Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian says, hola, Vivian. Vivian, if you don't know Christian, he is a native of Venezuela. So it's great to have both of you from Christian's a little north of Venezuela right now, but great to have both of you with us.
I wanted to mention also, I see Kurt's comment over at Twitch um, about asking Emily about support for small firms. And I just want to uh, set your mind at ease. Emily is a longtime friend and an ally of EntreArchitect, but small firms in general. She and I, we always poke each other and say we're kindred spirits. Every time we meet, we talk to one another, and you know, it's like we're brother and sister. She is an ally. She is there, and she's going to definitely help represent. She's got a big job. She's got to serve a lot of people. Um, but there's no one better right now than Emily sitting in that position. And so that's my endorsement for Emily. And we should ask her that question because I'm sure she'll have a very good answer.
Yeah, yeah, and that, you know, that's why we have these guests every Thursday afternoon is to ask them questions like that. Now, obviously, they're not always um, AIA guests. I don't know if that's the right way to say that. We have different guests every week and different themes every week, but you know, we bring them on, and of course, I'm on screen, and usually Catherine is on screen as my co-host. This week, Catherine will be out of the studio, so to speak. So Mandy Freeland is going to join me as my guest co-host this week. But we're on the screen, and all of you get to be on the screen just like this, asking questions and trying to, and we'll do our best to um, bring your questions and your concerns into those conversations. But as an example, last week we talked with Jamie Claire Kaiser from Zweig Group about mergers and acquisitions, and um, Melissa Wackerly the week before that about sustainability, and Christian Giordano a couple of weeks before that because we had the Thanksgiving break talking about tech and innovation in architecture. So, these conversations and these guests are an opportunity for us to dig deeper with, I guess, an expert or an influencer in these different areas of the profession.
Should we make our first announcement? We're our agenda that it's sort of a rough agenda. This is going to be a free for all for the next 7.5 hours. But we're going to try every hour on the half hour, as they say in the radio world.
Yep.
We're going to do news, sports, and talk. No, we're not going to do news, sports, and weather. No, we're not going to. We already did the weather. We already talked sports.
Yep.
Let's get to the news. I think every hour and the half hour, we're going to reveal a new announcement. We have lots of big announcements, really big announcements. We're making some big moves today, announcing some big moves today. 2023 is going to be the year that transforms our community. And so you stick around if you can keep this feed live all day, because we're going to be announcing things all day throughout the day, on the hour, every half hour, or on the hour. How do you say that again?
On the half hour?
On the half hour. Every hour on the half hour.
Yeah.
Which we missed by 10 minutes, 20 minutes now.
Yeah. We missed it, but we'll get into the groove here.
Oh, yeah.
And to that point, even if you can't stick around, even if you have work to do, which I'm pretty sure you all have work to do, it would be helpful for you to leave the feed open, even if it's in another tab and it's muted. That's okay, because the goal is to get this out to as many people as possible. And I'm sure you have an idea of how these things work. The more people that are live, during these in the feed, the more the different platforms push it out. So even if you need to go off and do something, if you have a way to leave this open, muted in a different tab, whatever, we'll appreciate that, because we hopefully, I'm going to say it this way, hopefully not all of you are going to be crazy enough to hang around here for 8 hours. We'd love it if you did, but understanding the reality of the situation. But yeah, it's time for an announcement.
How should we do this? Should we just throw it out there?
Yeah, I think so. If we had a drummer, we could do that. But
the biggest announcement of the day, although no, not necessarily. There's going to be some other big ones too. Some things you have no idea. Some big surprises. Some of you know, because facilitators got a heads up last night.
Yep.
Mastermind members got a heads up early this morning. If you're an EntreArchitect Mastermind group member, check your inbox. There's an announcement in there and a link. Facilitators, if you are a facilitator of one of the EntreArchitect Mastermind groups, check the Slack channel. The rest of you, check out network.entrearchitect.com. That is the link that hopefully you will sign on every day. That is the link, the URL for EntreArchitect Network. That is the big announcement today, EntreArchitect Network. EntreArchitect Network is a community-based platform for the EntreArchitect community. So why are we doing this? Through the years, since 2012, we have grown EntreArchitect community on lots and lots of different platforms, right? So there's the podcast, and there's EntreArchitect.com, there's the EntreArchitect Academy, there's the EntreArchitect membership, there's the Facebook group, there's the LinkedIn group, dozens of places where we are, and architects are engaging every day in and on those platforms. Tens of thousands of architects engage with us every week. Hundreds of thousands of architects have some sort of knowledge that we exist. but tens of thousands of us engage every week. Um, and EntreArchitect Network is the seed. It is the very, very beginning. It is the beginning of the next 10 years. Everything that we've built up to this point has been the footing, right? If you look at this as a building, for the last 10 years, we've been building the footing. It started out with me digging the trench all by myself, right? In that blog, digging the trench. And over the past 10 years, much of that 10 years, I've been mixing the concrete and I've been pouring the concrete. And then I got help. People started volunteering to help. And I started growing my team. And um, they started helping me mix and pour. And the footing has been established. And we have people like the moderators in the Facebook group and the facilitators in the mastermind groups. I look at you as the reinforcing. You're the ones that confirmed that. Don't worry, we're gonna. I see. I missed the announcement. Network.entrearchitect.com.
It's in the lower left of your screen right now.
The EntreArchitect Network. And so the reinforcing is the confirmation that this is something that was important, right? And the community growing and starting to help establish that footing. Right? We haven't even gotten to the foundation yet. That's why I'm using this analogy. We're still in the ground. 10 years. We've built the community. We've grown the community. And now it's time to take that and start building the foundation for what's going to come into the future, right? We talked earlier, if you missed earlier when we first launched, we talked about what this community can do if we focus our efforts, right? Ultimately changing the world through the profession of architecture, reinforcing and confirming the value of architects, right? That's my personal dream. My personal dream before I die is that the world recognizes the value that we architects bring to the world. Everybody in the world, when they hear architect, they know what we do and how we do it and the value that we bring to the world. And I can't do that by myself. And so the foundation has been laid, where the footing has been laid and the foundation is starting to build because there's already people in the network right now. It is a place where the blocks, the individual blocks are going to form this foundation. And why are we building this foundation? Why do I say that the EntreArchitect Network is the seed? Because it is where we can start focusing that effort, leveraging the value of this community for the community and for the world. It will be where we build the platform that will allow us to collaborate with one another and to engage more meaningfully with one another, to push out to the world who architects are, specifically EntreArchitects, and what we do and what the value that we bring to the world. It will allow us to develop national brands. Hint, hint. It will allow us to create a platform where we will practice architecture together. Hint, hint. Those are future ideas, right? We have to lay the foundation before we get there. So it's a pretty amazing place right now.
We're almost to the top of the hour. So a couple of one suggestion, and then there's one question we should address before we jump to our next segment here, I guess. But one suggestion is the URL is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen right now, network.entrearchitect.com. Just type that in, open a browser window, type that in, and you'll get to a landing page.
On the main screen.
Say that again.
I don't see the link on the main screen. I see the ticker tape, but I don't see
Oh, you don't see the
No.
that's interesting. Nice. Where are you looking at it from?
I'm just looking at our Restream feed. I'm not actually looking.
Really?
Let me just check. Oh, it is there on YouTube and Facebook. I don't see it on mine, but okay, as long as everybody else sees it. Yes, it's
Interesting.
there. It's there
Okay.
everywhere else.
Okay. So network.entrearchitect.com. Go to that landing page. There's a video there of Mark and I talking, which you're getting a lot of right now as well. But scroll down, scroll down that page and look at some of the benefits, some of the things that we have brainstormed, some of the things that we're working on and are prepared to launch, and see get a taste for what this network is going to be all about. Now, the question that we should address is Viola's question, because there are two options there. She says, "What's the difference?" This is for you, Mark. I'm going to throw this
Yeah.
out as a question for you. What's the difference between the plans, other than with or without trial? They cost the same.
Yeah, they are the same. They are the same. One gives you 30 days free, so you can get in there and check it out. And the others are, if you are all in and you know this is something that's going to be powerful and effective for you as a professional, and you want to start growing this movement, then click the other one and sign up right now. Because what that will do, it will help fund what we're building, right? Because that's the other side of this, right? We have to grow the community, but we also have to grow our team in order to be able to manage and administer the things that we have planned. And all of the things that we're talking about takes money, a lot of money. And we're not going to make the community pay for most of what we're going to build. We're going to leverage the network, right? That if we have this community, all these hundreds of thousands of architects who know who we are, but we don't know who they are. If they're in a network, now we know who they are, right? And we can use that to help you. But it also will attract others. It'll attract brands and companies and insurance companies and all the things that we can do from a collective that will allow us to do that as well. And so let me respond to some of the questions that are coming through here. How does it affect the existing membership? So if you are a basic membership, right? Let me start with the masterminds. The masterminds aren't changing at all yet, right? And you have in your inbox a link to access the network right now for free for 3 months. And that's all that's doing is giving us enough time to sort of address the mastermind groups later. We're going to work directly with the mastermind groups to transition. The network has tremendous tools that will make the mastermind groups even better. Right now, the mastermind groups aren't changing at all. So your regular meeting happens on the regular time. Your Slack channels don't change. Nothing changes for the mastermind groups. Go in your inbox, sign up. We'll get to you before the 3-month period, so you won't even have to pay that $49 because you're going to have to put a credit card in. The system requires it. But we're going to address it before the 3 months are up, and we'll address masterminds. So get into the network and start using it. The basic membership, it's essentially the same price. I think it's $2 different from. I think the Academy membership is $47 a month, and the network is $49 a month, which is $1.60 something. Well, if you join for the year, it's $4.99. And $499 for the year, which is like less than $1.70 a day. And it will replace the cost at the Academy. So if you're an Academy member, regular member, you can join the network and you can cancel your membership. If you're a monthly member, if you're paying monthly at the Academy, you can cancel that membership once you join up over here because you have access to the Academy. So if you join the network at any level, you have access to the Academy resources and expert training sessions, and all the things that we're doing at the Academy. So this is not just a, this is not, you're not paying for this on top of your Academy membership. The Academy membership is part of this network. And there's a link at the very bottom of the sidebar that will take you back to the Academy. So you have access to the Academy resources. Eventually, all the videos, all the resources, everything, the courses are going to move over to this network. So it's much easier to access all of these things. And so those are the two things. If just real quick, I know Jennifer's waiting for us. If you are an ally, right? If you're part of the Architects and Allies group, or if you're just an ally of our group, not the people who want to sell us stuff, we have plans for you too. But the people who are true allies and members of the Architects and Allies Facebook group, Architects and Allies masterminds, just be patient. We're going to work with you as well. We have plans for you as well with this network to engage you with this community, because I believe that allies, the ones that are true allies, will benefit this community in tremendous ways. And so just hold tight. Right now, membership is architects only and architecture students.
And architecture students, right?
We have plans for you too, architecture students. So stay put.
Big plans.
Yeah.
Big plans. So we will continue to talk about this. We'll have more announcements as we go. We're right at just past the top of the hour, so it's time to reset for just a second. I'm going to do that, but just to kind of sum up what Mark is describing there, explaining there, is part of this, right? Part of this, and it's, in a way, it's a small part, but in a way, it's a really large part as well. But part of this is a technology play, right? We're building our own place. Part of this is user experience, right? This is EntreArchitect, as we've been discussing for this entire first hour, has evolved basically from a blog over 10 years to where it is today. And, we look around, we get it. The user experience inside the Academy is a little bit dated at this point and not organized maybe as well as it should be. Take the maybe out of that. We understand the deficiencies of where it is in the evolution right now. And so a part of this is certainly a technology and a platform play, right? And as Mark said, this isn't a layering of costs. This is a shifting to our own home, a transition to our own home that we own, that you'll move to for a better experience, and then a place that we can build from there. So that's part of this.
And I also want to set everybody's mind at ease. This is going to be a slow transition, right? We're not shutting things off at the Academy or the membership or the masterminds, right? We're going to roll it out over time. It's going to be a nice, easy transition. It's only going to get better. I promise you. You're not going to lose anything. And I know there's lots of people worried about the Facebook group too. The Facebook group is not changing at all, including context and clarity. It's all going to continue to thrive and grow, and everything that's happening in the Facebook group is going to continue to be cultivated and grown, because it's a really important, special place.
At the next half hour, our big announcement will really sort of address that difference between what's happening in the Facebook group and everywhere else, and what's going to happen in this network. So stay tuned for that. Roughly a half hour from now, we'll make our next big announcement. But until then, hey, don't miss it.
Every one of them is big.
It is. It's kind of mind-boggling. I'm looking over here because that's where our spreadsheet is, and over here is where our notes are.
If you see me clicking and tapping, it's because I'm communicating to people who are responding. This is a webinar, a webathon. This is live. We're just rolling with it. So we have to keep doing the things we're doing here.
We're working without a net. We're just rolling with with all of it. We will bring in our first guest. Let me reset real quickly. If you've just joined us, you have found the EntreArchitect 12/12/22, celebrating 10 years. It's a all-day webathon celebrating 10 years of EntreArchitect, all the way back, dating all the way back from the Entrepreneur Architect blog to everything that is EntreArchitect now. Mark and I will be here all day from 9 a.m. Eastern until 5 p.m. Eastern, making big announcements every half hour, bringing in guests every hour. This is fun. This is a celebration. This is a celebration of you and of things to come. So there's a question. So let me just give you again what we just announced. The network.entrearchitect.com is the first big announcement, a new place, all of our own, which is where we're going to start building this thing called the network, the EntreArchitect network. The one last thing before we bring in our first guest. If you need to leave, we get that. We're doing this for 8 hours. You may not be able to actively join us for 8 hours. That's okay. We get that. It would be helpful if you could just put us on a different tab, mute us, leave it running, streaming from wherever you are, and then come back to us later if you can. That's fantastic. But also invite people to join us. EntreArchitect.com/YouTube is an easy way to get to the stream on YouTube. Just hit the live tab once you get there, or EntreArchitect.com/group is an easy way to get people to the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group. If they're an architect and they're not part of that Facebook group yet, invite them to join that group, because that's 8,000 strong worldwide. Architects from all over the world participating, and you'll get a taste for the EntreArchitect community right there. So EntreArchitect.com/group is a place to invite people to.
One last thing, the all day, right? We're going to be here all day. We are going to be putting out announcements on the hour, at the half hour, all day long. But also we have a huge list of guests. We're going to have multiple guests on all day long. And so don't miss it. If you have the time to sit here and hang out with us for 8 hours, do it, because it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like Mark said, every half hour announcements, every hour guests, the opposite half hour. And it's just like any telethon you've ever seen, maybe as a kid. We're going to be rolling through this all day long. So invite someone. There's the YouTube link. If you haven't memorized that yet, you can invite them there. But I think we ought to bring our guest in, who's been waiting patiently in the green room. Let me hit this button and she'll come in. Maybe. Still in the green room. She'll join us here momentarily. But our first guest is Jennifer Castenson. There she is.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
So excited to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
It's awesome having you here. I'm excited you are our first guest. We have a huge lineup of guests, and you are top of the list here. Welcome to the EntreArchitect Webathon. We're here from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We're going to be here all day.
I hope you're drinking a lot of caffeine.
I brought my Yeti.
There you go.
I have refills coming.
Nice.
I wanted you, Jennifer, to be our first guest for lots of reasons. One is that you're a good friend. You are a VP at BuildExact, who is an ally of EntreArchitect, and a fantastic software that helps builders and architects estimate residential construction. The best residential estimating tool out there, because it's all based on real-time data. So if you're looking for a tool, buildexact.us.com, is that right, Jennifer?
.com.us, I think, is, yeah.
Okay. Well, BuildExact, you can search for it.
Exactly. You'll get there, buildexact.com. There you go.
Yeah. And go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
The other thing, the main reason I wanted you here is because you were a partner at creating and developing and running the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting that just happened earlier in November in Austin. And I wanted to bring you on and say thank you for your support, for your guidance. This community owes you a tremendous debt for the work that you did for
Hilarious.
that event. It would not have happened if you were not part of the team. So thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. And I thank you. First of all, I'm not trying to diminish the what you're
I know
saying,
you're
but
humble.
I know that's what so if you guys did not, if anybody in the audience did not attend, you just missed an incredible event, and hopefully you can have access to the content and you're signing up for 2023. That just an incredible event. Jeff emceed amazingly well. The content from start to finish was just fantastic, and Mark and Don, his at EntreArchitect, put that together. Just brilliant people, authors, everyone just so engaging. The audience was so engaged. Just this a huge tribute to this community. I mean, it just was phenomenal. And when Mark first came to me and said he wanted to do this event, his passion for this community is just bar none. I mean, just palpable. I mean, just is amazing. So you guys have a phenomenal leader, and it was just a pleasure and honor to see it all come together.
Yeah, it was great having you on the team. The reason we reached, I mean, you and I met, we were on a business plan competition for CVG, for Charette
Mhm.
Venture Group. And we were on the jury together.
Mm.
And, after that, I connected and said, "Hey, we should just connect and meet." And as soon as we connected, we're like, "Oh, there's connection here. There's
Mhm.
opportunities," and we became friends, and talked on a regular basis for months. Then started talking about this idea of what this event could be, or should it be, and all of those things. Um, and so your experience, and we didn't mention your experience. Your experience is events. That's your expertise. Can you
Yeah.
tell me a little bit about your background and what you've done in the past?
So I worked at Zonda, which is formerly Hanley Wood, and they publish Architect Magazine, Builder Magazine, a lot of media titles across the construction industry. And my role with the organization was to program events. And so we got up to 20 events a year in various facets of single family residential, multifamily, affordable housing, all the way to material science and commercial development, office, and everything. So I love it because it exposes me to some of the innovation that's out in the industry and some of the most amazing minds. And I stay in touch with that because I still am a contributing writer on Forbes, and I get pitches from the folks who are really pushing innovation in the space, and still get to write about it occasionally when I can fit it into my day job. So just exciting things that are happening out there, and it just yeah. So my experience with events is um, was with that like 6 years at Zonda.
Yeah, yeah, and you're organizing South by Southwest. Is that right?
Yeah, so I was able to submit 7 sessions for South by Southwest, 4 of which were accepted. And I'm speaking in one of them, and then the other 3 I'm coordinating with some other folks in order to bring those to life, but focused on design and design considerations for more housing supply and more sustainable housing, to address the probably 2 of the biggest issues that we're facing in housing, which is affordability and sustainability.
Yeah, yeah, and you write about that a lot, and you
Yeah.
share content on social media a lot about sustainability and housing affordability, and so that's really your sort of focus on most of what you do. You speak and you write. You were a guest on Context and Clarity, and so you're doing a lot of good in the world with the content you're creating as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's important stuff, and all I have to do is write it down, and other people have to like work hard and and actually do it. So all I have to do is just communicate and share it with a broader audience. And I think that's a big thing is that there are so many like hidden gems out there, but how are we bringing them to light so that other people can adopt those practices and then bring them to scale? Because that's the true dynamic. I mean, how can we scale some of the technologies and innovations that are already out there?
Yeah, and that's one of the things I loved about the event, the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting, the conference for our community. The first one in August, in Austin, in November. The next ones, we are going to do a next one. So there's some information. I think that we haven't actually officially announced that we definitely haven't announced where or when. That's coming. But the fact that we're doing it, we are definitely going to do it. What I loved about that is that we do bring those experts to the stage and be able to share one-on-one with our community. But another reason I wanted you to be on this webinar, because I don't know if you heard the announcement before you came on, but today we're launching the EntreArchitect Network, which is a new online platform for our community and for entrepreneur architects throughout the world. Our goal, and I don't think we mentioned this either, but our goal is to connect and serve 100,000 entrepreneur architects worldwide. And this network is the first step of that. That event in Austin was way beyond my dreams, right? And it was more successful than I imagined it would be. I knew it would be successful because we planned it to be successful, and I knew this community would show up and do what they do. And so we were really excited about that. But it was a confirmation of the passion, not only of the team, but of the community. I heard multiple times, and continue to hear positive feedback, but multiple times heard the term, the best conference I've ever been to. That says a lot about the conference, obviously, and the people who presented and the team that put it together, but it's most about the community. And that confirmed that this needs to be bigger and better and stronger and more focused, so we can take what we've started, the momentum that came from that event, and continues to grow through the platforms on throughout the network of the internet, right? And focus it in one place, the EntreArchitect Network, which is where our community is going to have its home base, our online headquarters. So thank you for starting that momentum with me, because it is the very, very, very beginning of something really, really, really big for this community and the world that this community will impact.
Fantastic, and congratulations on such a great event.
Yeah,
Jeff, I feel like I interrupted you. Sorry.
Good,
No,
Jeff.
no, not at all. I'm just listening. But I do have a question, because I think it ties up a couple of things. Mark mentioned right before you came on, Jennifer, that his passion continues to be, and part of the goal of this EntreArchitect network is to demonstrate to the world what architects do, the value that architects bring to the world, et cetera. And as you were talking, Jennifer, about South by Southwest, and submitting 7, getting 4, I think a lot of people in the audience may go, oh, wait, I don't typically equate South by Southwest with architecture, put that in quotes, but architecture. But you're talking about design, you're talking about technology, you're talking about sustainability. And the minute you said that, I thought that's part of what we have to do here is take a different approach to what does design mean to the world? What is design in housing? What is design technology, building systems, all those things? What does that mean, and how do we demonstrate that? And I love the idea that you're going to be, you and others, that are involved with the four that you get approved. What is it like to get these things approved at South by Southwest, and what do you think the result of presenting these at South by Southwest is going to be, or what do you hope it's going to be?
Yeah, so I mean, that was a lot of questions.
It
So
is. That's what I do.
I'm gonna try to succinctly tie it up. But hello, Leah. Please connect with me, and I'm on LinkedIn or whatever, and I'd love to chat with you. So I when in throughout the various pillars of the industry, and that I said that I was involved in, I feel like architects are the foundation of everything, like literally that happens in the built environment. And if you look around and you think about the impact of the built environment, it has a tremendous impact on every aspect of our day-to-day lives. And when I first started thinking about programming certain events, and we were talking about some of the places where we start are, we have a whole entire event focused on health and well-being. Well, the foundation of that is the places where we live and we go to work, and how we get there, and how that impacts how we get around. And so there's so many facets of design and architecture that impact our daily lives that we don't think on a regular basis. So I don't know how many people listen to 99% Invisible, but that's just by Roman Mars. I mean, that's the foundation for the things that we don't think about, but that really are really important to how we operate in the world. So I think that the architects that I know, and who are really pushing innovation, are the ones who can drive the most value and impact into the built environment. So I don't know a lot of developers or people who are on the construction side, or that are driving as much value into the process as the architect, those in the architect space. And they have a long road to hoe, because they are up against costs and building codes and regulations and policy. And so I have tremendous respect for architects who have found something to align with their ethos and with their brand, and are able to drive it forward into a physical product or a multitude of projects. It's just, to me, a fascinating, wonderful, brilliant thing. And so thank you to everybody who's listening. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I think as we in this community, and I know beyond the EntreArchitect community certainly, but we talk about this a lot in the different formations, whether it's the EntreArchitect podcast, or it's Context and Clarity, or it's all of the presentations at the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting in Austin. We talk about that value, the value of an architect, educating consumers, educating clients, demonstrating the value of it, all of those things. And I think when you say there's a lot of work to be done, I think you're exactly right. I think we've sat back for a long time. My personal feeling is that in the profession, we've given away a lot. That's not just my personal feeling, it's fact. Everybody I bring into a per practice class to talk to students brings up some aspect of that. And by the way, I need to say thank you to Jennifer as well, because last year she was a shark for our Shark Tank.
So
That's
fun.
the master's level, the grad level pro practice class that I teach. That's our final. That happens again tomorrow. I think Jennifer's on board for that again. So we're going to have a good time to hearing what students think about the future of the profession and the problems that they want to solve, and pitching those ideas in a Shark Tank format. So that's a lot of fun. But that also takes us very near to the bottom of the hour here, the half hour, which means it's almost time for our next big announcement here. And I think maybe as part of that announcement, I want to grab, I've got to scroll back now and find that comment, or that question. But Barry asked, when we were talking about this network, this EntreArchitect network, and this platform, and it's a place for, as Mark explained it, it's a place for the academy to be and the masterminds to be, and a lot of different things. Barry asked, will it change what you're doing on the free platforms, meaning the EntreArchitect podcast, Context and Clarity that happens every weekday afternoon, the EntreArchitect Facebook group? He asked, will it change what we're doing on the free platforms, the podcasts, the Context and Clarity? I understand why you're doing it, but a huge part of the community is that it's infinitely accessible and welcoming. So we're going to address that here in just a second. And I know we're bringing guests in and out as we go as well. So I think Jennifer has to run here momentarily.
Yeah.
So I don't want to let her run without once again saying thank you. Thanks for all of your support, not only of this event, certainly, but the event in Austin and everything that you're doing in the EntreArchitect environment. So thank you for joining us,
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thank you both. Oh my gosh. And it's
Thank
such
you,
an
Jennifer.
honor to be part of this. And I hope you have an incredibly fun day. I've got it running on my YouTube, so I will pop in and say hello again later. Thanks so much, you guys.
Awesome.
Thanks for all
Thanks,
you do,
Jennifer.
Jennifer. Thank you.
Stay well.
Really
Bye-bye.
appreciate you. Thanks. So we'll let Jennifer go, but then we'll jump back to Barry's question, because it's a really good one, right? It's okay. What great idea, but what about everything that we've built so far?
I am super, and you'll hear me say this all over because I'm so excited. I keep saying the same thing. I'm super excited. The idea is that this is not replacing all of those things. This is consolidating the community. All of the free things that we've built throughout the community are staying and continuing to be supported and cultivated. They are all very important. The podcast will continue. The Facebook group will continue as is, with Context and Clarity and all the things that are happening in there. So continue to grow that community. The LinkedIn group, which was the first group before the Facebook group, has like 20,000 members in it. That is going to be reborn or reintroduced. There's lots of
working on it now,
spam and junk in there. So we're going to clean that up, and that's going to become a thriving entrepreneur architect community as well. And so if you're on LinkedIn and you're not on Facebook, join the LinkedIn group. It's just search EntreArchitect. It's was the first group, and it was once a thriving community. It will be again. So all the things, answer your question, Barry, all the things will continue. The network, what the network does is it consolidates it, and it brings the community together so we can have a greater impact. And so should I jump on to the next announcement, Jeff?
Yeah.
All
Jump
right.
into
So
the next one.
what I'd like to do with the announcements, we're going to do announcements every hour on the half hour. And I'm going to recap the prior announcements. And so you won't miss anything. So the first announcement that we announced at 9:30 this morning, actually it was a little late, but 9:30 this morning, was the EntreArchitect Network. It's network.entrearchitect.com is the network. It is a network for our community to come together, right? So we can take all of this tens of thousands of people who know who we are within the community and bring them together on a network so we can leverage that community for one another, but also so then we can use that in terms of a collective to be able to do lots of things. And so those are some of the things that we're going to be announcing throughout the day. The next announcement today, this hour's announcement, is that the network is designed to take action. That is what the sort of the ethos of the network will be, and what's one of the things that will make it different than everything else that we're doing. Yes, we're learning a lot at the academy. We occasionally do things that will take action with the expert training sessions, but even that is sort of passive. You can sit back and consume that and then go on your way and get your credit. Everything that we do in the community at the network will be with the idea that we should take action, that we should continuously improve. At the annual meeting, my friend Randy Wilburn presented, and he talked about the 1% incremental improvement. We're going to take that to heart and have daily take actions in the group. So not only will you be able to consume resources and the things that are happening in there, but we're going to encourage you to grow. And with that, the big announcement is that HSW credits are also going to happen in the network. Right now, we get non-HSW credits with every expert training session. We are going to launch in 2023 the expert training session HSW series, and so there'll be a business expert training session and an HSW expert training session every month. So there's going to be 12 of each. So you'll get 12 minimum 12 non-HSWs, and this is new and will only happen in the network, HSW credits, 12 of them every year. And so you don't need to get them anywhere else. If you're a member and you join us in the network and show up to those live events, you'll get your HSW credits for the year. And so that's one of the big things that people were asking for. This network allows us to do that in a really big way. So that's our second big announcement.
Yeah. That was when Mark and I first started talking about, this network and what could this network be and what should it be and, what's the difference and all of those things is, it's, as you know, I am very passionate about this community, and it's fantastic that we have this community, and it's fantastic that we do context and clarity every day, and it's fantastic that we have everything that goes on through all of the Gable Me podcasts, EntreArchitect and Context and Clarity and Build Your Brand and Spaces and practice of architecture and beyond, details and all of the offerings that we have for consumption are fantastic, and all of the mentoring that we have going on inside of the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group, and all the therapy, as some people call it, that's going on inside of the Facebook group. All of that's great, but we also, and I'm guilty of this all the time, I consume a lot all day, every day. Not really all day, every day, but I consume a lot of things. And I know that one of my weaknesses is that while I'm consuming, I may not be doing. And so that was one of the major considerations and major concerns about the network is, what's the differentiator? It's about doing. It's about taking action. And, taking action to get all of your requirements taken care of in the form of HSWs is huge. It's absolutely huge because you can get all of the HSWs, all the required HSWs that you need. I think this is true for every state.
Yeah. Well, what we'll be doing is that we are an AIA CES provider, and so they will be AIA HSWs. We have plans. Hopefully, it's a big system, but we would love to make sure that all states are covered and even build out a transcript process. That takes
Our very own.
lots of people and lots of resources, which is another benefit of a network. We can bring in those resources in order to build those kind of things. And so maybe in the future, full 50 state CES, but right now it's AIA approval. All right, let's bring on our next guest before they jump
bring
off.
Him in. Here we go.
How's it going?
Hey.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Live
that
from.
Didn't work very well.
Well,
get them on the screen there. There we go.
Get close to one another.
There we go.
We are.
There
you go.
There you go.
All right.
Live from Colorado.
Guys. Appreciate you guys jumping on here.
Absolutely. Jeff, I got a quick story for you. I go to the Gold's Gym in the morning, and I kept looking at this guy because he looked just like you. And I'm like, I know this guy. And then I'm like, but Jeff doesn't live by me. I know he doesn't live by me. And I was like, but why do I recognize him? He's one of the civil engineers in town. And he looks pretty much like you. And then I'm finally like, oh, Joel, hey, how's it going? And he didn't recognize me because I grew out my beard in last year and we haven't seen each other in a while. But just funny. Just for like 3 days straight, I'm just like, why is Jeff here? But you weren't.
Nice.
That's awesome. My doppelganger is at the Gold's Gym in Colorado.
Yep.
I haven't been out. I used to go out there all the time to mountain bike, but I haven't been out there for a while. I need to get back out there and go to your Gold's Gym.
Yep. And whenever you do, stop by the office. We'll have fun.
When you're digital, it's easy to replicate yourself. So
yeah.
Let me introduce you guys for anybody who may not know who you are. Alex Gore and Lance Psycho, partners of F9 Productions out in Colorado. Fantastic firm doing some great work. Also, the co-hosts of Inside the Firm podcast. Go subscribe, Inside the Firm podcast. It's essentially their executive partner meeting, and they share it with the world. One of my favorites. I don't miss them. So it's a show that you should subscribe to as well if you're not subscribed already. Inside the Firm podcast. So guys, you are our second guest. I wanted you to jump on because you've been a supporter of me and a supporter of EntreArchitect for many, many, many years. And today is our 10-year anniversary of EntreArchitect.com. And the EntreArchitect platform, and you guys are a big part of that growth. And so I just wanted to come on and have a chat and recognize you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. We love the EntreArchitect community. We love the podcast, everything you guys are doing. So it's absolutely great. I do have 2 questions for you if I can steal the show.
Yeah. Well, that's why you're on here. This is just a casual conversation. What's your question?
Yeah. So given it's the 10-year anniversary, you guys have seen a lot. Took in a lot of content, talked to a lot of people. My first question over the 10 years is, what have you seen that you feel like architects are really doing right? And I have an answer for this, but I wonder from your perspective, like, what are the wins that you see that architects are really doing?
Do you want me to start, Jeff? What I'm really excited about is how architects are beginning to recognize their value beyond designing buildings. And I don't ever want that obviously to go away. I want that to continue to grow and to the world to recognize the value of architects designing buildings. But architects are problem solvers, and we're seeing a shift and a recognition of architects building out new software, building out platforms, creating services that are not the traditional architecture firm. And I think that's a really positive thing. I think the more we are out there as architects, being recognized as architects, solving the world's problems, the better the world will be. And so for me, that's really exciting.
Awesome. Jeff?
Yeah, one of the things that's encouraging to me, and of course, this is our labor all of the time, right? Is helping architects build a better business. But first of all, we see the number of small firms growing. We see the number of people that are more confident and willing to take the leap, right? I'm going to go do my own thing. We see that number growing. So I think those are good things. But I think what's most important about that is we see more and more architects taking the business of architecture more seriously.
A big shift in the last 10 years.
It is a big shift. And I think, not to turn this into my philosophy about architecture and academia, but the fact that at least one institution has said, okay, it might be okay for this guy to come and teach pro practice in a very different way. So I've got an undergrad and a grad class now, and it's very different than the pro practice class that I had, probably that you had when you were in school. It's got a different focus, and that is the focus on the business of architecture. And after having done this for a few years now, taught these classes for a few years, I actually have professors saying, hey, thanks for teaching this in this way, because there's this recognition that we do need to be serious about architecture as a business. And that's encouraging to me, that there are more people that are saying, yeah, okay, there's this thing that's more than design, that's more than, whatever it is that we used to think about, or the way that we used to look at it. I think it's encouraging that, you guys are a great example at F9, right? Certainly you focus on design. Certainly you focus on the skills of being an architect, everything that goes into being an architect with a big A, but you're also very focused on the business of what you do and how you do it. And that takes a variety of forms, and it's evolved over the years, obviously, knowing you guys and your craft. But I think that's what's encouraging to me, is there's a fundamental shift in the way that we're doing things.
Yeah. You see anything?
I just had a different question. So.
Oh, okay. What is it?
What's your vision for the next 10 years then, Mark? If this is 10 years now, I think it's fun to look back, but looking forward is much more. I think it's a better question. I think it's a better thought process.
So 10 years for EntreArchitect, or 10 years for the profession?
Yep. EntreArchitect specifically.
Yeah. Connecting and serving 100,000 architects worldwide.
Oh,
beautiful. What are you at now? What are we at now? I mean, if you had to put a number on it, like what's a metric? How do you get there?
Well, that is a specific reference to actually connecting them, right? And so our goal is to bring 100,000 architects into the EntreArchitect network, so we know who they are and we can help them succeed, and then also leverage that network to build a better, stronger profession through that network. That outside of the network, or to answer your question, where are we now? Tens of thousands. I estimate probably just under 100,000 people know who we are, and tens of thousands of architects engage with us in some way, whether it's through the podcast or reading the blog or engaged in social media on one of our platforms. Tens of thousands, so over 50,000 weekly architects specifically engage with us in some way. But the big goal is to take that community of tens of thousands of architects that I have no idea who they are. They know who we are, right? They know who I am, but I don't know who they are. And that's from a leverage point of view, that's useless. It's great that we're out there sharing our knowledge and we're individually getting better, but we're not improving the profession unless we come together in a focused way and then leverage that knowledge and power to make a difference in the world. Beautiful. 10 years, next 10 years, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you do a vision board?
Not outside of my head.
Oh, I would encourage you to maybe try one. I'm doing one this year. My wife and I over the weekend.
I will do that, Lance.
Both did one. And then I text Mr. Al Gore sitting here about one of the goals, and I think it's important. Like I even described this particular number for this big project that we're going after now, and hopefully going to submit a proposal for today. I described it as like, imagine those numbers glittering in black and gold with sparkling with diamonds. And so I'm thinking about your $100,000 member number.
Yeah.
And how powerful your mind can be for visualizing and manifesting that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to do that, Lance. That's an excellent suggestion. I've heard of that before. I've considered it in the past. I actually posted on LinkedIn this weekend. I went to Barnes and Noble with my daughter yesterday or the day before. And I bumped into the magazine stand in Barnes and Noble. I haven't been at a Barnes and Noble in probably 10 years. And I saw that, and it brought me immediately back.
I was going to ask if your daughter had ever been in a Barnes and Noble.
No, that's her first time she was ever in a Barnes and Noble.
Oh my goodness.
And while she was looking for the books she wanted to buy, I went over to the newsstand, and it took me right back to my fascination with magazines, and Entrepreneur Magazine and Fast Company Magazine. And I looked at that, and I'm like, I'm going to have a magazine on that stand someday, because that's one of my dreams. My dream is to have an EntreArchitect magazine that is like the Fast Company for entrepreneur architects, that highlights what we do and how we do it, and talk about the success stories and make them superheroes. And that's one of the things that I will do. It's just a matter of when we will do that. Another benefit of networking. And then I walked over to the business section, the book section, and I looked at that, and I said, there's going to be several EntreArchitect books, because we already have plans for that, on those shelves with those other business books. And so that's all going to be on that visioning board.
So, Mark, we need to be accountability partners, because my wife told me weeks ago.
Well, that's what it's about. That is exactly what it's about. It's inspiration and accountability. I mean, it's putting like the tangible
part of it.
Yeah. And I told her I'd do it, but I didn't. Now Lance is saying, so me and you are behind the ball. So if you are ever doing it, you got to text me and say, I'm doing it.
Got it. I will do it. And when I do it, I will text you.
Same.
Yeah.
And I want to encourage everybody else who's watching us do it too.
Perfect. I'm going to send you up, when I get home tonight in my home office, I'm going to try to remember to send you a personal text with mine. So for even further.
Definitely do that. Please do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I want to encourage everybody else to do it, and then share theirs as well. Yeah. So we can all be inspired by you.
Nice. That can be, a post on EntreArchitect.
Yeah. Yeah. Do it in the private group.
There's some comments about 100,000, on the screen right now, and we'll discuss this more as we go throughout the day. But I just wanted to, what does that mean? What does the 100,000 mean? And that was a great question, Lance. I mean, where's the network? Where are the people? Where are everybody connecting? Of course, you guys have a great podcast the EntreArchitect podcast. There's the Facebook group. In some way, these are the people that are interacting. But how do you put numbers on things? And so, as Mark and I have talked about this a lot, in the past, one of the places that I turned was a small firm exchange, the knowledge community for AIA. It's like, where do we come up with numbers? And so on the small firm exchange page, I guess maybe is what we call it, it says approximately 75% of all firms within the AIA. So just that organization, right? Just AIA, about 90,000 members, 70,000 or 75% of all firms are small firms, and they define that as 10 firms or less, which equates to 14,288 small firms within the organization. Again, they're talking about that at the firm level, right? And so then you start multiplying how many people, what does that mean in terms of people? And that's just in the United States, right? And so as we think about, okay, well, some extrapolating that a little bit, we could go somewhere between 14 and 140,000, right? Just super, super quick, dirty math. Somewhere between 14 and 140,000 is the number of architects that we're talking about. And that's, again, just in the United States, just within that organization. So we know it's a much bigger number than that. And when we start looking at the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group and the people that are with us live now, I mean, we've seen Venezuela, we've seen Nicaragua, we've seen Netherlands, we've seen Scotland. We know that we have our friends in South Africa and in Australia. So all throughout the world, what does it mean to bring people together and create this network of people that are connected, a very solid connection here. Hey, I've got a question about this. I've got a question about that. How do we do this? How do we act on that? That's really what we're talking about here, is building this network. And of course, there are lots of questions that go along with that. But what does it mean to build a network where someone in Australia can ask someone in Nicaragua or the Netherlands, or a question, or say, hey, how would you like to collaborate on this project, or help me out with getting this done, which is a big question right now. How do we get stuff done is one of the biggest questions in the business right now. That's part of the power, just a small part of the power that we're talking about right now.
And then to add on to that, I can't remember the AIA numbers. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but I believe that their numbers are 75 to 100K. But that always kind of seemed low to me, because how many people are in that? One, you can go to college and be a drafter and continue on that path. And then two, sometimes life gets in the way and you don't fulfill becoming a registered architect. So is that number 150, 200, 250? Right. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I mean, it's of these numbers that I'm pointing out, the 14,288 small firms within the AIA, which is a subset of the larger set, which is American architects, which is a subset of the larger number, which is global architects, which, as you said, if you are all of my students are at Ball State, they're going to some of them are going to graduate in a year, some of them in a year and a half. What about them, right? That have not sat for an exam. Yeah, it's a huge number. And what's the power of bringing that number? And 100,000 is just a drop in the bucket of that overall number. But what's the power of networking? That a portion of that number. My undergrad students, it was actually due at 6 p.m. last night, by the way. If you're one of my students and you're on right now, did you get your homework done? Right? It's this cumulative LinkedIn assignment, because they're all going out on their required internship period starting in January. And so teaching them the power of networking via LinkedIn. Right. And that's we many of us participate in LinkedIn, use LinkedIn as a platform. What about a platform? What about a network that's just architects, architecture students, et cetera, that can engage with each other, collaborate, support each other, et cetera?
And that 100,000 is licensed and unlicensed. So educated as architects.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
When I say 100,000, it doesn't mean 100,000 licensed architects, period. I'm talking about the EntreArchitect community, right? The hundreds of thousands of architects, people who have been educated as architects, architecture students, non-licensed architects and licensed architects.
Absolutely. Well, we have to leave here pretty soon, but we hope you hit that vision. We're here to help you. Just reach out, let us know.
Will do. We're going to need a lot of help. So I appreciate that.
We are.
Yeah.
Spread the word.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
We appreciate it.
For all you guys do.
Thank you guys.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. As those guys drop out, it's great to have them. It's in the South, which is where I'm originally from. You'd have Old Home Week, right? It's sort of homecoming, or I don't know what another name for it would be, but all those people coming in and out that have been with you for so long. It's great to have this visitation.
It is. It's great talking with old friends. Everybody who we have lined up for this event today are people who have contributed to making the EntreArchitect community what it is today. Some of them are architects, some of them are allies. They are all friends. They are all people who have contributed to building our community and contributing valuable knowledge on a regular basis. And so it's great to have Alex and Lance join us. They supported us very, very early on. They do great work at their podcast. I really encourage you to subscribe to their podcast. It's like listening into their partner meeting. They no filters, love them or leave them. Sometimes they say things that really will provoke you to think, and sometimes they're controversial, but they always are contributing and giving and sharing. And they definitely fulfill the mantra of love, learn, share. They're doing it every week on their podcast.
Well, I think that the no filter approach, and I don't know if they call it that necessarily, but I think
No.
you get that authenticity.
Yeah.
Right. It's they're not filtering, because they're giving you that look. If this is how the sausage is really made.
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is, most of us are filtering a lot, right? You don't get to see the behind the scenes, the real conversations of very many firms, of very many people, and that's I think that's part of the beauty of what you're getting through their podcast, is that you're getting, it's real.
They share. I mean, I believe, and I don't know this for a fact, but I believe it is their weekly meeting. I think this is the way they communicate with one another. They run their firm like two individual firms. They have their own clients. They have a combined staff. Obviously, their books are all combined, as far as I know. But if you go to from the very beginning, if you listen from episode 1 on, you'll actually see and hear the evolution of their firm, F9 Productions, and why it's called that, and all of the things that they share. They bring their struggles to, right? If they're trying to figure out how they're going to deal with a client or an employee, they do it right there in the podcast. You can hear the light bulbs go off when they have this brilliant idea, and they share it right there, and they talk it through, and and then later on, as it evolves, you hear the next big idea that they have, or an update on that other, the last big idea that they had and what they did to execute on it. It's really interesting. So we have another guest coming in soon. I'm looking forward to this one, and another longtime friend. Let's see here.
While you're looking for that, one of the things I see in the comments, I really appreciate this, is we've got some folks trying out the EntreArchitect Network. So let me throw again, network.entrearchitect.com. It's in the lower left of your screen right now. Go check it out. There's 2 options. If you want to dip your toe in the water and try it out, there's an option for that. If you say, hey, I'm all in and I want to jump in feet first, there's an option for that. And as Mark described earlier, right, if you're already a member of the Academy, if you're already a mastermind member, check your email, because there will be a migration, right? I described this earlier as we're creating our own place that's not dependent. And we're not abandoning Facebook or any of that. This is all additional, but it is a place for us to provide a better user experience, a better place, so to speak, than what we have right now. This EntreArchitect has been an evolution over the last 10 years, and this is the next step in the evolution. So if you're already an Academy member or Mastermind member, check your email, because there are some instructions in there for you.
Let me make a clarification on that. The emails that went out this morning are Mastermind members only.
Okay.
If you are a member of the EntreArchitect Academy, so a member of the Academy membership, but not a Mastermind. So if you're a Mastermind, go check your email. If you're not, you can join free for 30 days. If you're a regular monthly member at EntreArchitect Academy, you can cancel that membership. because the network gives you access back to the academy, and so we're not expecting you to get double dipped here. We only want you to get charged once, and this isn't about making millions of dollars. This is about growing this network and leveraging the network. That takes money, right? To be honest and blunt about it, this is not a way for us to all get rich. This is a way for us to make the world a better place. And we can't do it for free, right? This is how this works. By you signing up, you're contributing to our dreams, our collective dreams. You're making this happen. It won't happen unless we all come together in some way. And so this is the way that we're going to start doing this. And so by you joining and paying for it, you are contributing to what we're building in a big way. And so the mastermind groups, check your email. We're going to transition mastermind groups over slowly. And so that free time that you have in there is so you can get in there and access it. And then we're going to work with your individual mastermind groups to transition you over so it's nice and smooth. There's not going to be any rush, no urgency to do any of that. If you are a quarterly or annual member of the academy and you want to make that transition now, you can email admin@EntreArchitect.com and say, hey, I'm a quarterly member or an annual member, and we can send you links that will give you a free certain amount of time to sort of compensate for what you've already paid at Academy. Then you can cancel the Academy, get those free months free at the network, and then it'll adjust as the time goes on. And so there are opportunities for all of us to join today and do that. If you're an ally, be patient. We have ideas for you as well. You'll be invited in your own way. If you're a student, also we have ideas for scholarships to join the network as well. So you could either join today for the free 30 days, but we're also going to work that out. And right now we want to focus on getting the architects on. We want to make sure that the network works, sort of work out the kinks, and then we'll slowly migrate existing members and invite others to join us.
And there are some really great questions about what does 100,000 mean, and we will address those as we go. And like we said, we're going to have a guest top of every hour, a big announcement at the half of every hour, and we're going to bring in our next guest here.
We can address some of those questions with our next guest because he will he'll have some thoughts about it as well.
We certainly can. And the one thing I wanted to point out is that I do really appreciate the people that are going through they've jumped into the network and they're looking around and they're checking it out, and they're making some great comments about what they're seeing over there in the network. Leslie and Earl both, I see their comments, and others. So thank you for checking it out and sharing your feedback on that. And again, go to network.entrearchitect.com if you have not already to see what I'm talking about. We're at the top of the hour, a little past the top of the hour, so let me reset here just real quickly. First of all, welcome. If you just joined us, it's great to have you. You've happened upon the EntreArchitect Webathon. Today is 12/12/22, December 12th, 2022. Mark R. LePage, who is on the screen here with me. I don't know if he's on the left or right. It's on my left as I'm looking at it. He's the founder of EntreArchitect. On 12/12/12, December 12th, 2012, he threw down the gauntlet. He talked about his 12/12/12 project, which would change his life. If you're here, it has probably changed your life in some way. He talked about the transition from what used to be the Entrepreneur Architect blog into what is now the EntreArchitect Academy, the mastermind groups, the podcast, the community, all of those things. And so today we're celebrating 10 years of EntreArchitect, the evolution of EntreArchitect, and we're talking about the next 10 years of EntreArchitect and what that's going to be, what that means, what the dreams are, what the new realities that we're just announcing today, what those things are. And at the top of every hour, we're bringing in a new guest, and at the half hour of every hour, we are making another big announcement. So, Mark, are you ready to bring in our
let's
next
do
guest? All right, let me click this button here, and our next guest will join us.
Hi, everyone.
It's not Jerry Lewis.
It's
Rod Werner.
definitely
Rod Werner
not
says,
Jerry
Isn't
Lewis.
it Jerry Lewis? It's not Jerry Lewis. Our next guest is Robert Hune from the CEO of Monograph.
Thanks for having me, everyone.
We should
Thanks
have
for
an
having me,
applause
Mark.
button. We don't have any applause sound effects.
Yeah, we
Robert,
don't have the sound effects queued up.
Thank you for joining us today. We have all throughout the day, we're bringing on guests who've been contributing to our community throughout the years. And you, my friend, have been a supporter of me personally, and a supporter of EntreArchitect from very, very, very early on. One of my facilitators and a good friend, Marilyn Modinger, facilitator of Academy Small Group number 3, one of the founding groups, introduced us through email, said, hey, this guy should know this guy. And she emailed us and said, you guys should meet. And that was, I don't know, that was probably close to the beginning of EntreArchitect. It was pre-Monograph. It was section cut time. I think it may have even been when you just around where you launched section cut, the original section cut, not the event. And we've been connecting on a regular basis since then. And you have been a confidant and an advisor and a good friend throughout all these years. And I wanted to have you come on here and just say thank you for your support.
Mark, thanks for having me. It goes both ways. I can equally say exactly the same thing about you, Mark. So I'm proud to be a partner. I'm excited to be a partner. And I'm so happy to be part of this journey of yours. And today is a very special day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we meet on a no, it's not a regular schedule, but we'll every once in a while we'll catch up and we'll send an email and say, hey, we need to talk, and we just sit and talk. And we never really have a specific agenda. It's usually just catching up to see how Monograph is doing and how EntreArchitect is doing, and to help one another grow. And it's a true ally relationship here, and it's always been that way. And lots of the companies that support our community, I see as allies, right, as partners. That you and what you've done with Monograph is helping our community build better businesses through the technology that you create. As an architect, as someone who's educated as an architect, you understand us and you recognize what we need and our support better than anybody else doing what you do. And so to watch the evolution of Monograph from what it was before what it is today to reinventing it and launching it and then having the meteoric growth that you've been having both as a company and as a platform. It's so exciting to watch Monograph grow.
Well, Monograph's success is really everyone's success. We're really here is trying to solve everyone's problems. We're made up of a whole team of ex-architects with amazing engineers and amazing other professionals that support the work of architects. So I wouldn't be here without your work. I wouldn't be here without the community. I wouldn't be here without the network. And to speak about earlier about the meeting without agendas, I love that.
Yeah, me too.
Right, I think that's the true meaning of an ally or of a friend. We can all imagine I would not call a friend out to go for a beer and be like, I have an agenda. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
I wanna have a drink or a beer with you, Mark. I want an update because I care and because I'm genuinely interested. And I think that's the foundation for any fruitful long-term relationship. is you meet because you want to meet. You don't meet because there's a business agenda.
And I want to also acknowledge you for challenging me. You probably more than almost anybody, other than my wife, maybe. When we meet, you.
Well, we have Jeff here.
Well, Jeff and I are partners and allies, and we support one another and encourage one another and grow with one another as well. But when you and I meet, you challenge me. Like if I have an idea, you want me to go deeper. You want me to answer why. You really challenge me. And then you also share your thoughts and you share your advice sometimes, but usually encouragement, right? And show me a different perspective of what I'm talking to you about than I would have otherwise seen. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because lots of the things that have happened over the years at EntreArchitect have been these dreams of mine. Right? Something inspires me to launch the blog originally, right? Something inspired me to launch the podcast, and the community encouraged me to launch EntreArchitect.com. But many of the things since then, and very specifically what we announced this morning at EntreArchitect.com, at network.entrearchitect.com, the EntreArchitect network, was a direct result of our meetings. Probably not the last time we met, but in the last year, one of our meetings, you and I talked about the future of what EntreArchitect could be and should be, and the impact that it could and should have. And you made me realize that this needs to be a bigger dream, and I need to take action on it. I can't just keep dreaming about it. I need to show results, and that was the key. You challenged me to take it to the next level so we can show the world some results. I had no way of quantifying the number of architects in our community. I had no way of qualifying who they are and what they do. I had no way of sort of funding any of the dreams that I talked about, other than the things that we were doing at the academy. And that challenge was one of the inspirations for focusing and launching the network, because that does that. It focuses the network. It allows all of these architects throughout the world to come together and share who they are and what they do. So then we can leverage that community in a really big, powerful way. And we'll start bringing in some of the funding that we need to grow those dreams that we as a collective have. And I thank you for that. I thank you for that encouragement and that inspiration and the challenge.
Well, Mark, I expect you to push me because I'm looking for more inspiration these days too. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I remember that conversation. It was really, really fun. I'm just really happy that you allow and give me the space and the comfort to have an open dialogue, a transparent dialogue for us to push each other. That's something that's really rare. I saw that the first time we've met, and it still is till today. You don't come around and things click. And when things click, I can at least tell you what I do is I hold on tight. I cherish this relationship. I want us to stay close, and I want to make sure that I help when I'm needed. I try to be as helpful as possible, and I see you doing the same for me.
Yeah. Tell me about Monograph and what's happened in the past few years, because I want our community to recognize the growth that you've had and how and why that happened, because I want you to inspire them.
Oh wow! And see if I can apply some quantifiable metrics so we can kind of get a sense of scale. I think this version of Monograph, and Mark, and you've had me in older podcasts, so there was another version of Monograph prior, but this version of Monograph has only been around for about 3 years. in 3 years' time, moving from 0 customers, so 0 architects using Monograph, to we're gonna get really close to 800 before we close out this year.
Awesome.
So that's 800 firms that employed well over 3,000 architects.
Yeah.
Doing better today than they were yesterday in regards to their business and practice operations. And we still, as a company, still have a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of features we still have to work on. There's still a lot of workflows we still have to work on. But it's been a rocket ship to go from 0 to 800 in just a short period of time. And hopefully, if you do this again 1 year from now, we might be crossing the 2,000 number line, which would be insane. We also track architects' project value because we want to start helping architects understand the value they bring to the world. So from a project dollar perspective, we are trending almost to $2 billion of architectural work.
Wow.
Which is also from 0 to 2 billion.
Yeah.
Since the time you were there when Monograph started. When things grow this fast, I can tell you, I aged 10 times faster. Not easy, but it's been such an amazing journey, and for us to continue that relationship along the way, it's been really, really cool.
Yeah, the one of the reasons why I invite you to be the partner at EntreArchitect and the things that you do. You were the title sponsor of the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting, is because you are a true ally. The company, Monograph, is a true ally of our community. That the work that you're doing is making our community more successful. And because your team are former architects, you understand how we think, and not only from a functional point of view, but about the user interface is beautiful of Monograph, right? That the design of the software matters to our community, right? That if you look at a lot of software, it could be the best thing in the world and it functions great and it does amazing things, but if it's ugly, we're not going to even start it, right? We're not going to even look at it. And so the design of Monograph is beautiful as well.
Well, we're all ex-architects here, so like I don't think we're ever going to do anything that's not, let's say, aesthetically pleasing. It's just not going to pass mustard, and that's just inherent to our DNA. And I think building a team, and we have an incredible team at Monograph. I would not be able to do this alone. It takes, just like the growth of EntreArchitect, it takes the entire community. Same here at Monograph. The growth of Monograph takes the entire team. And when you have a team that truly cares, it's all that matters. And really what that means is, like, if you're customer facing and there's a problem and a customer sees something that we didn't see, you know what we do? We get on a call and we listen. That's all. That's the best thing we can do, is just get on a call, listen. After the call, we write it down and we figure out how to work on it. And that starts with like building a team that actually cares and really just wants to listen as first principle.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
We should, as unbelievable as it may be, there might be someone that's either joining us right now or may join, watch the replay at some point, that isn't familiar or is not a user of Monograph. So, Robert, in a nutshell, I'll ask you the same thing that I ask my students. What's the problem that you've identified, and what's the solution to the problem?
And before you do that, Robert, I just want to clarify that this is not a Monograph commercial.
No, it's not.
It's getting a little too heavy, Monograph. Yeah.
Is because he is a supporter of our community and a friend of mine, and Monograph is helping our community grow. But it just wanted to make that clear because it's starting to sound like a commercial. But
the reason I asked is, number one, there may be somebody that's not familiar, but Rod asked a good question. He says, "What was missing?" Yeah, what was missing that you found. So let's get the monograph backstory a little bit here.
Yeah.
Well, I want to reiterate, I don't want to turn this into a monograph thing. I'll describe it as fast as I can. And if anyone is truly interested, the best way to learn more is just to visit us. Is at monograph.com. We are a time tracking project management solution for architects. For the real architects that are every day that makes up a majority of the industry, we're designed for small firms. If you've been in the industry, I'm sure you've heard of Deltek and a few others that are designed for large firms. And the problem we saw was no one's building software for the 90% of the industry. Why? That's 90% of the entire industry that's working without tools. So me and my co-founders got to work, and we're committed, continue committed, that this is the best thing that we can do for the entire industry, which is to solve problems for the majority of the industry. And I think on that note, we should stop talking about monograph.
Well, and I think that's a great segue back around to talking about the EntreArchitect network.
Yeah.
Right? We've been talking for about 2.5 hours, almost 2.5 hours at this point, about this network that we've just launched, about the goal of connecting 100,000 architects around the world. And what does that mean? What does it mean to have 100,000 architects connected, or a large number of architects connected? Part of what that means is leverage, right? As Robert pointed out, he's looking at a problem and 90% of firms are not served. This problem's not being solved for 90% of the firms that are out there. Well, if we have a large network of firms, we can raise our hand and say, hey, so-and-so, or hey, industry, here's a problem that's not being addressed for these types of firms. Why not? What are you going to do about that? Because we have a vested interest in this network of having that problem solved in a way that really speaks to and really supports entrepreneurial small firms. And so that's a big part of what we're talking about here, is the leverage, not only to take, a small practitioner, Ed Shannon, who's actually written a book on being a sole practitioner architect. He's in Des Moines, Iowa. Ed's a guy that has a firm that does fantastic work. But what if there are 100,000 Eds or 100,000 like Ed that are connected in a network that suddenly have the power to say, hey, we need a better answer to this question, or a better solution to this problem. And that's, that, as Robert said, they identified a problem, 90% of, or a problem that wasn't being solved for 90% of the industry. What if we can change that dynamic? What if we can change that conversation?
Strength in numbers. It's really,
absolutely,
really, really straightforward. Like, can EntreArchitect continue to scale and grow that network to a sizable amount where, in strength of numbers, our voices are heard?
Right.
And I believe that. I think Jeff and Mark, you believe that, and that's why you're here today, celebrating a 10-year mark, and what's going to be exciting, another 10 to come.
Yeah.
And I am only privileged and honored to be to see you grow along the way, because I do believe strength in numbers matters, and I think that's how we're going to get the voices of everyone who's in that range group of the 90% heard. On the practice side, on the value side, on the management side, on the network side, there's so many advantages when the community really starts to come to its full potential. But it does take scale.
Right. It requires individual architects to come together. And what I envision is individual architects, individual firms practicing as individual firms, coming together and leveraging that power as a collective. Right now you continue to do what you do, But not only do you have the support of other members, but as we grow, we can provide the support that you need as an architect, both in tools and technology, but maybe even as human resources, right? That if we have, 100,000 architects connected and networked, and we have the funds to grow a team to be able to help support you in the things that you don't want to do, or don't, can't do, or don't have the time to do, right? Small firm architect business owners are wearing dozens of hats. What if a network can grow and provide the support to take some of those hats away for you? That's the opportunities that we have with a network.
I'm excited. I think
Yeah.
the bigger the network, the more opportunities that are going to present itself. And the value add is to make sure that we, as individuals, don't feel lonely. We're not alone. We're going to continue to do work that's incredible, and not feeling lonely is really, really important. And for that, Mark, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's a big part of the community today. That's when we ask that question of why are you a member of the community, that's a big one, is that it allows us to come together and there we go. All right. So Robert, I know that you have things to do and places to go and software to attend to. We appreciate you. We appreciate you being a part of our story, part of our community, and I appreciate you for being my friend. Thanks for being here.
It goes both ways. Thanks for having me. It is a Monday, and like every other Monday, it's packed. I'm sorry I can't stay the whole time, and I hope to check back in a little bit later in the day.
Yeah, click. You have the link, so pop in anytime you want. We're going to be here all day.
Okay. Thanks for having me. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Robert. All right. As we let Robert slide out there, it is the half hour, so it's time for another announcement.
Half hour. All right. So for those of you who are just signing on, every hour on the half hour, we're announcing a new announcement. We're going to be doing it all day, and I'm going to recap what we announced earlier. So in case you missed it, earlier this morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, I announced the launch of EntreArchitect Network, which is a community-based platform for our community of EntreArchitects. It is a place where we can take that community of architects, those tens of thousands of architects that engage with us on a weekly basis, that we don't know who you are, but you know who we are, and bring them together into a network in order for us as a collective to be able to leverage the power of the network. And so network.entrearchitect.com is the place where you can go learn about that. You can sign up for free for 30 days and check it out. If you are a mastermind member, check your email inbox. There is a link there for you to learn more information and access that network today. If you are a member of the EntreArchitect Academy, the basic membership, you can join for free for 30 days and cancel your Academy membership because you have access to the Academy from the network. If you are a quarterly or annual member, email admin@entrearchitect.com and Dawn will help get you organized and send you links to be able to get you transitioned over. So that was what I announced at 9:30. At 10:30, we announced that we are going to launch in January an AIA HSW expert training session program. So you will have, as a member, a minimum of 12 HSW expert training sessions, live sessions, webinars that include HSW credits, in addition to the already 12 expert training session business sessions that are non-HSW. Those will continue as well. And so that's what we announced, and that the network, the whole reason for the network on a daily basis will be for you to take action, to grow your firm, whether that means grow financially, whether it grows culturally, whether it grows quantitatively. The intent is to help you grow your architecture firm. What I'm going to announce today, or at 11:30 here, is the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit. So in November, we had a live event called the EntreArchitect Community Annual Meeting. It was a huge success. And a few of the people who were planned to speak there, who were scheduled to speak for other reasons, couldn't make it. And so that inspired me to invite them to still present, but we're going to do it as an online presentation. And if this works, we will do this annually as well. This is an online event that will be a half day. So I think it's from 12 to 5, January 13th, 2023. We're going to have Shannon Lee from Win Without Pitching. We're going to have Gene Cohn, the CEO of, or the chairman of KPF, was supposed to be our keynote in Austin, and because of health reasons, he could not make it. And as long as his health is good and he's cleared to join us on January 13th, he will present his presentation there as well. And then we also invited several other people to come and join us that day as well. There will be AIA credits as well for that. And so that will be members only, though. So you have to be a member of the network to attend that. It'll be free, but it will be members only. We may sell tickets outside of the network, but you're going to be if we do, it will be expensive, because we want people to be in the network. And so the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit, January 13th, 2023. Looking forward to it.
That's really exciting. And, you mentioned selling tickets, and, you've noticed by now that there's obviously, with launching today, there's still a lot of things that have to be figured out. There's a lot of logistics, and as Mark mentioned, there's an email address. I've noticed some comments in the comments section, Mr. Obvious, about trouble with this, that, or the other, or I tried this. Admin at EntreArchitect.com is set up, and we will do our best. And by we, it's probably mainly Dawn. we'll do her best to help answer questions and get things straightened out. So there's all of those things. But I was just thinking, as you were talking about selling those tickets, possibly. But the fact that the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit is free to members, and the expert training sessions, which have been a monthly staple, which is 1 CEU credit, typically non-HSW, but 1 CEU credit every month for a total of 12. And now the HSW program, which is 1 HSW CEU credit every month. And, you think about, I wasn't necessarily planning on putting in these terms, but you think about the value just of that, just the transactional value of 12 non-CEU, 12 12 non-HSW, and 12 HSW credits, plus the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit. Just the transactional value of that is tremendous, let alone what we're building here, what we're launching here. If you're looking for a value, we've been advised, what's your value proposition? Well, that's the transactional value proposition is a no-brainer. It's a knock it out of the park. The rest of it, I guess we could just consider as gravy.
Yeah. And I want to make one clarification, because the email that was sent out to Mastermind members this morning, that gives you free 30 days, or no, 90 days, three months free in the network. That will be canceled before that is over, right? So that's just a way for you to get into the network and have access to it for 3 months. it will be canceled because we're going to transition the mastermind members over separately, and the price is going to be commensurate to what you're paying now. And so you won't pay for masterminds. It's not the same price as the regular network, but it'll be commensurate to what you're paying now as a mastermind member. So we're not increasing the prices tremendously. It'll be around the same price as what you're paying now, but it won't be to have access as a mastermind member, and the things that will happen as a mastermind member, which will be in addition to the regular network activities, that will be around the same price of what you're paying now. And so that link that I sent to you is a $49 a month link, but that's just so you can get in there and have the 3 months free. We're going to coordinate with you later on to clarify all that.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I think that's important to point out. This is not layers upon layers of new expense. If you're already paying as an Academy member, mastermind member, this is not another hit. This will be basically a transition over to a new platform in a way. It's one way to look at it. And I see Christian said, I just registered for the network. First impression is fantastic. So we're getting a lot of those comments. We really appreciate that. We've got a couple of guests in the green room. Do you want to bring somebody out?
Yeah, we can bring them both out. We also have one other person that's probably going to be signing in, but we can, if we have room on the screen, we can bring them all in together.
Oh, we've got room. You saw the Brady Bunch, right? Right. Let me click some buttons here and bring some folks in. Let's see what we can.
Mark Zweig is in the house.
Hey, everybody.
How are you? How's Arkansas?
Great. It's kind of cold and gray out there today, and the guy across the street's blowing us. It's fantastic. I usually prefer to sit.
And we have Earl Parson from Clever Moderns.
Hey, everybody.
As well.
Hey,
Mark, I missed you.
Like
what you
guys
say?
have a lot of plans. I was saying, it looks like you've got a lot of nerds. Very exciting.
We have a lot of plans. Just so you know, Mark, your connection is, we're getting some of what you're saying, but not all of it. But yes, we have big plans. We announced a new network for the EntreArchitect community today. I wanted to have you join us today because you also are a longtime friend of EntreArchitect and a friend of mine. Every time that you and I connect and talk, we can talk all day. We have that entrepreneurial spirit that connects between the two of us, and we have cars in common. You're a big car guy and car restoration guy, and that's in my blood. My dad, not only I told the story of my mom and dad earlier when I introduced the webinar this morning, the Webathon, but my dad is also a Corvette collector. So there's another fun tip. He is a Corvette. We actually still have 3 Corvettes in the garage where my mom and dad live in New Jersey. But at one time he had like 20 Corvettes in all different stages. Like there were some that were, just raw bodies, and others were, full briner blue NCRS, award winners.
I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. So the car connection is big as well.
Well, you wanted to keep my dad. He was unbelievable. His first job was taking cars apart in a junkyard, and he let's just say he came to doing anything that we wanted to try to keep him away from our stuff. He had a Model T axle that was his favorite tool to use, and it didn't matter doing it. It called for him breaking out his Model T axle, and that was scary.
Oh boy.
Right. So we kept him away. So, but anyway, it's exciting to see what you're doing for your members. It's great to create a community of like-minded people who are interested in their lives.
Yeah, well, thank you. You, if anybody doesn't know, you are the founder of the Zwei Group, among other companies. But most people will probably know you from the Zwei Group, larger firm consulting company, essentially, right? That's typically what you focus on. But you've been a big inspiration to me by the work that you do. That the work that the Zwei Group does contributes to the success of the profession in a very big way. And my hopes and goals are that EntreArchitect and the network that we've launched today will have a similar impact on the small firms and the entrepreneur architects of the world. And so thank you for that inspiration, and thank you for the work that you've done throughout the years.
Well, thanks. It's been my pleasure. Fortunately, I was just kind of the front end guy, but had a lot of people doing a lot of background. But no, it's it's been a very rewarding thinking about sort of where we started out and where the company. I'm very proud that we've made the transitions that we have, and proud that we survived the firm. That almost killed it, but fortunately, the place is in really good condition, and they've got such a nice young people that have joined the firm, and older ones as well. But I've got from last semester working there right now, which is really great.
Yeah, and a teacher as well, as you're referencing there. You're teaching entrepreneurial class, right?
I am I'm actually full time. I've been here for 18 years, but teach entrepreneurship at the undergrad level, new venture development, and then small. And it's really interesting when you see architects of a typical sort of college of business, higher education. While I'm lucky, I work for a really enlightened and dean, and a fellow named Matt Waller. If you look at how entrepreneurship is taught, it's I'm really out of sync with it's been common, which it tends to emphasize you got that seems to be what they're into, and market value product idea. You've got to do a business plan with an attempt to set aside investors, and I'm certainly hesitant, and I always tell them there's a lot of problems associated with it. If you think debt has strings attached, they say equity has, but I like that. And then just those that you have to do something startup oriented, but not necessarily let's keep it going oriented. It's really the test of any business, right? Whether you can keep it going. So I really enjoyed it, and it's great working with the students. And I have been architecture and engineering students as well. We eliminated all the prereqs for non-business majors, and because we want other folks like you all serve to some of the same concept.
Yeah, I think the profession is moving in that direction. I think that architects of our generation that are sort of the transition between the way it was and the way it's going to be, and the next generation of architects is coming to the profession with entrepreneurism native to them, right? That they have seen it on the internet. They see businesses being grown on the internet. They are coming to us, both tech natives and entrepreneur natives, and so the whole world is going to shift in that direction. But the profession will shift in that direction as well. And part of what the EntreArchitect Network will allow us to do is to be able to encourage that and provide the resources and the support to continue that growth of the profession. And so I also just wanted to mention the new book. If you are looking for a new book to read, Confessions of an Entrepreneur is Mark Zweig's just recently released. I have an autographed copy, so you can't have mine, but it's a great book. It tells the stories of some of the lessons and stories that Mark has shared over the years.
Thanks.
So
we were pleased. We got an award,
cool.
Which is books that have a social impact. So with that, and an audio edition is now being developed, because I know so many.
Great. That means Jeff can read it.
Yeah, there you go, Jeff. If he'd be so kind, but now you two guys are the right guys to do this. For your obviously know this business super well, and you're both creative and talented and nice and trying to do what you do, and that's great. Not just recycling the same old crap that some of us have heard for just so long. It gets tiresome.
Well, that's one of the biggest benefits of building our own network, right? That I support all of the organizations and all of the groups that are working to build a better profession, but I can't control those, right? I can't influence those at the level that we can influence this community. And by bringing us all together, we can all benefit from that growth and that success that we will have as a community. And so I'm really excited about that. Earl Parson is with us as well. Earl is a longtime member. He is a good friend, an inspiration. You can check out the work that he does at Parson Architecture, but also Clever Moderns is his company and his passion. He is building an empire around Quonset huts. Yes, Quonset huts. He is building a compound in the desert and sharing it to the world, and showing others how to do that, and inspiring them to do that, and providing services and plans on how others can do that. And out there telling the story about what architects do, right? That individual architect, Earl Parson, with this crazy idea of building a compound of Quonset huts in the desert, has built a huge following and is inspiring people throughout the world to get out there and go build something with these structures that are prefabricated. And that's a big movement in the industry is prefabrication, and the Quonset hut is one of the first prefabricated structures. And so
thank God he's not. I'm going to say thank God you're not doing it with shipping containers, because I think that's right.
So I have Mark, you are too kind. I'm thrilled to be here. But on shipping containers, I just have to share this. So I think one of the best marketing paragraphs I've ever written is I have an email tutorial series. And when people go to my website and sign up, then if anybody wants my email series, go to Clever Moderns and put your email in. You'll get my automatic. It's like 5 or 6 daily emails that talk about Quonset huts. And one of the early emails in the series, it's like the first. There's like a 1 or 2 kind of welcoming ones, but then like the first one with any substantial material in it, really. I talk about the journey that people go through to when they arrive at Quonset huts, and most of these are people that are, owner builders, or that kind of thing. Not always, but usually. And they're looking for some kind of an alternative to the conventional, deal. And so they looked at tiny homes, but they realized they're too small. And they looked at, shipping containers, but they realized that this takes so much work to put it all together and make it into a livable thing. And you get these boxy little rooms. And I name off half a dozen kind of alternative housing trends or fads, that are sort of out there. And then sort of then they discover the Quonset hut. And they realize it can be big enough to be livable. It's prefab, so it can be, if you do it right, can be less expensive, like all these things. But I outline the journey to landing on Quonset huts. I get so many comments back from people on that email. You just nailed my journey. Right there. I went on that exact journey till I found you and the Quonset huts. Yeah. And I don't know. It's just this weird thing when you can get inside somebody's mind and figure out what they want, speak to that, you get fans.
Yeah.
And
that's why I wanted you on the Webathon, Earl, because you are such an inspiration, right? That if you can do this with Quonset huts, right? If you have an idea, go after it, because you can do it. You can build it into a business. You could build it into a platform. You could build it into a community.
You can do it. And it takes, it takes effort, and it may take more effort than a lot of people realize. But the thing is, 10 years ago, let's go back 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 years ago, I lived in Los Angeles, and I love Los Angeles, and I miss aspects of it, not everything about it. I'd be doing the dishes with a podcast on, and it would be Mark LePage, this guy that I think probably found you on Twitter, I think at that time. And you end every podcast with, and I'm an entrepreneur architect. And I bent my head, bent my brain into shapes, trying to understand how can I figure out how to go from being a guy that can barely get a remodel job to someone that considers themselves an entrepreneur at all, other than just I'm doing this thing that everyone else is doing in my, profession or whatever. Not everyone, but many struggling to get noticed, get a job. And I got some great clients and did some good work, over the years and stuff. But then I finally started, and journaling, and lots of mornings where I would get up and the first thing I do is write for 45 minutes about how am I going to solve this? What am I going to do? What is my idea? I didn't have an idea. And the first year they did the business plan, the Charette Venture Group business plan competition, I have to give them a huge shout out. Yes. And you were involved in that at the beginning too. I remember. Yes. I really wanted to enter that thing, and I felt like I don't have an idea. I don't have anything to put here. I have a blank page and no ideas. And other than, I want to build nice homes for people and stuff. And who doesn't? So that's all of us. And there's nothing distinguishing about that. And it's just, and I started to hit on this idea of supporting owner builders. And there were two clients. I talked about this on your podcast on that first episode, I'm pretty sure. A woman, I had some furniture in a gallery show. And then, and this was in the recession when there was nothing and nobody had anything. And, it was just, those were hard years. But I got some furniture in a gallery. And the gallery owner put me in touch with a woman that wanted just a little bit of work on her home. It had been beautifully remodeled, but they were kind of close to the end of the sign off. And for a lot of complicated reasons, she was just trying to finish a few things to get it signed off, some railings and just minor stuff on this beautiful modern remodel that she was trying to get wrapped up. And so then she had turned me on to another friend, and then I remodeled some more substantial stuff with her. And then I did a second phase for her later. And we ended up being and they were good friends, and they're both these single women, in their late 50s. And we just hit it off so well. And we would ended up going out for like late sushi dinners on Fridays. And it became this really fun friendship with these two women who had been my clients. And you can't be friends with every client. And some people would say you should never, ever be friends with your clients. But it's different for everyone. And I wanted to create a community. I wanted to have clients where there's a larger community connecting everyone.
Yeah.
So like I had that idea. And I just really loved, I had done work, the homes that you see that you're remodeling, a lot of architects will identify with. Some home maybe built in the post-war years, or it could have been built at any time, but it was built by some like amateur owner builder, but done really well. And so the problems are solved in weird ways, but they can be very inventive and interesting, or just quirky and odd. But this idea that, as architects, we're trained to sort of do things the right way, but that doesn't mean that has to be the only way that things can happen.
Yeah.
And this idea that like people, in some cases, I'm not trying to offend the architects, but like sometimes people just doing their own thing and winging it can sort of invent things that architects couldn't think of because we are too schooled.
Right. Yeah.
In the right way to do it,
Yeah.
And my grandpa on his farm was just a guy that could do anything or did anything himself. And, he was a huge influence on my life. And so this idea that just like someone who's smart and has it together can sort of figure things out, can do some really great things. And probably those are not people that are going to hire architects anyway. But maybe I can figure out a way to like tap into this market that don't think they need architects, and maybe they don't, but maybe there's something to offer them anyway.
Yeah.
And like all these things started coalescing in an idea for the business plan competition. So it was good enough to sort of honorable mention in the business plan competition that year. And when they announced the finalists, I had like, I've never told anyone this. When I was standing in my office in my house in the aftermath of the recession, and things had been rebuilding by then a little bit and stuff. It wasn't quite as bad as that at that point. But when they announced that I was a finalist for the thing, I had a crying meltdown on the floor of my office. Like I couldn't imagine that I had presented an idea that was worthy of it was just like so encouraging to me.
Sally Fields moment. They
it was just unbelievable.
Really like
me that like now this is the arena I'm playing in, And I guess because I had done my homework and like I had done the work.
Yeah.
But it was so validating.
Hey,
and so then sort of the rest is history. And here I have like, now we're doing we're building the compound and all of that. But you just, Mark, you're such a part of my whole journey over the last 10. You and I have journeyed this thing together in a lot of ways, you know.
We've both through the community and individually, one-on-one.
Yeah. And so now what I'm super excited about with your new with the new network is that earlier this year, about in the middle of the summer, late part of the summer, I started setting up. So I've grown my own Facebook group with the Quonset Hut stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm building my own community now off of Facebook, using the same platform, Mighty Networks, that you're building the new network on. And I just think I'm so excited for this. I'm so ready for this.
Yeah.
And I think that the things, just like this summit the business summit that you're going to do, your ability, I'm saying this for everyone because all these things, but your ability to offer just so much stuff that can't happen on sort of this combination of Facebook and Slack, that's the way it's going right now, has been a really great combination of tools that have grown this thing to where it's at. But the EntreArchitect community is like it's kind of hit the wall as far as like where it can go and how it can grow with the tools and platforms that you've grown these things on. And the ability to consolidate all this, there's features in there like you can go in the community on the new network and you can click on members and you can see who's near you.
Right.
You can't do that on Facebook. Facebook like silos everyone, individually, and you can go in
they
there.
They know who we are, but we don't know who we are.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see who's near you. You can strike up a chat with someone who just like is, based on that. You can, I mean, all the ability to have like topic-based discussions. You can't really do that in the Facebook group. It's just this continuous feed, and it goes in the black hole. And the search feature on Facebook is kind of crap. I mean, there's just so much that's going to open up for the community with the new platform. I'm just thrilled.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Earl. I appreciate you being part of it all these years, and those kind words of, of support is really meaningful. Appreciate it.
So I had to pop in and.
Hey,
go ahead, Mark.
Earl, and about the sort of unserved market that you were with your idea of this home builder, of the individual who's building something. I tell you what needs a lot of help are just the flat out home builders. I mean, it's so bad. I mean, we've been in that business ourselves there to do a good job, and I just keep seeing more and more crap and down from higher interest rates. There's going to be a whole lot of these things that aren't. I mean, I don't know what it's like where you all are, but here, if it's modern, that means you just throw at it. Like the more, the merrier. Okay, if you can have one facade that's got on it, that's wonderful. As long as like some of it's corrugated metal or thing, you're okay. Everything's got this garage face forward look because of the narrow lots they're building on. Nobody's figured out how to deal with that. And then you got bathrooms. It's like even expensive houses. I've got some friends, they're building a house and they had it designed by a quote, which basically is, what that means. And I'm looking at this house, input on it. And aside from things like doors that swing the wrong way that people never know, halls you can't move furniture through, but it had, I think, only the primary bathroom, and none of the others. I mean, it's just crazy. These people just keep doing the same over and over and getting away with it, and it's so bad. They need design help.
Mark, that is, there you go. If you're listening or if you're checking this out later, there's your opportunity. I don't think there is right now a platform online that is led by architects for entrepreneur home builders, right? These small home builders, although the big home builders need a lot of help too, but this is a community that needs your help. And if you're interested, that's something you can start today, right? Start a Facebook group for entrepreneur home builders, and bring the architects and the entrepreneur home builders together and create a community, because then not only do those home builders become better, more successful through the designs that you can provide to them, right? You can sell them services, but then you could also impact all of those horrible buildings that are being built by educating those. They don't want to design crappy buildings. They don't want to design, terrible looking buildings. You can help them, and you can create a platform and build a community around that.
That's a really good point, Mark. And something else that's very interesting here in Fayetteville, of architects that just got a project that's over $200,000 fee, $300 to come up with some standard designs for some small lots, so you can go through the permitting process, like, and they're selling, so they're doing those designs for the side them to anyone who wants them free of charge. I think that's a pretty cool. I'm a little worried that they don't have enough variation in their designs. Honestly, good idea.
Yeah. Well, I think that,
and with that idea, this was pitched by some architects who sold it to them and created a project.
Yeah, imagine if we could, as well, that goes to another idea. I have a list of ideas that this network can achieve if we come together as a network, and one of them is architect-led developments, right? And that's a dream that so many architects have. So many architects want to become an architect developer, and the thing that often stands in their way is the money, right? They are always like, well, how do I get the money to build that first project? How do I purchase that piece of property? Well, what if we had a network of 100,000 architects, or even tens of thousands of architects, that now this organization has funding, right? That we can then partner with you. If you have a project and you have a plot of land and you have a design and a proposal and you submit that to the network, say, and it's a good idea and it's a good business and we can all make money doing it, what if that funding comes from the community?
Wow, that'd be cool.
That's
right. Wouldn't that be awesome to have architect-led developments that are funded by the community? That could really, really happen if we build this thing the way that I imagine it could be built. And that's just one of the many, many ideas that I have on a long, long list. But that's right. And then now, if enough of us do that, we start becoming recognized for doing that, right? And then the consumers start looking for that. They start looking for the projects that were designed by this community. And then they become more valuable, right? Because the demand goes up. And then we start competing with Toll Brothers and those big developers, because now we, as a collective of tens of thousands of architects, can now be on the same page and the same level as the big builders.
It's sort of like it is more valuable because, it was designed with something about design. And I get what you're saying. People are scared. They're scared to get into it. They think that they need a lot of money in construction lending. And that's what I find is I do teach some classes in sort of real estate and in the construction lending. It's just greatly misunderstood. I mean, if you're decent credit, you can get money. You may not need any money to do something. I've certainly done projects like that, right? I didn't have a single dime in them. It is possible. So,
yeah.
Another thing, I was thinking back on the Quonset hut discussion. One of the problems, and maybe you guys can tackle this through your network, is just resistance to alternative forms that are prohibited in various building codes and zoning related issues. Like that could be one. Modular and how it's understood. I mean, some of these things are going to be essential if we're going to be able to solve the affordability. We've got to make some changes.
Maybe and that comes with scale.
Take the lead. It does.
That comes with us coming together and then having the influence to be able to go to municipalities and say, this needs to be changed. Right. And this is how it should be. Right. We have the ability to rewrite that code and say, this is how this code should be written. And then present it to them.
Here. Speaking of, you talk tiny house, we're in the middle of converting an RV over to permanent living for my stepdaughter. 30 days. Once she realizes what it's like to 8-foot box. But nevertheless, there's certainly a good, affordable, a good old RV potential solution for housing affordability that I think people never talk about, because they do exist. They've got power, they've got a bathroom, they've got certain sort of rudimentary systems in there, and they're so affordable. Make it usable year round. It's costing some money. I got to change.
It's 12/12. Thank you, Kathy. Somebody set an alarm. It's 12/12 on 12/12, and that's significant because that's the time that I launched EntreArchitect. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for seeing that, because I would have walked right past that. And December 12th, 2012 at 12:12 p.m. I pushed the button to launch EntreArchitect.com and published the first episode of EntreArchitect podcast at 12:12 p.m. Eastern time on 12/12/12. And so we should have a moment of cheer and a moment of silence all at the same time. But that was the birth. That was the birth of the community.
That's awesome.
And that's a big part of what we're celebrating here.
Well, it's exciting. It really is. There's so much you can do, minded people.
Rod says it'll be 12:12 in an hour. We could do it all over again on the central time. It'd be like New Year's, where we celebrate New Year's every hour.
Do it in every time zone.
Yep.
There's a question there from Fred that says, I've been working on an app for a couple of years, stalled because it's hard. EntreArchitect Network needs an app development channel. Well, Fred, it's on the list too. The name of the company that owns EntreArchitect is called Gable Technologies, and it was named Gable Technologies for a reason. Other than the practical reason, when I moved from New York to North Carolina wouldn't let me use EntreArch LLC because they said it was too close to the word architecture or architect, and it wasn't a company providing architectural services. So North Carolina would not let me use EntreArchitect LLC, which is what it was in New York, which New York wouldn't let me use EntreArchitect LLC. So I shortened it to EntreArch and got it. Then I had the problem with North Carolina. So when I had to rename the company, when I moved to North Carolina in 2019, the name Gable Technologies has been on the list for a long time. And so I said, okay, well, here we go. I named it EntreArchitect. EntreArchitect is owned by Gable Technologies. The reason it's called Gable Technologies is because I have that dream, Fred. Part of what we can do when we build a network, the same as the idea with the development funding, is that when you have an idea for an app or a software or a technology, and you need the funding to do it and the support and the resources to do it and the connections and the people and all the things that it takes to build an app or software, we can build it with you, right? What if we had a division that created software for small firm architects? That right, if it's not out there, right? If we had partners like Monograph, and they're doing it already, right? We can then go to Monograph and say, hey, Monograph, you need to serve us better. We need to do, this needs to be done this way. And this needs to be the price, because now we have 100,000 architects that, they'll gladly reduce the price if they're selling thousands of seats, right? But what if we had an opportunity? The software is not there. The app is not there. It doesn't exist. Now we can take that opportunity to help you develop that, right? Funding, with support, with resources. Those are the kind of things that can happen when we come together.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see really some of the potential of a network like what we're talking about. It's leverage in a lot of different ways, a lot of different versions of leverage that can happen when when there are 100,000 architects from around the world networked together, connected like that.
Let me ask you guys a tough question, if I can.
Those are my favorite kind.
What do you see as the primary difference between what you're trying to do and the AIA?
Yeah, that's a big question, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's a big question. I mean, I know a lot of people who've been very active in AIA, and I also know a lot of people who are very critical of it.
Yeah,
well, don't feel it meets their needs. So
I am a big supporter of the AIA.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a member of the AIA since the day I could join. I joined as an associate member, became an associate director. I moved up through the board of my local chapter in New York in Westchester County, had the opportunity to continue, and probably would have eventually become national president. That was one of the options that I had, was to take that path. It was at that juncture, right around 2012, where I was doing that. And I had to make the decision, am I going to continue through the ranks of AIA? And if I wanted to achieve the things I wanted to achieve, I would have to become national president, and which I probably would have already been at this point. Or do I follow this EntreArchitect thing? Do I follow this entrepreneur architect thing and the support and the encouragement of this community? And so I made a very specific decision to move in this direction, is to be an entrepreneur and to be able to control my own destiny and the destiny of this community, right? To be able to do the things that we want to do the way we want to do them. And that's why I made that decision, right? That the AIA is really good at the things it's really good at, right? It's not good at all of the other things. It's not good at supporting us. It's not good at providing the resources. It will never do the things that I'm talking about today, with the dreams that we have of being able to take the community and crowdsource knowledge, crowdsource funds to be able to give back to the community, right? That will never happen with the AIA. And it shouldn't. It's not their role, right? We are not the AIA. I am not trying to build an alternative to the AIA. Although much of what the network will bring you will be things that the AIA also brings you. But I suggest that you join both, that you continue to support AIA, because AIA has a role. They need us. They need our input and our influence and our funds. But we can do the things that we want to do the way we want to do them by staying independent from the AIA. I've had many opportunities to partner with the AIA, and I've said thank you, but no thank you, because I want to always be independent from the AIA. I don't want the AIA to ever tell us that we can't do something. And the reason for that is when I started the EntreArchitect Community, when I started writing that blog, I started writing articles about money. I started writing articles about fees, and very well-meaning, friendly architects who were members of the community. Most of them that did this were from the past generation, the last generation, who sent me emails or private messages and said, Mark, you shouldn't be talking about money. You shouldn't be talking about fees. And I would have to educate them on what the antitrust lawsuit actually says, and how it impacted our profession in a very, very negative way, and continues to this day through the guidelines that the AIA has, is harming our profession. Massive damage when they did that, and continues to do it to this day. And I knew that I was allowed to talk about money all I wanted to. I couldn't do it I was assembled as an AIA member. It's against their guidelines. It's not against the law. It's against their guidelines.
Sure.
So if you step away from the AIA and you are independent from the AIA, you can talk about fees all you want. You can share your fees. You can talk about money. You can talk about profit. You can't collude. We can't come together as an organization and say, you should all charge this amount, right? And that the central control of our network dictates how much you should charge. That's illegal. That's collusion. We will never do that. We don't want to do that. We want everybody to charge what they want to charge, but we should absolutely be educating architects on what profit is, how profit is made, how fees are established, all of the things that we didn't talk about for a generation because we thought it was against the law.
Yeah.
Wow.
No one told us that we couldn't talk about money. And that is the fundamental difference and the fundamental reason why I chose EntreArchitect over AIA in my leadership, is because I want to be able to control where this network goes and what this network can become. If I don't, right? And mostly because I feel it's my purpose. I feel like I've been put here on this earth to do this. And so I move forward every day with that knowledge, with that confidence, with that certainty that I'm supposed to be doing this. And I can't do that as a leader or a representative in the AIA. And so that's the difference. That's why I made this decision, and how this network and how this organization will grow. We will continue to support AIA. We will continue to be members of AIA. I will be anyway. And but we're going to do what we want to do, how we're going to want to do it.
And the only thing I can really add to that is, also having been a associate member of AIA since 1990, whatever, early 90s, AIA is going to exist, and it should, and I agree. I think we should support it, but and this is sort of related to Liz's comment that's on the screen right now as well, about not meeting the needs of small firms. AIA has CRAN, AIA has Small Firm Exchange, as we also have SFX, Small Firm Exchange. We also have CRAN, Custom Residential Architects Network. And I say this all the time when I'm providing training or consulting or whatever. I say, you can't try to be everything to everyone, else you'll be nothing to no one.
Right.
And so we can focus on exactly what we're focused on. We can focus on entrepreneurial, small firm architects, and only that, right? And not have to worry about all of those other things that AIA is doing and the role that they play. And Liz, I don't know if you were around earlier when I mentioned this, but this is just to reinforce your comment. If you go to the Small Firm Exchange page on the AIA website, which by the way is a knowledge community, right? That's the relegation of the small firm at AIA, is in a knowledge community. Here it's everything, right? It's absolutely everything in this community, in this network. But on the knowledge community page, it says approximately 75% of all firms within the AIA, just that, right? Just within the AIA, let alone the entire profession, they're small firms, 10 employees or less, which is their definition there. That equates to 14,288 small firms. Again, we don't know how many people, but small firms. They say 25% are sole practitioners, 35% 1 to 5 employees, 15% 5 to 10 employees, right? We can be everything to those people. We can be everything to these people. We can be everything for this community. And AI can continue to do their work at all of the levels, and also provide the membership community, as Kurt is pointing out. But that can be our focus, right? And we can lead the world in that way, and AI can play their role.
Yeah, and I also want to acknowledge the Small Firm Exchange and CRAN for being probably the two best communities in the AIA. Small firm, large firm, I don't care. I'm not involved in the larger firms, but CRAN does a great job, and Small Firm Exchange does a fantastic job, and I really congratulate them and support them. And I'm happy to collaborate with them. I just don't want to be partnered with them.
Control.
Because of the control that AIA would have over us.
Guys, that was really great. I appreciate you all addressing that. I think it's important and certainly makes sense. I'm going to have to sign out here, though. I appreciate joining you all and the mission that you're on, and it was great being with you today. And good luck with your continued success.
Thanks for all you do, and thank you for your support, Mark. I appreciate you.
Thanks, gents. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Mark.
Can I have a follow-on comment before I'll jump off, and then you can get at your bottom of the hour.
We have our next guests coming in too. I just want them to know that we see them in there. We'll get you on in a second.
I mean, your choice, when you made that choice, you know, do I want to pursue sort of professional service in the AIA, or am I going to do this other thing? Because I can bring Seth Godin into the discussion, and I just love it anytime I can bring Seth Godin in. But and he would say, and I think he credits this back to Zig Ziglar, but I'm not 100% on that reference. But it's, would you rather be a wandering generality or a meaningful specific?
Yes.
And you chose to be a meaningful specific when you said, okay, this is the smaller niche, and like my practice has been transformed by finding the niche, you know. And so again, it's a call to everyone, you know, listening to this, that you need to find your niche, and it will change everything for you. And don't go down the kind of path of the mental path of, but then it's going to be too limiting for me to be specific to a thing, because it just, I mean, the ability to go deep on a topic and really be valued for that, versus really being able to dig in and explore the depths and really the richness of something over a period of time. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I can't advocate for that enough. So
there are few in the world better suited to say that, Earl, in terms of finding your niche and specializing in something, and not only becoming successful at it, but finding your happiness, because you just focused on that one community and you make meaningful contributions to individuals in your community every day. And thank you for taking that choice and making that the thing that you do, and for being a great role model for others to follow. Thanks. And thank you for the support throughout all the years. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on today. I may, if you have a lull this afternoon, I may pop back in.
Yeah, jump back on anytime.
Before you go, though. Yeah. Before you go, I think Kathy has been on the magic Google box. She's got a quote. There's nothing wrong with being a wandering generality instead of a meaningful specific, but don't expect to make the change you seek to make if that's what you do. Seth Godin on the Tim Ferriss Show. So,
amen.
It's probably another version of Seth explaining it there. So, thank you, Earl, for everything.
My pleasure. See you guys.
Thanks, Earl. All right, we have more guests. We also have an announcement, right?
Yeah, we have guests in the green room waiting for us.
Let's bring them in, and we'll make the announcement with everybody together.
Yep, we are. Let me hit some buttons here. We'll bring five guests. 5 guests on.
5 guests.
Look at the little screen and count there. All right, let's get everybody in here.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
All right, excellent. Lots of friends on the screen. All right, so let me introduce everybody. We have
Hollywood Squares right here.
Exactly. We have Cormac McPhailin. McPhailin. How the hell did that come out of my mouth? Cormac McPhailin.
For 10 years.
It's the Catherine McPhail is where that came from, where that mix up came. So it's Cormac McPhailin and Evan Troxel of Archispeak podcast, launched around, I don't know, what do you know exactly the day you guys launched?
February 3rd, 2013.
February 3rd, 2013. So coming up.
Yep, coming up.
So we launched around the same time, our podcasts. And so we became friends over the years through podcasting first, and then continued through, connecting at AIA conferences and all these other things that we do. I have a little insect keep flying in my face here. And so you guys have been a strong supporter of EntreArchitect and have been part of the EntreArchitect community for a very long time. I appreciate what you do every week at ArchiSpeak podcast. It is a podcast that everyone should be subscribed to and listen, sort of the water cooler of our profession on a global platform, where Cormac and Evan come together and just talk about their week and the things that are going on in their lives as architects, telling the stories of what two individual architects are doing on a weekly basis. They're making a big impact, not only in our profession, but beyond our profession, because it really is, that's the answer, right? That's the answer in terms of value and sharing what we do on an individual basis, sharing our stories. And so you do that at ArchiSpeak and also at Troxel, and now for the tech podcast and the things that you're doing. You guys are doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I was just kind of reminiscing about the 12-12-12 project. I remember hearing that and getting really inspired by it right when it came out. So that was all kind of like this period where like things were really kind of just bubbling in the Twitterverse, I guess, if there, that I was really aware of what was going on. So just wanted to let you know, man, that was super inspiring to me. And I think it was probably a good kick in the pants for us to get, we had been kind of doing some experimental recordings at that point and starting in October. And then I think hearing your launch in December really kind of kicked us in gear to get moving after the first of 2013. So thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's awesome. Let me just also introduce our other friends over there. Lucky.
On cue.
And Kelly Nolan and Brian McCartney of ArcMark. Great supporters of the community. The inspiration for the Architects and Allies brand as a whole. I always joke with Brian that he is the reason for it's not even a joke, of the Architects and Allies platform. I wouldn't let him into the Facebook group because he's not an architect.
Right.
And all he wants to do is support us. That's all he wants to do is make our world a better place and to help architects become more successful. And so I created that platform for Mark to be, for Brian to be able to engage with our community of architects, and it's grown significantly since that point.
It has.
So thank you for that, Brian and Kelly, for the work that you do for our profession.
Well, thank you as well. I mean, it's always fun to talk to you and Jeff and everybody else in this community, but I just, again, I mean, I said this at the event in Austin, but I'll say it again. Thank you for giving us that opportunity to help this community. I mean, without your support, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we've been able to do. And I think it's a great testament to your willingness to kind of think outside the profession and bring some other experts in. I think that's healthy, and I think that's needed. So, it's really great to be here, and we feel very honored to be part of this event.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Jeff, do you have any questions for anybody?
Oh, I got questions.
Go ahead, go for it.
Of course.
That's my role, right?
The questionator.
The questionator. This sort of looks like a lineup for a morning show right here.
That's interesting.
That's interesting that you say that.
Yeah.
Should we make the announcement?
Yeah.
We're making announcements every hour on the half hour. And I'm recapping those announcements so that the list is getting longer with every hour. This morning at 9:30 a.m., I announced the launch of EntreArchitect Network, which is a new community-based platform for our community to come together and do many, many things. And we've been talking about them all day long. Network.entrearchitect.com is the URL for that. And we announced that. We announced our goal of connecting and supporting 100,000 entrepreneur architects worldwide. That's what we'd like to do. I'd like to see that happen within the next 10 years. I hope that'll happen way sooner than that. But that's our goal. And then at 10:30, I announced that that network will offer HSW credits, 12 of them minimum. So in addition to our regular expert training sessions that we will continue in the network, which is part of the membership, which gives you one non-HSW. For a long time, members have been asking for HSW, and because we've been limited in capacity, and EntreArchitect has always been a very business-focused platform, HSWs don't qualify. And so, but it's a demand that the community is looking for, and it's one of those things that we need as architects. And so we're going to provide them for you. So if you're a member of the network, you will get an opportunity to earn 12 HSWs per year. The last announcement at 11:30 was the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit, which will be January 13th. And it's an online event starting at 12 Eastern and going to 5 p.m. Eastern, where we're just going to have several leaders in the industry come and talk with us and have a good time and have some fun. And then this announcement, it may be my most favorite. This may be my most favorite. This announcement is everybody knows Jeff Echols in this community and his insanity that he presents to this community, his insane commitment to the growth and the collaboration of this community. He is the vice president of community development for Gable Technologies, which is the home of EntreArchitect. He is my partner, and we announced that earlier this year. But he's the VP of community development for a reason, because his passion is to develop this community, to bring this community together and to grow this community. And you see it every day. If you're an architect and you're in the Facebook group, sorry, Kelly, Brian, you will see his commitment at the Context and Clarity conversation, which he has now been doing since April of 2020, 5 days a week, every week since then, and has never stopped until his health forced him to stop one day. That's a different story. We'll talk about that another day. Those of you who were there know what I'm talking about. He had a stroke on the air, by the way. That's what wasn't technically a stroke, I think, right?
Not technically.
It was a big deal.
Mini stroke, what they call it.
And he was out for a couple of days, and then he was right back in the seat, and has been doing it ever since. And the actual the conversations didn't stop. We had people come in and join us. Jake Krakowski helped us through a lot of that period. So thank you, Jake. I know you were listening, or you were here earlier. And so Jeff's commitment is unquestionable, and he loves being in front of you. He loves being there to share, to connect us, right? To encourage us to connect. And so what this announcement is the what did I call it? It's called Clear Mornings with Jeff Echols and the Context and Clarity crew. What does that sound like?
A mouthful.
Yeah.
Clear Mornings with
More
Jeff
insanity.
Echols and the Context and Clarity crew. It is going to be the daily morning show at the EntreArchitect Network. Jeff is going to go live every morning with a crew of people who are going to talk about current events. They're going to engage with one another, have fun, start your morning off every day, just like a morning show, but it's going to be inside the network. It's not going to be a podcast. It's not going to be outside the network. It's just inside the network. We don't know all the details yet. We're not sure how long it's going to go every morning, or who's going to be on the crew, or what's going to happen, but we do know it's going to happen. It's going to be a morning show, and it's going to be in the network. Part of the things that we want to do in the network is make sure that it's engaged on it every day, and that we are encouraging you to grow, encouraging you to take action, and continuing to grow your individual firms, because that's our responsibility. That if we can grow our individual firms, then that's how we make a difference. And so that's the announcement. Jeff, you want to say anything about that?
I'm getting a feeling we forgot to send the contracts to the people on the screen here because they don't look like they realize that they signed up for this. No, but the I mean, we've, Mark and I have talked a lot about what will make this network different, not only in the network in terms of the networking, the connecting people, but the network in terms of the platform. And as part of the, what time was that, the 10:30 announcement was, it's all about taking action. The differentiator of this network is about taking action. It's certainly going to be about engagement and not just consuming. And so there have been a lot of questions. What about the Facebook group? Are you abandoning the Facebook group? No, not abandoning the Facebook group. The question is, I've said this a couple of times, is a lot of what we're talking about is adding on, and I don't think I said that out loud until today, because it seems scarier and scarier every time I say that, is adding on. What are we talking about here? But how can we take the conversations in generally in typed forms, comment forms on the Facebook group, and add to that, make that more engaging, make that richer. Well, what if we had a period of time, and we don't know, like I said, and like Mark said, we've got a lot of details to figure out, but is that an hour? Is that 3 hours? What is it? I don't know. But what if we had a period of time where we were really able to dig in deeper? Hey, I saw that you asked a question, you made a comment, you're looking for, what if we bring in that person that asked that question or made that comment? What if we bring in an expert to help answer that question? What if we cover the current events? What if we cover the news, the sports, the weather, all of the, our version of those things in a way that takes engagement to another level? That, the mentoring, the therapy, all of those things that people keep calling the EntreArchitect community. What if we just take that to the next level in the form of something live here inside the live and unique here inside the network? So that's very vague, but it's all still very vague, right?
Work in progress, right?
It is a work in progress.
I like Don's suggestion. Yeah. Java with Jeff, maybe Java with Jeff and friends.
There you go.
Yeah, the name is a work in progress.
That sounds like a good morning show. Java with Jeff and friends, right? Start your day the right way.
It should be a 3-hour drive time show, so you can cover kind of, East Coast, West Coast. I see a couple of people who are like Scott and a couple of others who were saying that it needs to be something that covers kind of some time zones. So I think it's, Java with Jeff, drive time morning show.
There you go.
Call-ins.
Yeah. News, sports, and weather on the half hour.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. for every region in the world.
Yeah. And one of the things is, as you jump into the network, again, network.entrearchitect.com, as you jump into there, you'll start to see that there's some incredible functionality. Or actually, I don't know if they can see that. Maybe that's just on the back end. But there's some incredible functionality built into the platform there. And we can do some things that we've never been able to do before. We're still going to have to figure out technology. How do you patch this in? How do you do this? How do you do that? But what you're talking about, Cormac, is, it's maybe a little tongue in cheek, but is it though?
Not really.
I mean,
not really. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing about it is that, you're talking about kind of like real-time conversations, and real-time conversations need to happen kind of, like real time, quick and on the spot. And so,
yeah, they do
have that. I don't know. I mean, there is the functionality of a call-in show. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very real possibility that it's a multi-hour morning show. mean, this is Jeff's job. This is what he does. He's community director, or the VP of community development. He is the guy who's, continuing to grow our community. And so, however we can do that, that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, Kelly's first job was producing a morning show. So
three
more
live call-in radio shows.
That's why she's on board.
Yeah.
Did somebody tell you that? Is that why I'm sitting here?
I might have heard that before.
We're gonna be looking for morning crew.
I've kind of had some backstage conversations with Mark about this community, and I just want to say I think there are so many opportunities, so many ways to expand and serve this community through this vision. I'm really excited to see how that comes to bear, and really excited about what you're going to be able to do, and how people are going to be able to interface and connect. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of blowing my mind a little bit with all the ideas that I want to, kind of share and thoughts that we've had about it. But I think this is a whole new spaceship. So
yeah,
it is.
It's exciting. And you and Kelly and your team have been a big part of the development of our community through the resources that you provide and the work that you do and the services you provide. I'm going to put it out there. Your company and our company are working together to try to find ways to collaborate in a more meaningful way. Yeah. And so in the future with this network, ArcMark is going to be a big part of it. Yeah. And so I'm really looking forward to the possibilities of what that means.
Yeah, we are too. It's really exciting.
Yeah. When we were at the event, we had dinner together at the speakers dinner, and that dinner transformed me a little bit because I knew that you were committed to this community. But I didn't realize that it was in a similar level of my commitment to this community. And that at that dinner, we were talking and we just kept saying, "Oh, me too, me too, me too, me too." And we want the same things.
Yeah.
And so it's exciting to know the possibilities of what can happen when a company with passion like yours and an organization and a network like ours can come together. And so looking forward to that in the future.
Yeah, we are too. Definitely a lot of synergy that we discovered in that dinner. And I'm just really grateful for the opportunity. It really means a lot. Your trust and your recognition of our intentions and passions are really great.
Yeah, it's going to be great. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and it's not one of our official announcements, but if you're in the network and you scroll all the way to the bottom on the left side on the sidebar, there's a bunch of links. One link is back to the EntreArchitect Academy. So if you're a member of the network, you have access to the Academy resources. The other is a link directly to the EntreArchitect.com website, which is going to get overhauled in 2022 or 2023. A very much needed overhaul. But there's also a link to the Gable Media Network. And the Gable Media Network is a big part of EntreArchitect. It's a big part of what Archispeak and Troxel are doing at Gable Media. And it is one of the tools that we will use as a network to help share our stories beyond our community. That's why Gable Media was created, was to consolidate the people who are already out there telling the stories of what we do, like Archispeak with Cormac and Evan, and many others. I saw Jessica on the line with She Builds podcast. She's part of the network. Demetrius Lynch is my partner at Gable Media, and his podcast with Spaces, he's doing a great job. There are over a dozen podcasts on the network, and that network is there to help spread the word about these podcasts. These podcasts are out there sharing the stories about architects from very different perspectives. And I just wanted everybody to realize that, because we need to not only get more people to listen to those podcasts, we need to spread the word about those podcasts and to get those podcasts onto the playlist of every architect and anyone who's interested in architecture in the world. And so the podcasts can have the impact that they should be having.
What's next for the ArchiSpeak podcast? Do you have a big celebration planned for February?
Mark told us we should, so we're starting to think about
we
that.
have to now. Although I will say that not knowing that we actually started on February 3rd, we can celebrate my birthday as well, seeing as how it coincides at the same time. So,
Yep.
we'll
There
call
you
it
go.
that. Yeah.
We'll have a birthday celebration.
Happy 10 years, Cormac.
Hey.
You're almost 10.
Well, maybe we can do something live in the network to celebrate it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of reinforce the investment that you guys are making for the audience out there. Like this is a huge investment, and that you're making into a morning show, into the network, into this community, and just kind of doubling down on that investment about the value of this community and what it means. All of our audiences benefit from the work that's going on amongst Gable Media, the podcasts, and EntreArchitect. And so it's amazing that the audience just keeps showing up and keeps adding value to the machine, right? Because that is really something that it takes as creators. Like, this is the feedback you get as creators, is the contribution of the audience back, not just to simply consume, but to build upon the ideas that get put out there and help decide the direction that it goes. So it's an ecosystem, right? It does take all sides of this, not just one or the other. And it's a lot of effort, and it is a lot of personal investment for everybody on the screen and on all the shows, and to continue to invest into this, and the community does make it all worth it. So I applaud Jeff, Mark. You guys are doing an amazing job, and that just to see your level of commitment and the investment back into the community is fantastic. So kudos to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. I think you made a really important point there, Evan. Not to make this about context and clarity, but we've talked about this before, and there's some aspect of insanity there, I suppose. The idea of showing up every afternoon, and for those of you,
that's called purpose.
It is called purpose. Just quickly, if you don't know the backstory, when things were shutting down in 2020, in March of 2020, Mark and I talked. It was actually April 3rd. Hey, people are going to need or want a place to connect. What can we do about that? And so a couple of days later, we launched, it wasn't even called that in the beginning, but we launched what would become Context and Clarity. And I counted, as we were talking, I counted on the spreadsheet. Today will be the 655th Context and Clarity episode, conversation. And I think it was last week. It was last week because we were talking about ownership transitions, and one of the topics was exit plan. And somebody said, well, what's the exit plan for Context and Clarity, et cetera? And I just have to laugh because there is no exit plan. Mark and I, we thought that it would last about a week, and back then they said, oh, this pandemic thing is going to be over in 3 months. And all of those lines in the sand or whatever they've been, we just keep crossing those things. And I've talked about the fact that I always think that, maybe today is the day that I'll log on and nobody will show up. Right? I guess that's the exit plan, is when nobody shows up. But to Evan's point, the fact that people keep showing up has a lot to do with this conversation today.
Yeah.
It's, people have talked about what it meant during the pandemic, not Jeff showing up, but having a place to go and connect and knowing that they're not alone and sharing ideas, similar to ArchiSpeak and the whole, almost 10 years now of water cooler talk. That's an aspect of what happens on Context and Clarity as well. Building and having this community where they're safe, where people are safe, where they can ask questions, where they can share frustrations, where they can share stories, where they can get advice, and all of the things that we've talked about. And if it weren't for the community showing up, the audience, in terms of ArchiSpeak and EntreArchitect and Context and Clarity, et cetera, I do say this every Thursday afternoon when we're wrapping up with a Context and Clarity live guest, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be having this conversation today with whoever today's guest is. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be launching this network today, right? And that's really important to understand, that you keep telling us, yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure there's no one that said, hey, you ought to start a morning show. There's nobody that's gonna ask for that. I hope somebody shows up for it, but it's because of you showing up and saying, yes, this is valuable to us. Yes, getting an answer to this, or being able to talk to Brian and Kelly or engage with Brian and Kelly's team over blogging or a 90-day challenge, or, all the different things that we've been able to share and bring people to talk about. And, it all goes into building this. And it's definitely a chicken and egg. It's a build it and they will come thing, definitely. But you're also out there telling us that we need to build this. And,
Right.
there's a lot of smart people on the screen right now. But we're not that smart, right? We're not predicting the future at the level that, we're throwing out some pretty audacious ideas today. And really a lot of that is simply just giving you back what you've told us in one way or another. So thank you all for that.
We gotta check out here. We've got to go help an architect. But I just want to say, Jeff, I think what you said was really spot on, right? In order to get help, you have to acknowledge that that the help is there and you're willing to accept it. And I think that's what this community has proven time and time again, is that these are people who are interested in growth, interested in development, and that's why they keep showing up. And I think as long as EntreArchitect is able to provide that, you're going to have an audience, because we know architects need that help. They're isolated a lot of times, and they need these experts and people to kind of help them move through these challenging problems. And I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, me too.
I think we both are, and even Lucky. He's taking a nap, but
most importantly, Lucky, really.
The official mascot.
The Barkitect.
The Barkitect, yes.
Nice.
Nicole dubbed him the Barkitect.
Yeah. So we're gonna check out. But thanks so much for having us. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy this launch. Really excited to see what develops.
Congratulations on the anniversary and the launch, and yeah.
And Evan, I just want to say, Evan, I really enjoyed your presentation in Austin. I think a lot of what you said was spot on too. I'd love to have a conversation about AI with you sometime. But it's
GPT.
we are in very interesting times. So
yeah,
with that,
definitely.
Morning talk show.
Yeah, morning
topic.
talk show topic. There you go.
Yeah,
There we go.
for sure. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of topics.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Take care, all.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Cheers.
All right.
Well, it's kind of interesting because, like you said, we've got a lot of smart people on the screen. You guys, all of you guys, and it's honestly, it's the community like this that provides the opportunity, the platform for all of the different smart people that are out there, not just on the screen, but everywhere else, to actually reach out and talk to each other. Because I remember one time I was interviewing after working for myself for a while, and somebody, was showing some drawings and stuff, and the comment, and it's sat a little weird with me, but it was just like, oh, if you had, I understand that you were working on your own and all, but if you had shown other people this, they might have suggested this or this or this, which at the time I was sort of offended. I'm like, how dare you question my stuff? But then I like as age, as I develop in age and stuff, I start to realize, oh yeah, you don't know everything. You don't. And there are some things that you miss and stuff like that. And really having a great community of all, different walks of life in this profession, being able to come together and just have the chat and the conversation about, architecture. Hey, should I put the door here or this? And it's just like, or I just don't know some things. It's great that, both the activity on the Facebook page, and through Twitter and everything else, people feel comfortable to ask those questions. It's like the only dumb question is the one that's not asked. Well, the good thing is that, we got a platform to ask those questions and feel comfortable with being able to ask those questions, being able to share the experience, being able to, say, oh, this is the way that I did it when I was working on this project. And somebody else will chime in and say, well, this is how I did it. And it's great to do that, because that's sort of like back in the early days before ArchiSpeak and, EntreArchitect, when we were just a bunch of Twitter techs, and chatting with everybody. That was kind of like how that community started to build. It's just like, oh, there are other people out there that have that same, desire to just share or ask the questions or share the knowledge that they have with other people. And to be able to kind of like create the EntreArchitect network, just continues that mission of being able to, do that shared experience, shared knowledge, shared just joke, hey, I heard this and I thought it was funny, and only you guys would get it.
Exactly. Well said. I appreciate you.
I would add to that, Cormac, that like it's a great place where, because of the trust that exists, you can feel vulnerable, and that's okay. Yeah. Whereas like architecture as a profession, I think, has suffered from this idea of having to have all the answers all the time as a general statement. This is a place where, because there is trust and because that trust has built over time and it exists, it just enables people to say, hey, like, help me out here, right? Let me get another set of eyes on this. And that is kind of a priceless thing, especially in our profession. It's not something that's widely distributed, right? It's just something that doesn't happen as much as I would love for it to happen. And on the show, I feel like we do that as well, right? Like that's a place where we can just share ideas and not have to feel like this is right, this is the only way that there is to do this. It's a place where we can actually ask questions and put them out there into the world and get other people's thoughts and feedback and continuing the conversation beyond the one recording, right? So all of these things, I think, play really well together to create a place that is safe for people to be vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I appreciate you both for the work that you do. I want to just make sure that everybody also heads over to troxel.co. It's trxl.co, right?
Yep.
Evan? TRXL. So Troxel without the vowels, TRXL. .co, because everything that's happening with Evan's World is there, and he's building a database of information for us, for his podcasts, for ArchiSpeak, for Troxel, for Peopleverse. The work that he's doing at Tect, you should go also to tect.com, TECT, and check out what they're doing, because they're building a new platform that is going to connect the building industry and the building representatives, the people within the building industry, and connecting them directly with us architects in a very new, innovative way. And so you should go over to tech.com and go sign up for notifications about how that works and when that works. And so he left his job as an architect designing in the profession so he can go help us build the profession by working on the profession. And so I appreciate you, Evan, for the work that you're doing at Tech.
Thank you. And just a note on the URL that's on the screen right now, just tech.com, not /vote. I'm not running for any office.
Tech.com. Go
Why
check it
not?
out.
You do notice a trend. He only does things, like Troxel.co, because they charge by the letter.
That's right.
He's really cheap, and so he tries to shorten it up as much
Frugal.
as possible.
Yeah.
Frugal.
I'm not
frugal. All right. Well, we have some guests in our green room that we need to say hello to. So we appreciate you guys. Thanks for doing the work that you do, and
Thank you.
Keep it going.
Thank you all.
All right. Can't wait to see who's coming on. All right. Bye.
And happy anniversary, Mark, and keep on keeping on, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you both.
Good work.
All right. We're going to shuffle some folks in and out here.
All right.
People
there we go.
Screen here.
Some friends.
I'm gonna make it crowded here. Uh-oh. Here,
Doug and I look like brothers. You're muted, Doug. Can't hear you. All right. Oh, Jeff, we lost you, Jeff. Are you
my soul brother?
All right, there we go.
He said he was going to make it crowded, and then he disappeared.
Jeff is getting a bite to eat.
All right. Well, let me introduce our guests here. So we have Douglas Teeger, we have Janine Chastain, we have Evelyn Lee, and we have John Brunt with us today. For this hour, we are announcing big announcements on the hour at every half hour, and so we're coming up on another one in a few minutes. I wanted to, what we're doing with guests is we've invited guests who have impacted the community in a big way. And so I reached out to my network of friends who have engaged with either me or the network in a big way, and invited them to come on and celebrate the 10th year anniversary of EntreArchitect. And I'll just sort of go through around the circle here of who's here and why they're here. I wanted to start with John Brunt. John Brunt is a longtime member. He is actually a founding member of EntreArchitect Academy. He signed up the first day that the EntreArchitect Academy existed. There is a list of about 8 to 10 people, I think. Some of them are still members. John Jones, you are also one of them, who signed up day one. John Brunt is one of those people who signed up day one, and supported everything I have been doing since the blog days. Those people who signed up day one were active in the comments of the original blog, because that's the only way you could have known that EntreArchitect Academy even existed, was to be active in that community. And John has supported me, and has been a critic often about the way that we're doing things in a very loving, meaningful way that, that maybe some other people wouldn't share the way John shares. And so I appreciate John for his honest, transparent feedback throughout the years, and your friendship and your support for not only me and the community, but the members of your mastermind group. You are a facilitator in the mastermind group. And so you are actively engaged in the membership, and that's why I wanted you to come on and be acknowledged for that. So thank you for your contributions, John.
I'll try to be. It's interesting. I've been watching TV shows have had more and more neurodivergent people on, and I'm starting to see more of myself in those people. But I appreciate the opportunity to share and to learn. I'm always looking for a better way to do things, and this has been a great resource for that.
Yeah, well, thank you for being part of it for so long. Douglas Teeger is a business coach for architects. He's also a former president of AIALA. He is a licensed architect who has now focused his knowledge and his efforts on helping individual architects be more successful, not only financially, which he does that too, but he does also help them grow their wellness as individuals. And he has met with me separately from the times he's been on camera and on audio. We've had some great conversations, and he's inspired me to take risks and to do some of the things that I've done. And so, Douglas, I just wanted to acknowledge you for that, and to thank you for your work that you do, not only in the community, but throughout the profession.
And the appreciation goes right back to you. As I always say, best practices are to be shared. Your intellectual property is your design talent, but we shouldn't be struggling with how to run a great firm from an operational and business standpoint. So let's share all that information. And you've set up an amazing platform to make that happen. And, let's get more people on that platform, get more people help, so we as a profession can grow stronger.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. And then also we have Janine Chastain and Evelyn Lee. They are co-hosts of Practice Disrupted podcast. They are a member of Gable Media. Evelyn and I go way back. We have communicated through social media throughout the years, and have supported one another and encouraged one another. And when we launched Gable Media, when Demetrius and I decided that we were going to launch Gable Media, one of the people that I immediately thought about was Evelyn. That Evelyn had already started the platform Practice of Architecture. She is committed to this profession, unlike many people, too many other people that I know at the level that Evelyn has committed herself to this profession. She ran for AIA national president in this past campaign. She is going to run. She has announced, right? You have announced that you're running for this coming campaign.
I have.
And have dedicated yourself to the community of architects, large and small. And when we reached out to you I wanted to reach out to you as Gable Media to suggest the idea of expanding the platform through podcasting. You said yes, but only if I can do it with Janine. And that has been such a great partnership. Practice Disrupted podcast is a podcast that talks about disrupting the profession, right? That looking at the profession from many different perspectives, that from every perspective. And so I thank you both for your commitment to launching the podcast, continuing to grow the podcast, and the impact that you're having on the profession through the podcast and through the platform and the other work that you do as architects.
Thanks for having us.
So I don't know what happened to Jeff. Jeff is.
He said he. I think we reached the limit on Restream for the number of people.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, no problem. So what's next for the Practice Disrupted podcast? What do you have planned for? Actually, you're coming up. Actually, this week or next week?
This week is our 100th episode.
Yeah, 100 episodes.
It's crazy. We are basically, actually later today, we're going to record parts for that episode. And we have been working behind the scenes. I see Jessica Rogers got a comment up there. We got a nice audio clip from She Builds. And we've taken different recommendations from friends and fans of the show to try to produce an episode that kind of encompasses the growth of the show from episode 1 all the way up to 100. So we're going to do the best we can to kind of capture the best of Practice Disrupted.
Tell us about the Practice of Architecture platform. What is the Practice of Architecture platform, and how can people get involved there?
So the Practice of Architecture platform has been many things over time. I think like any good business, it's had to pivot and adjust to. I'm sorry, I'm seeing myself on like I'm hearing myself, but I'm seeing myself on at least a 30-second time delay. So this is a little interesting. But at the beginning, it was really it was something that I was curating while I was going through business school, saying like, I'm learning so many great things outside of architecture that we should be learning and using within practice, at least at the very minimum on the business operations side, let alone the project management side. So at the beginning, it was just a curation of articles from outside of the profession that I thought it would be helpful for people within the profession to have their eye on. Ultimately, the biggest goal of Practice of Architecture is to help firms evolve their business models to remain relevant. And we can go deep. I will get off that soapbox. I won't even get on that soapbox on the need for practice to change, to remain relevant and to keep up with the times. But what it really is right now, and what I've discovered through not only the podcast, but conversations with others is similar to Doug, and we're very supportive of one another. We need to help architects do more with less, get business operations tackled. So essentially they have the brain space to think about what's next, what's around the corner, how do I expand my practice, how do I do business differently. So for the last year or so, I've been really focused on how do we build agile practices, or how do we practice in a hybrid manner in this new way of working as we come out of the pandemic. And a lot of that stems from my research in my position at Slack of head of workplace strategy and innovation, where most people are interested to hear Slack, like everyone else, is figuring it out. We were 2 to 5% remote pre-pandemic. Everyone was coming into the office every day. So we're figuring it out. We are going through the Zoom fatigue. We are figuring out new ways to even use our own product to build connection over distributed teams. So how can we take all of those lessons that I am researching and learning over there and applying to Practice of Architecture? So right now, it's a mixture of things, but most of all, it's I do consulting on the side for any architecture firms that are interested in building out systems, essentially business operations systems and processes to do more with less and free up their mind to think about other things. But the other thing is a community of forward thinking, like-minded architects that are really interested in coming together and thinking and having conversations about how practice needs to change. So this is poor timing, Mark, but I'm in the process of redoing the community side. The community
It's
portal will open.
It's okay.
Yeah, the community portal will open. I'm hoping this Friday it'll reopen again, and you could go to practiceofarchitecture.com/community to find out more.
Send me a link or a notice when it's live, and we'll post it in the network and make sure everybody goes over and signs up.
Thank you. And that was long-winded, so sorry about that.
No, not at all. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. It's exactly what I wanted.
Evelyn, I do want to jump back because you
Yeah,
said
actually,
something
Douglas,
that,
that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted your feedback.
yeah, you had some great pearls of wisdom, and one was to remain relevant. I'd love for you to go a little deeper, and that just sparks, a lot of curiosity from me. What does it mean to remain relevant today for a small to medium-sized practice, let alone for a large? I'm leaving large out of this, Mark. I don't know if that's appropriate, but really for the, small to medium-sized office,
Yeah.
what does it mean to remain relevant?
Well, I mean, so there's a lot of things, right? Everyone is struggling with pipeline right now. And I know a lot of small business owners out there that want to do more for their people, but because of the way we've built out our business model, we can't necessarily afford to give somebody 6 months maternity or paternity leave, because that's 6 months of overhead time to maintain their salary, and they're not doing billable work. So when I talk about relevance and staying engaged, how do we think about various different ways to either raise our value in a way that clients are willing to pay for that value, look at new business models, but also just, how should we be ensure that we are treating our people well so they stay and we grow the pipeline. The other thing is architects are always struggling from the historically most cyclical economic cycle, right? We are thriving when our clients are building. We are struggling when our clients aren't, and there's usually this period of layoffs. So
no, but what's fascinating about that is in this market, usually to me, architects are leading indicators. We're at the forefront of the construction industry. We're before things are actually being built. And most of my clients are not seeing that immediate slowdown for the next 6 to at least 12 months. So I'm curious, what's the disconnect between the economy that's happening, but the architecture is not, I don't think is the leading indicator in this downturn. I'm just curious about that.
I think architecture, well, I mean, if you want to say tech is the leading indicator this year, I mean, being on the Slack side, we've seen so many layoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
From not in Slack or Salesforce, I should mention that, but just from our tech counterparts. And I think there was a lot of overscaling during the pandemic, and over investing in things that didn't quite hit the mark the way Mr. Zuckerberg thought it would hit the mark around Meta. So I think that's the biggest shift now. But Douglas, there in the latest building index report, there has been the first the downturn, right? The first loss of projected billables
Mm-hmm.
over the course of the pandemic. So
right.
I think, sometimes we're leading indicators. I think people are have exhausted a lot throughout the pandemic, especially with real estate. I think people have already individuals have already been rethinking how to manage their real estate portfolios, and I think they're being more conscientious. So they pulled the strings when they were able to, because they really believed in something and where it's headed. But I feel like the amount of CapEx hasn't been so outrageous. It's been more tepid during this time because people are investing in areas where they know they can count on. For offices, that means like I said, we're very much figuring it out. So we haven't been investing in our offices as much as we historically would have during an upturn. So that means the loss to the architects, the architects aren't seeing a loss right now in that sense.
Yeah. Knowing that everything is in cycles and there is going to be a downturn at some point, you talked about examples of new business models. Can you share what that might look like for small, nimble firms of what a new business model might look like?
I feel put on the spot. No, this is great, Douglas. Thank you. I think new business models can be expanded services. So when I talk about especially small and medium-sized architecture firms looking at other opportunities to interact with their clients, this is the best time right now to build out those relationships. So a business that I've always turned to is Atelier Cho Thompson. They've been on the podcast a few times, but they do a lot of actually brand management for their clients, right? So building up their brand, and then building an architecture identity around that brand. They actually also have a physical store that they now have, a brick and mortar store and an online store. They also do a lot of just signage. So they were doing work with the San Francisco Unified School District, and they have created all of these great graphic packages from anything from the missing 32% that where they've essentially evolved that into a new strategy where they did all of the signage packages for the cafeterias in the San Francisco Unified School District, talking about fresh kind of fresh approaches to eating, healthier ways of eating, especially for the K through 12 population. So they've really expanded their services to kind of more experience space, just beyond your traditional architecture services.
Right. So the business models are really looking into new market sectors to go into over and above just base architectural services.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always funny to me when architects say they're multidisciplinary and they talk about different verticals. Really, it's like, oh, we're multidisciplinary. We're in, residential, commercial, hospitality, etc. If you ask other industries if they're multidisciplinary, they are really talking about multidisciplinary in the type of services they're offering, not just the sector. I think we're the only one who, when we equate multidisciplinary to firms, it usually just shows up in a sector differentiation and not an actual market or service differentiation.
So that's actually a great learning for almost everyone out there, including myself, that, because I would have thought multidisciplinary would mean different sectors, but really sectors, as I'm understanding it from you, is still a vertical. And how do you get outside of the vertical into graphic design, signage, wayfinding, possibly landscape lighting? I know some firms that do offer a separate lighting package that is really a differentiator rather than just a sector differentiator.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I think it goes even beyond that. I think it goes beyond the things that we're talking about.
Beyond the building environment, right?
Yeah, I think architects could become the problem solvers, right? The global problem solvers, right? There's no better profession to solve problems than architects, and that's a big service that we could provide to the world. It's leveraging the skills that we have as design thinkers, as problem solvers, to go beyond the built environment.
Yeah, and I think if we think about that, so our strengths lie, I feel like a lot of design thinking is thrown around a lot. A little bit more narrow way to categorize that is we are systems thinkers. So if you think about all of the variety of different systems and all of the different parties that we have to pull together to bring a building to fruition, we think in systems, and not as many people are trained. More people are getting trained in design thinking. Lesser people are getting trained in systems thinking. And the other thing that we are incredibly good at doing is we're implementers. And I think that's where the key to our success and our differentiator lies against other individuals.
Evelyn, sorry, I have to run to a client meeting, so I just wanted to say congrats to everyone, and I'll see you guys over at Practice Disrupted on the podcast. But congrats, Mark and Jeff.
You just got a small chance to say hello.
It's okay. Sorry. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
If you're available, pop back on later.
Okay, thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye. We have another guest popping in as well. We also are coming up on our announcement.
We are coming up on our announcement, and we ought to reset. We have not reset for a while. We'll make an announcement here momentarily, but you have found the This is really the the celebration of 10 years of EntreArchitect. This is the 12/12/22, I guess, Webathon that is inspired by Mark R. LePage's 12/12/12 project that started the evolution from the Entrepreneur Architect blog to EntreArchitect.com, EntreArchitect Academy, EntreArchitect Community, EntreArchitect podcast, and then what we announced several hours ago, 4.5 hours ago now, the EntreArchitect Network. So we're taking all day. Mark and I have been on since 9. We're going to go all the way till 5 this afternoon Eastern. And we're celebrating you, the community. We're celebrating everything that is EntreArchitect, the evolution of the past 10 years, and looking forward to the next 10 years. So right now we are joined on screen by Douglas Teager, by Evelyn Lee, of course, Mark R. LePage, founder of EntreArchitect, myself, I'm Jeff Echols, and let me bring on another guest, bring her out of the green room before we make our next announcement. Click this button.
And then Jeff, I have a question for Mark, just to ask him, did you ever think where did you think you would be when you started this? And when did it shift to say, oh my God, this is something really special? And then can you even imagine where it's going to be in another 10 years?
Yes, yes, and yes. When I started it in 2012, I was very intentional on it being, I never imagined that it would be so the word emotional is what's coming to mind, but the fact that the community is so close and so connected, even without the network, right? Without that intentional place where people can gather and connect, that the community has grown to love one another. And some of that is probably pandemic. Some of that is technology. But that's something that was unexpected. But the idea of it turning into a platform with thousands of architects connected was the idea from day one. And so I'm very excited and very happy about the progress that it's made. The dreams that I have for it, this is the beginning, right? We are actually at the 10-year mark. We're planting a seed today. That I used the analogy of building a house earlier this morning when we introduced the Webathon. But for 10 years, we were digging the trench and pouring in the footing. We haven't even started with the foundation. Today is the start of the foundation. That the network, the EntreArchitect Network is going to be the foundation on which we build the platform, which will then impact the world in a really big way. And so the individual blocks of that foundation are these members who are come together. Our goal is 100,000 entrepreneur architects at the network, which will then impact the world in a really, really big way.
Mark, that is so powerful. I mean, just the concept of not saying where the house is done and we're on to phase, we're on to an addition, but just to say these 10 years have been building the foundation just shows the discipline and inner strength that you have to say, this is much bigger than, I have a bigger plan. And just to hear that is inspiring. Wow.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you.
So Jeff, I disrupted you for the introduction. I'll let you take it back. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. We're live and we're here all day. So we're just going with the flow here as we go. Jane Walton has joined us here. Hi, Jane.
I just want to say.
You're muted, Jane. Oh, there you go. You're not muted. You're just delayed. Sorry.
Okay. Crazy, but it's brilliant. I went and grabbed my magazines on the sidewalk so I could. I was listening to the early example where you had who was saying you need a vision board, but inspiring and see. I feel because you've done so much.
Jane, before you go further, does she have a bad connection or is it me?
No, it's me too.
You're breaking up, Jane. We're only hearing every other word.
I'll come back. I'll get out and come back.
Okay.
Okay, because I want you to be able to share your thoughts.
Keep going. Okay.
All right. Well, while Jane is rebooting, we're at 1:30, which means I guess we're a little past 1:30. We're a little past an announcement break.
Yeah.
Got a big announcement, Mark?
Yeah, we are making announcements every hour on the half hour.
Yep.
All day long. I'm making a recap of all the other announcements at each announcement. Before I do that, I want to acknowledge the 62 people who are on this call and encourage you to share the link to this call. Evelyn, thank you. You're going to pop off? Thank you for...
No, I was just saying, yes, thank you.
I thought you were waving goodbye.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
It's okay. So 62 people on the call right now. I would love to double that. I want to break 100 sometime today during this call. So please share a link. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. It's on LinkedIn. The easiest way to do it is to share the YouTube link at EntreArchitect.com/YouTube. That's the direct link that's on the screen there. That'll get you right to the live. If you get to the EntreArchitect YouTube channel and click live, you can get there as well. But encourage your friends to come join us as well. We're with tremendous conversations so far through the day. I guess we're at the halfway point, or almost to the halfway point. I think we're right at the halfway point. We started at 9 a.m. this morning, and we're going to 5 p.m. tonight, Eastern time. At 9:30, I announced the EntreArchitect Network. It is a new community-based platform on a platform called Mighty Networks. If anybody's interested, that's what it's built on. It is the new network for the EntreArchitect community. It is a way for us to bring all of the different pieces that we've built throughout the last 10 years and bring them together in one place. All those things are going to remain. So don't worry, the Facebook group is going to continue to grow and thrive and be cultivated, and all of the other pieces as well. The network just allows us to bring all of the architects throughout the world who know what we're doing, the tens of thousands of you, to one place. So then we can leverage that network to do amazing things. And if you were here earlier, you heard some of those ideas. The announcement at 10:30 a.m. was that in the network, we're going to offer HSW credits. So we're creating a HSW program. And so that you're going to get 12 HSW credits in the network with live expert sessions that will include HSW. At 11:30 a.m., I announced the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit. That is an online event that's going to happen on January 13th, 2023. That will be a half hour, I think it's 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. And we're going to have an online business conference, basically, where we're going to have speakers come and share their thoughts. You'll get AIA credits for those as well. The 12:30 announcement is probably my favorite. Jeff Echols is going to start a morning show in the network. And so he's going to do like a radio morning show. Jeff Echols and a crew of architects, or maybe even some non-architects, that will show up every day in the network and start your morning off with a morning show, talking about current events, talking about what's happening in the community, having some fun, joking around a little bit, doing the things that morning shows do. So we now have an EntreArchitect morning show in the network. That was the announcement at 12:30. If Jeff is not doing enough, the 1:30 announcement, which is this announcement, is adds to the context and clarity conversation. So since April 2020, Jeff has been in the Facebook group, the EntreArchitect Facebook group, every day at 4 p.m. Eastern time, every day, 5 days a week since April of 2020, doing the context and clarity conversation, engaging with the community, solidifying and galvanizing the community. And much of what the community has become over the last few years has been owed to Jeff and the work that he does at Context and Clarity. On Thursdays, he invites a guest, and co-host Catherine McPhail comes in with him, and they do an interview, a live interview, which then gets broadcast on Restream, just like this Webathon is. And they do an interview with experts. So he has had people like Seth Godin, Mike Michalowicz, dozens of
Jane Walton.
Jane Walton has been a guest on Context and Clarity, and does an interview, live interview with engagement with the community, asking questions and doing the things that he does there. The announcement that I'm going to announce today is that the Context and Clarity conversation, the Context and Clarity live session, is very much about sitting back and viewing that, right, and consuming that knowledge and that information. One of the things that is a mission of the network is that everything that we do in the network is about taking action. Now, I talked a little bit about that earlier when I announced the HSWs, but we decided, well, how do we take context and clarity and move it from this passive viewing educational thing, right? We're learning and learning and learning and learning, but how do you apply that? How do you take that to the next step? How do I apply what I've learned throughout the week of these conversations and this and the live session with the expert on Thursdays? And so this announcement is that in the network, the EntreArchitect network, we are going to have something called the Context and Clarity Classroom, which at the end of each week, Jeff is going to lead a conversation with some homework and then some engagement, possibly with the expert. That's optional, where you can take the things that we talked about all week and apply them, do something with them, make your firm better from the things that you've learned throughout the week. And that'll be another benefit of being part of the network, that this Context and Clarity Classroom will be network only. And so you can take the things that you've learned and go build a better business with them. You take action and make your business better, which then strengthens the profession, which then changes the world, right? That's the steps that we're talking about here. So so that's today's announcement, or this hour's announcement, the Context and Clarity Classroom.
Yeah, it in the last hour, we talked about the fact that we've had a lot of questions. So we've been at this for nearly 5 hours now. And we've had a lot of questions about, what about the podcast, or what about the Facebook group, or, all of these things that you've come to know as EntreArchitect over this evolution of 10 years. And the answer is those things are not going away. We're just adding to those things. And so, as Mark said, the network is at its core, at its DNA, the network is about taking action. It's about doing. We've been doing a lot of consuming, which is fantastic. I said this a couple of hours ago. I am really, really, really good at consuming. And then what that can lead to is me forgetting to do, or not putting those things. I have to look at my count, but I probably consumed something like 30 books or something this year. What have I done with that? Have I actually acted on any of that? Have I actually done anything with all of that great information that I've consumed, in addition to podcasts and other things? And so the idea of building the Context and Clarity Classroom is, what are you going to do with that? This week, we're talking about the future of the profession. Last week, we talked about ownership transition in different forms. The week before that, we talked about sustainability. A couple of weeks because of that, or before that, because of the Thanksgiving holiday, we talked about your process and how you work. So we can have all of these great themed conversations, and then in the network, only in the network, in the context and clarity classroom, we can hold ourselves accountable to actually doing something about all of this information that we've consumed, all of these great lessons that we've learned over the week. So that's really what the context and clarity classroom is. It's another way, another instigator maybe, to get us to actually do and accomplish and build as we go. So it's going to be, again, it's part of that DNA. Taking action is the part of the DNA of the EntreArchitect network, and the classroom is a place, as Kurt said, yes, there is going to be homework. so it's going to be a place where we're doing. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, we have brought, I know we have somebody, at least I haven't scrolled. We have someone in the waiting in the wings as a guest, but we've also brought Jane Walton on with us, and we haven't even talked with Jane yet. So let me bring Jane back up here.
Better.
So far, so good.
Oh, good. I started my firm at consulting practice.
Still breaking.
No.
I don't know what it is.
Mistake.
I'm sorry. We can't hear you.
Congratulations.
We're only.
Yeah. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the tech doesn't
we don't know what that
cooperate.
means. You know, that was just, Mark, we love you. Universal language.
Well, I want to also acknowledge Jane for the support that she has given me over the years. We originally met when she was working with CVG, and we had a meeting, and she helped me because I was EntreArchitect. That's part of the EntreArchitect story, and we're going to actually talk to Todd later today. EntreArchitect was the first investment that CVG ever made. They invested in EntreArchitect and invested in me. And they helped build the brand of EntreArchitect. The logo and the website, the current website, was all part of that era with the support of CVG. And part of that partnership with CVG came the support of coaches like Jane. And we had spoken, and then so we became friends at that point. And then over the years, just continued to check in. I think she may be the most guests, most visits at the EntreArchitect podcast. She's been on several times and sharing her knowledge and her wisdom with me in many different ways. She has a great book called Work is Art. You should go check that out at our website. It's her website is janewaltonconsulting.com. And she does great work. And I love her brand. She just recently, in the last year or so, relaunched her website with a new look and a new brand. And I love the way it looks. I love the way it feels. And I love the focus and the simplicity that it brings to what she does as a consultant and a coach. And so if you're looking for someone to talk to, this is a great introduction. I don't know if Jane and Douglas, whether you know each other, you're doing similar things, different ways and with different people, but similar things. And so I encourage the two of you to connect and say hi to one another. I think you'll find some synergies. So Jane, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the support that you've given me and the community. All right, Jeff, what's next? Where are we? Where are we going? I think, Jeff, we lost your audio, Jeff.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Oh, good. You scared me because we've had audio problems with you in the past.
Sorry, I was typing there, and I don't like the tick tick tick, so I muted myself. We're 10 minutes from the top of the hour. We have a guest, an important guest in the green room that we probably ought to. No pressure that we ought to bring on here.
I'm going to roll off. I'm going to roll off. Let the new guests come on. But congratulations to everyone. Evelyn, you are a rock star. Definitely everyone out there, tune in to her podcast. And we'll talk soon. Jeff, I'd love to talk one-on-one and meet you on a deeper level as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you, Douglas.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to follow and just say, Mark and Jeff, thank you for this platform, this network. The Mighty Networks sounds amazing. I'm kind of glad that it's all coming together, but I also love that it's still going to be shared out to those outside of networks, outside of the Mighty Network, to get people to come into the Mighty Network.
Yeah.
Let me know how I can be a part of it. Always happy to support what you two are doing. And thank you for this
Evelyn.
amazing platform.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're looking forward to collaborating. So we'll talk.
Thanks all.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Evelyn. All right. Well, at this point, we should bring in our next guest.
Yes. Been waiting a while in there. Sorry, Bill.
He has been. Well, all of those green M&Ms, those peanut M&Ms that we had back there in the green room for him are probably gone by now. So we better bring him out here.
Real full belly of green M&Ms.
Happy 10 years.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Your audio is super low, so I'm not sure if you're on your. I think you may be on your computer audio.
Yeah. Shouldn't be.
I can probably.
Let me introduce you while you do that. Bill Janot is the. I'm not sure of your title, but you are an owner at ArCat. What's your title, Bill? The tech guy. The tech guy. He's the guy also who regularly engages with our community. He's always looking for our feedback. ArCat as a company has been supporting the EntreArchitect podcast, and therefore you, the EntreArchitect community, from the beginning. They were our first major sponsor, and they have been sponsoring and have been supporting our community and the podcast since then. They are great friends of the community. They are great friends of the profession. arcat.com is the website, and it's 100% free. That's the thing I always love to promote, that you don't even need to give them your email. They just want to help you.
Exactly.
It is a place where you can find building product information. For those of you looking for simple specifications for your projects, there's a spec wizard that you can just go in there, answer some questions, and pop, there goes your spec. There's actually a video on the YouTube channel where we talked all about that with Bill. So you can go check that out as well. But ArCat has been a great supporter of the profession, but specifically for EntreArchitect, and I appreciate the way that not only the way that ArCat serves our community of architects, but that they're always looking for our feedback on how do they get better, what's next, what's the thing that we should be looking for. So Bill, I appreciate you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Support for all these years.
No, it's our pleasure, and thanks to all the users out there that continue to come to the site and grab CAD details and BIM objects and all that fun stuff.
So with that in mind, what's next for ArCat?
I don't know. I'm waiting for your users to reach out to me and tell me what we should make next. I have seen some pretty interesting things out there, which I'm sure you guys have seen as well. All this AI-driven, quote-unquote creativity, creating images and 3D objects and videos soon. It's kind of amazing stuff. And I'd be curious as to your perspective on these emerging technologies. Do you see them as job stealers or creativity assistants?
I'll jump in on that one because tomorrow night, so I teach 2 pro practice classes, and the grad level class that I teach, I run like a business plan competition. And tomorrow night is their final, which the way that our final for the semester runs is it's Shark Tank. So the students come up with an idea. at the beginning of the semester. They develop the idea over the course of the semester, and then on the final night, which is tomorrow, they pitch. And we run like Shark Tank, and actually one of our sharks is in the green room now. There are two of the 8 projects that we have this year are either API or AI driven ideas. 4 of the ideas are an app or a platform of some sort. And it's my goal in teaching these classes is all about making the information a pro practice, which 90% of architects say that was the worst class I took. That was the most useless class that I took in architecture school. So my question is, how do we make this relevant to the students, whether the undergrad or the grad class? And so we talk about current events and current technologies a lot. And it's very striking to talk to these students. You know, the grad students, they're 25, 26 years old, something like in general. Some of them a little bit older, depending on their undergraduate degree and their path to the program. But to a person, every single one of these students looks at a chat GPT, or, which has made a big splash in the last couple of weeks, or even a test fit, Clifton Harness's product, or any of these other things that we see. They look at them simply as tools. And when I bring up the idea, it's like, hey, architects, part of the discussion is these may be job stealers, or it may, this, that, or the other. They look at me like I'm from another planet. What do you mean? These are just tools that we need to learn how to utilize. And one of the teams, last week in class, we did our final sort of dress rehearsal run through before Shark Tank. And one of the teams is going to present tomorrow night and say, hey, listen, you spend a lot of time as an architect, maybe 80% of your time as an architect, working on things that don't really utilize your skills, your expertise, your education, your licensure, et cetera. What if we had tools that took care of most of that, so that you could focus on the 20% of the stuff that you love to do, that really utilizes your expertise, and the opposite end of the spectrum. And so I expect that to be a pretty good hit tomorrow night. But that's their perspective, right? And there's plenty of naivete there. There's plenty of lack of experience there, just because of where they are in their journey. But to me, I think that's, they have the right attitude, right? How do we come in? How do we use something like ARCAT, right? How do we use something like TestFit or Swap, or any of these tools that are out there that are on some level are revolutionary, but will change the profession for the better? I think about it all the time when I think about ARCAT. When we were all in Chicago, right, for AIA National, and we had the ARCast on whichever day that was, Thursday, I think we did the ARCast there with you in your booth. And I was walking around the floor, and you had all the little signs at all the booths, find us on ARCAT, find us on ARCAT. I think, how fantastic is that? Right? Thinking back to when I was a student a long time ago, and I had a set of Suites catalogs I'd gotten from somewhere. I don't even know how as a student I got a hold of these, but I had them in my apartment, and I'd built this whole cantilevered bookshelf thing as a student might, right? And I took one of those Suites catalogs off the shelf, and this is where I may have struggled in structures class. But I took one of those Suites catalogs off of the shelf, and it disrupted the balance. And
well, they were about 10 pounds each. They were sizable.
They absolutely were. It disrupted the balance, and the whole, all the bookshelves came crashing down. And now I don't even have to give you my email address. I can just go to Arcat, and no bookshelves will fall on my feet or anything like that. I don't have to carry 250 pounds total of Suites catalogs around.
We've improved the safety of every library in every firm.
You absolutely have. If nothing else, it's absolutely what has happened.
Saving toes every day.
It is. That should be your new tagline.
Jeff,
that's good. I'll pass it along.
Let's bring in our other two guests that are in the green room, because I think they would also contribute to that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey there.
All right. Let's, Mark, you want to make some introductions
Yes.
here?
Bolanle Williams Ollie. She is
Hi.
the CFO of Mancini Duffy. She was recently a speaker at the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting, the conference that we had in Austin in November. Fantastic presentation about being bold. An author of the book Be Bold. Is that the name, the title of it? There it is. Build Bold. Build Boldly. There it is. I have it right over here. I just can't reach it. And a good friend of EntreArchitect and the EntreArchitect community. Before we say anything, I want to congratulate you for your anniversary, because I saw on social media
Thank you.
it's also your wedding anniversary, and so.
Oh yes. It is. Thank you so much. We're 12 years young, married.
Yeah, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And also with us is John Jones. John Jones is an evangelist and an advocate for EntreArchitect. I had mentioned earlier when I introduced John Brunt that there is a select number of architects in our community that were the first. They were the ones that took up the call to arms the day I said, let's do this, at the EntreArchitect 12-12-12 announcement, when I said that we're going to do a something big on 12-12-12 in December 12th, 2012. And I posted that blog post in the community. John was one of those members in that community, in that Facebook, not the Facebook, in the blog comments. And when we announced the EntreArchitect Academy, signed up that day and is a founding member of the community, and has been a friend, an advocate, an evangelist for EntreArchitect for 10 years. And I wanted to bring him on here and acknowledge him for that. Thank you, John, for the friendship and the support and all the work that you do for this community. You're a member of the mastermind groups. You're a facilitator of one of the Architects and Allies mastermind groups, and have been a loyal member for a very long time.
Thanks. I also moderate the Architects and Allies Facebook group, along with Brian McCartney. And I can't thank you for having me, but I can't thank you enough for the past 10 years, and even before that with your blogging, which really, if I had not found that, I wouldn't be where I am today. So thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Jeff, I would love to get back into that question about AI and the new technologies, and get John's thoughts and Bolanle's thoughts about. Bolanle works for Mancini Duffy. I would hazard to say that the Mancini Duffy may be one of the most cutting edge architecture firms in the world. Over 100-year-old firm, totally transforming itself, and it's becoming a tech focused architecture firm. Jeff, do you want to tee up that conversation that we were having with Bill and see where we can go?
Yeah, so I think the question is really what about the tools that are, or that's a sort of a biased way of putting it. What about all of these technologies that are popping up? In the last couple of weeks, Chat GPT has popped up, and there are a lot of people looking at that and saying, "Oh, look, I can similar to chatting with Amazon. When I go to the Amazon site, my package hasn't been delivered. When I chat with an AI assistant, I can type in this, and I was actually playing with it the other day. I asked it to write a synopsis of, actually I have it right here, a synopsis of the book that we're reading for the December Context and Clarity book club. So it's The Proximity Principle by Ken Coleman. And I said, hey, write me a 1-minute summary of the book. And it did that. Like 15 seconds later, here's a summary. And I've heard other people saying you can ask it to code things. So when Fred was talking earlier about developing an app, I've seen people do this, on Instagram and other places where they can, say, hey, write me code for this, that, or the other. That's way outside of my realm. So there are things like that. There are things like SWAP, SWAPP, which helps us develop floor plans for multifamily buildings, and lots of technology out there. And so the question is, with the technology, how does that affect the future of architects? Does it steal jobs? Does it take away from the profession? Are they simply tools that help us make the profession and our work better? What's your thought? What's your outlook on these things? Anybody can jump in here. Bill asked the question originally, and I ran away with it, but he's probably got an answer as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit about what we are doing in Mancini and how, real time the technology has evolved over the last now 5 years. We've implemented things using VR, linking it to the architect's models, linking it to Revit, and we have patent pending software that Mancini has developed to help our process. So for us, we see it as a tool that helps bring in, key decision makers very early on in the project process, and it has essentially helped us make decisions faster. To the point where you said, is it stealing away jobs? The way we see it, right? So I'll give an example. We always use this when we're talking about our design lab and our 360 design process. Is the traditional way is that it will take an architect 3 weeks. You meet with your client, you use 3 weeks to go to the different various test fits. You come back after 3 weeks, the client either likes it or tells you they're all crap. Go back and do it more. Well, that 3-week process with this software that we developed, we do that in 3 hours. We still need the 3 weeks to help fine tune and bring the human touch to the final product, but we've been able to make decisions faster. That helps the architects do their work better, helps the clients see things from their own perspective, right? You're taking what's in their head and they can see it real time in this VR space. And so essentially a 3-hour working session has now made the 3-week process more efficient. So we see it as a tool that we're working alongside with every day to help us improve efficiency. The other part where this tool help us also is seeing things that you wouldn't see until you're building, right? So there's a cost perspective to it, or cost savings perspective to it that the client sees, right? So you can draw everything you want in your Revit model. We think it looks all good. We go to build and we're like, oh shoot, we put this, I don't know, this thing too high, or we put this door in a weird spot, and we have to now issue additional services to fix all these issues. Well, with the technology we've developed, that significantly reduces, right? Because the client is walking in their space in programming, right? Even before you've had time to go into, DDs, CDs, you've already sort of like minimized the amount of additional services that you will have at construction. So I'll put a pause there and say for us, I think the other thing also, Jeff, when I think about students are coming out of school already knowing this technology, right? So there's an advantage for the profession to embrace what works for them and incorporate it into their day-to-day workflows and work processes.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point is, all of these students that are in university right now, they're all what's the term? Tech native?
Tech savvy?
Tech
It's
savvy.
native.
Tech native,
Yeah.
It's innate. Yep.
Yeah. They don't know it like us. They don't know a time before the internet, right? Or they don't know a time before a lot of these tools. And yeah, one of these teams that you'll meet tomorrow night, Belanli, when we first started talking about their idea and their project, it was just second nature to them. It was just, well, yeah, it's simple. You do this, and this, and then this is what happens. And I'm just looking at them like suddenly I'm really old, right? I'm like, okay, you're talking about it like you just flip a couple of switches, and if you understand the technology and embrace the technology, then those are the types of potential outcomes, which I think is wonderful to have people coming into the profession that do have that outlook, and don't feel threatened about it.
Yeah.
Bill, you asked the question. So what about your thoughts?
Sorry, had to unmute. I don't think my thoughts really count because I'm not one of you guys. I'm just a tech guy. And I find this stuff interesting. And I was more curious as to your thoughts being in the profession and dealing with models and clients every day, how it would augment you guys.
You should check out some of the stuff that we're doing at Mancini. It's a lot of case studies we've put up there on real projects, right? So this is not just us being in an R&D department and like coming up with scenarios. Like our actual projects that we're doing are done in this 360 design process. So I think you would find it amazing. So essentially, we've linked, the VR model with the Revit model with like information when it comes to DOB and like space planning and all of that. So on the spot, if the client says, what if this space, let's say it's a university, right? We just did a school. What if this lab needs to have, instead of rows, we want the students sitting in circles, or we want it to have 100 student capacity rather than 50. And we've come up with software where, the developer is there, essentially putting in these things, these requests that the client is saying, and it's changing in the model real time. And the beauty about it is that the architect doesn't have to go at the end of that meeting. The architect doesn't have to go back and recreate everything that was shared in that meeting because it's linked to their model. They go back to like a rough draft of everything that was discussed there. It's constantly evolving for us, right? So a client can come in and say, "Oh, are we able to leave notes in the model?" And maybe we haven't developed that yet.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll do that.
Right? We say that's a good idea. We'll do that. So I can go into that lab today, and I bet you what I saw last week or 2 weeks ago, it has evolved just based on feedback and pulling in client information, client requests, what we think will help our workflow work better, or what will help the architect's workflow better. All of those changes are being made. Even with the pandemic, we have to like pivot and think about how can we put clients in their location, no matter where they are in the world. Like how can they access these really super charged models? How can they access it from where they are? I think going back to what Jeff said, our key differentiator is that the developer that we have working with us is also an architect. right? So he understands the profession. He can see ways in which, you know, he needs to code something that would help the architects on the floor do their work better. Please definitely check it out. Check it out.
I will do that.
Yeah.
I'm a solopreneur, so I don't have the resources that Belanley does, but I've dabbled in some AI programs, and I could share a couple quick things about that. One program that was really an eye-opener to me about a year and a half ago is called Crystal Knows. And so Crystal, like the name, and KNOWS. And it basically does a personality assessment of people's LinkedIn accounts. So if I had a client reach out to me, I quickly go to LinkedIn, and Crystal Knows would tell me exactly how that person is, how to make the first phone call, how to craft an email. Should it be formal or light? Should I make self-deprecating humor, or should I go right to the point? And it really showed me how to interact with different personality types, which is an eye-opener. After a while, I kind of got it, so I don't use it anymore. Also, Jeff, you said you use some writing programs. I've dabbled with Writer when I've had writer's block for an email, RYTR. And again, I would tell it, this is kind of what I want to say. And it'll say, is it a long email? Is it a short email? Is it formal, informal? And it's pretty amazing how it would come back with some great language. I would tweak it, but it helped with writer's block for sure.
I like that. You said it was writer with a Y, Y-R?
Right, I'm sorry, RYTR. I believe.
Yeah,
And I haven't really gotten into, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
I haven't gotten into any architecture AI yet. Evan Troxel in Austin did a wonderful presentation on AI, and I can't remember the name of that program, but I was pretty impressed with the artwork that it came back with.
Yeah. I think, what you just shared, I think is a really important lesson. Of course, there are the design things that will immediately go towards, right? The AI another popular one everybody's posting on Instagram, their selfies as reimagined by an AI, right? There are all these examples of AI doing art, AI doing design, put that in quote, doing, but on the business system side or the business function side, there's so much as well. I love those two examples that you shared. And I think that's one of the reasons that the Chat GPT thing made such a splash in the last couple of weeks, is that if I need an email, I can say, hey, write me an email about for a business email that to a client. You get to define the parameters, and then it comes up with something. Is it great? I don't know. Is it perfect? Definitely not. Do you need to edit and tweak? Probably so. But if you've got writer's block, as you said, that made progress, right?
Yeah.
That got me off of the writer's block to at least having something on paper that I can react to. And that is an awful lot about what we do, right? Reacting to something. So I think there's a lot of good in these tools. If you try to put your entire life on autopilot based on some AI, is that going to be beautiful? I doubt it. but if nothing else, sort of a starting point, I think is amazing.
Yeah, just like with writer's block, like visual block too. Like you're trying to think of what to sketch. And then you just feed a prompt to these image generators, and it comes up with some really wacky stuff that can get your brain moving again.
Yeah. I think that's for inspiration. Maybe that kind of sums it up. It's inspiration, right? And it's based on the research and the background that could potentially take us hours, days, months, years to gather all that together, but it's an AI and it does it in a few seconds. I mean, that I think that's probably the true power of it. I think that's a great way to put it, Bill.
Did you notice that with the images, AI always has issues with hands?
I did notice that.
It always, or there's a recent one, I think that did like, older people modeling, doing like fashion modeling, but the eyes were all like it either had like 2 eyebrows or
or 3 arms. I've
or
seen
3.
that in a few cases. Like a leg will sneak in behind someone. Yeah, it's definitely not perfect, but some of the stuff is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I've wasted too much time on there's a Discord server for Midjourney.
Yes.
If you guys ever want to waste half a day, that's my recommendation.
What is it?
Midjourney.
Midjourney, one word.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy Spursel, our resident historian for EntreArchitect, checked her notes, and Evan Troxel's session referred to DALL-E, so DALL-E, Midjourney, and Kadiem at TCAM 22. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of technology out there, and it's just going to keep coming faster and faster.
And it's not, and it's coming, right? That's the thing that I always talk about. It's coming whether we like it or not. And so architects need to embrace it. You must embrace it, and you must be the leaders of it, right? In our profession, the things that are going to change our profession are going to change them whether we want them to or not. And if we take control of them, we learn about them and educate ourselves about them and then leverage them to make our work faster and better and more profitable, then we will succeed using those tools. And if we don't, right, if we bury our heads in the sand and say, oh, it's going to replace architects, it will replace architects, and architects will go away. The technology will replace us. The other industries that are already out there trying to do the things that we do will replace us, and architects in the architectural profession will cease to exist. And that is one of the reasons why the network is so important, because if we bring our community of architects together, we can embrace that technology together, right? And maybe even create some of our own. And so it's coming whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
I think that's how we thought about it 5, almost 6 years ago now, when we started thinking about creating space for people to think about technology at work. Was the profession is so old, and we are yet to catch up with the current era that we're in, and how can we creatively as an organization come up with any idea that is worth exploring. I mean, so we do 3D printing, we do the VR, we've made all sorts of things and mistakes along the way, but we know that it's very important to make sure that we are not just catching up, but like you said, being leaders and pioneers in really integrating all these different technologies into our profession to disrupt it. It's you have no choice.
Yeah. Yeah. You're building boldly.
Always.
So Bill, I saw the note that you're going to drop off. Thank you very much for all the support throughout the years, and thank you for leading the way with ARCAT.
No, thanks for having me, and happy 10 years. And here's to the next 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
And shout out to Charisse. She's in the chat. I'll give up my seat for her anytime.
Yeah. Check out Detailed Podcast, the original podcast by.
Yeah, she's doing an amazing job. Very interesting story she brings every week.
Yes, fantastic. Charisse is the host of Detailed Podcast. Gable Media is a part with creating that, and Charisse is doing a fantastic job with Detailed Podcast. Go check it out. Detailed Podcast. It's it's arcat.com/podcast. arcat.com/podcast. Go subscribe.
Well, thank you guys.
Thanks, Bill.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Thanks, Bill.
See ya.
Thanks, Bill.
Let me
there we go.
Get the link to podcast up there real quickly. So that's the detailed podcast, and it is a good one. So that's how you
John, in the comments, they say you're a peak architect today.
Yeah.
Turtleneck.
Very rarely do I wear black, but today.
Bolanle, can you share a little bit about your book and why you wrote it?
Yes. So as always, I always have a copy that I always show in anything. If it's video, I'm showing a copy of my book. So my book is titled Build Boldly. The word build in the name is not a coincidence. Chart your unique career path and lead with courage. And this book, I essentially wrote it to inspire and ignite, whether you're just starting out your career or you're a leader who is nurturing people, in your teams, in your communities, in your organizations. It's a book written to help you lead authentically and boldly. It's a book written to help you chart your own unique career path. I have something called the BOLD framework in the book, which essentially are acronyms. It's an acronym, right? They're essentially 4 things that have shown up in my own career path that I think people can learn from and apply to theirs. So, I write about how I found myself in this industry, graduating from college, how I ended up in the architecture industry, and how I essentially charted my own unique career path in this space, right? So I don't think 20 years ago when I moved here from Nigeria, I don't think I pictured being a CFO and also, co-owners of this rich history-filled, legacy-filled architecture firm. But over my 15-year career path, there were certain things I had done at exponential points, growth points in my career that I felt like it was important for people to hear about, and then of course apply to their own journeys. I also use it to challenge leaders, especially in our industry, right? When it comes to thinking about their people, their organizations, and how are you really serving, bringing value, and setting them up for their own successes, right? Anyone who comes through your organization, whether they be an employee or people that you're lifting up, right? How are you serving them? And are you really being your bold self when it comes to that? And what you'll end up finding is when you lean into your people, yes, I'm a CFO, the profits will follow, right?
Yeah.
If you're just focused only on finances or focused only on the quantitative without looking at the qualitative, right? Without thinking about the people, without thinking about the human side of running your organization, you're not going to run a successful business. And so it's really in perspective for the leaders to think about how are you currently leading and what changes can you make and be bold about that. So yeah, long explanation. I always have a story, and I'm trying to keep it really brief. But yeah, that's the premise of the book.
Yeah.
And yeah,
The
it's been great so
the
far.
passion shows, Bola. It's a fantastic book. You're fantastic. I wanted to ask. Often I hear with architects that they are in it to serve their customers, right, and to design great architecture, and they do it because they love it, right? They do it because it's a passion, and the money's not important, right? And that's something that has been common in the profession for a long time. That the money's not the priority, right? Everything else is the priority. And the money, if I make enough money to keep going, then great, right? But the money's not important. What do you say to the architects who feel that the money is secondary to their passion?
You're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. It is concurrent.
Yes.
Right? It is concurrent. You have to pay attention to the money. You have to be able to sleep at night. I know too many architects who can't sleep at night because they're just following their passion and not actually running a financially successful, profitable business business, and there are various reasons why they might choose not to do that. Like you said, they're just in it to serve their clients. They just want to do great design. But I would push you or challenge you to say you cannot do great design without paying attention to the financial side of things. Finances give you the flexibility, give you the ability to be able to push your design even further. So whatever you think you're doing right now, that's great design. I bet you there's more if you're able to, pay attention to what is happening really in your business. I think there's fear. There's again a mindset shift that needs to happen, and then of course habits that need to change, right? So what are your financial rhythms? What do you understand what is happening at this very moment in your business? And once you can put in some rhythms, weekly, monthly rhythms that help you stay on top of your finances, trust me, it's going to be night and day, right? So for good or bad, you need to know where your numbers are. You need to know, can I pay myself, right? If you're a solopreneur, can I take care of my bills, pay myself, based on where my company is right now, based on the projects I have, based on the clients I'm serving right now. What else can I do in the business? Are you taking on too much? Do you need to be delegating? Do you need to go hire someone? But if you don't even know where things are with your finances, then you can't make these strategic decisions that will set you up for success. So some people might not even want to grow big, and that is fine.
Right.
But you can put in things that can help you serve your clients better based on how you're bringing in money into your business. So don't break my heart. That's what I'll say. Let's get you thinking about your money, what is happening, your financial position, how you can strategically place yourself. We're actually in a very great time frame right now, right? This is December. You're about to close out the year. Set some intentions for your business next year, right? Look at how much you brought into your company this year. What are your revenue goals? What do you want to see happen? And think about what goals you want to set for 2023. This is the perfect time, if you haven't done this sort of exercise, to do this. And so I say it is high priority. Your company is not a hobby, it's a business, right? And so you're a business to serve people, but also to help you reach the financial goals you have in your life. What kind of life do you want to live? And how does your business help you generate the funds you need to create that life?
Build Boldly is the book. Bola talks all about that in the book, Build Boldly. If you need some framework, if you need some encouragement, inspiration to focus on the money, buy the book, get the book, read the book.
Yeah, get the book. I have She Builds Money, the website. There are resources in there, right? So like, let's say you don't even know what should you be looking at on a weekly basis in your finances. I have something called, like a checklist, a finance checklist that you can download. It's free, right? So I'm really big on service. I'm big on helping small firm architects and owners. I think it's, we think about the industry, and a lot of people don't realize that a huge chunk of the industry is made up of small firm architects, and so it's important, and it's critical that you are successful, and you can't be successful if you're not looking at your numbers. So please do that. There are resources available to you on my website, shebuildsmoney.com.
Yeah, that's it. I was pulling up the URL here.
Yes.
I need to find some love.
There we go.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to get get some things cleared here.
We have a troll on YouTube. That's the danger of YouTube and live streaming. So She Builds Money is the website. Build Boldly is the book.
The book. Yep.
You can check all of that out, and Bola, is there a way for people to reach out to you to say thank you or to ask you any questions?
Of course. So you can always connect with me on LinkedIn. It's my name, Bolanle Williams Ollie. Just type Bolanle Mancini. I'm sure it'll pop up. Or Bolanle WO. It will pop up. You can also reach out to me on my website, my personal website, so bolanlewwo.com, and you're able to send me a note. I'm happy to help anytime. I'm a huge fan of EntreArchitect Community. You guys have been huge supporters of any initiative that I put out, right? I have my whole She Builds initiative. I think I don't know if I ever shared this with you, Mark, but I think when I first became CFO and I was like just researching like things I needed to know and see, and I think either your blog or the community, like there are articles that came up from your website. I was actually familiar with the community or the resources that you have out there even before we met. I think you were one of the ones that popped up when you search architecture and finance, and it was very, very useful to me as a first-time CFO. Yes, I came up in the industry. Right. I was a project accountant, senior project accountant, and I knew things, but it was just nice to have a resource that spoke in language I understood. So thank you so much. None of your efforts are wasted. Everyone is there plugging in, and I'm just really appreciative of everything you guys do and your consistency. You show up every single week. Context and clarity. Come on, Jeff. You show up every single week. So huge kudos to you both and everyone else behind the scenes that makes all these happen. So you should be really proud.
Thank you, Bolanle. I am very proud, and I appreciate that. It is it comes from love, right? It comes from me really caring about what we're doing here. And that's the thing that keeps me going. That's my fuel. When I hear, people send me an email or send me a comment that something that I've done has given them, some positive encouragement or some knowledge that they didn't know that changed the way they were doing things. Like what you just said is emotional for me, and it's literally my fuel. I say that often, that is literally my fuel. Your feedback is my fuel. It is what keeps me motivated to keep moving forward. And so thank you for sharing that.
Oh, of course. Anytime.
And personally, thank you, Bolanle, because most of you don't know this, but I have asks for Bolanle all the time, all the time. And she always says yes, of course, within her ability to be there or something like that. But thank you for all of those, yeses.
Of course, anytime. Yeah, EntreArchitect has a special place in my heart. So I really appreciate it. And I'll say one thing. I don't know if I have to hop off or how it works, but Mark, you also affirmed me, when I think I first started She Builds Money, because I wasn't sure how the industry was going to respond to a lot of this, information I was putting out, or this resource. And you told me like, this is needed and I should keep going. And I think for me, again, my experience is lived through the industry. I didn't study accounting. I didn't go to like some special finance program or MBA. So a lot of the things I've learned is like baptism by fire in the industry. And so just to have you who has been in the industry for a while say that, you saw the value that I was trying to bring and the way in which I was trying to make it digestible and easy for firm owners to embrace their finances was the fuel I needed to keep pushing on. And I just felt like, okay, I guess I'm in the right track.
Yeah. Well, I remember that day. I remember having those conversations, and it means a lot that I helped. And so keep doing what you're doing. Keep growing it. It is needed. It's still needed, and it will be needed into the future. Money is the key. Money is the key. I very early on, I came up with the phrase "profit then art," and I did that intentionally to sort of provoke the profession to sort of money then art. What are you talking about? Architecture is about art, but the money fuels the art.
Yes.
And if you don't have the fuel, then you die, right? Then
You can't be creative.
Yeah.
You're stressed all the time
Yeah.
because you don't know if you can meet your bills. So how are you going to create if you don't have money to give you that freedom to do so? The same way you think about it personally is how you should think about it in your business.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. So Jeff, do you we have an announcement, right? I think at 2:30.
Yep, it's time for an announcement.
Ola, you're welcome to stick around, or you're welcome to drop off. Whatever you.
I have to wait for the announcement so that I can react to it.
Actually, I'll drop off and let someone else room. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great time.
Do you need us to drop off?
Congratulations.
You can stay on. It's up to you.
You can stay on. You don't have to drop off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get the announcement, and I'll drop off after the announcement.
All right.
There you go.
Well, actually, this will be relevant to both of you. The next, well, let me on the hour, on the half hour, every hour on the half hour, we've been making announcements. We started off the announcements with EntreArchitect Network, a new network for the EntreArchitect community. Our goal is to connect and serve 100,000 entrepreneur architects. And so that was our first 9:30 announcement. The second announcement at 10:30 was that we're going to offer HSW credits in the network. So a minimum of 12 per year, we're going to offer those. So if you're a member, you'll get your HSW credits. The third announcement was the network, the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit, which is going to be an online half-day event, January 13th, 2023. And that will also include AIA credits, not necessarily HSWs, because that's going to be focused on business. The 12:30 announcement is Jeff Echols is starting a morning show in the network every morning, live in the network.
Every morning? Wow.
Doing the morning show. The name of that morning show has yet to be finalized. I like clear mornings. Dawn suggested, what was it? Java with Jeff?
Java with Jeff. Yeah, one of the segments will be right there at my espresso maker.
That could be a coffee reviews.
Yeah.
So our own architecture profession morning show will be in the network. Then Context and Clarity Classroom, a new addition to Context and Clarity. We're going to have a guided take action session once a week after the conversations are over and the expert comes on and shares their knowledge with our community. Let's go apply that to our firms. Let's take some action, some bold action, and apply it to our architecture firms at the Context and Clarity Classroom. And this next announcement is about the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting. We're not announcing the location or the time yet, so don't get your hopes up. But that information will be announced in the network first. So members of the EntreArchitect Network will have all the information and the registration before everybody else. And so you will have the inside scoop. And the other thing is that in the network, we have the opportunity to identify ourselves by region. So when you join the network, you should select your region. So that way, the community can be broken up by regions, right? So each region of the United States and regional meetups. Yes, that's exactly right.
That was my guess at what your announcement would be.
Well, we're not having the regional meetups is a thing that's on the list. But that's what having the EntreArchitect regions allows us to do, those kind of things, to do meetups, to do regional workshops, right? So lots of the magic that happened in the EntreArchitect annual meeting, where we had this big, long, multi-day thing, maybe Jeff and I fly into a region and we bring the region together. We do a one-day thing and we do education for that one day, which sort of brings the meetup and the education and all of that together. And so when you join the network at network.entrearchitect.com, you should select your region so you can connect with other people in the network and that we know which region you're in. And so information for TCAM 23 will be in the network, and EntreArchitect regions will be part of the network as well. That's this hour's.
That's this hour's announcement. Yeah, the things that come up a lot in the comments. We're almost 6 hours into this at this point, believe it or not. But one of the things that has come up a lot is, well, first of all, a lot of people jumping into the network, and I popped into there just a minute ago to see, how it's going essentially, and a lot of people have joined this network, which is fantastic. A lot of the comments that have been coming out are how well organized the platform is, and that's a big part of this. Not only building the network, but moving to essentially our own platform. I could give you a list of my complaints about Facebook. I won't do that because it's not worth it. But one of the complaints is lack of organization. Or I guess this is actually two: lack of organization, lack of searchability. A big part of the EntreArchitect network is an improved user experience for everybody that's been a part of the EntreArchitect Academy and mastermind groups. Now we have a place where you can go, and it's going to be a slow transition because there's a lot of things that have to move, or like there's a lot of moving parts, but increased functionality, improved user experience, and better organization. And as Mark mentioned, you can go in there. There are two things. Earl mentioned this earlier. You can click and see who that's already in this network is near me.
Yeah.
So you can click on that button. Who's close to me? You may not have any idea what other EntreArchitect community members live nearby. Now you can know that. And also, as Mark mentioned, the regions. Hey, this happens all the time, right? What's it like to do projects in California? What's it like to, or do you know someone that's an architect in this area of the country where I'm not, but I've got a family member that's moving to, or something like that? There's all sorts of uses, all sorts of reasons that type of organization makes sense, and we just have an increased functionality in this new platform that's ours, right? The Facebook group is not going away. We're not replacing that. These are just added bonuses. These are things that are added on. It's as we've said over and over, the network, the DNA of the network is about doing. It's about taking action, and all of this will help us take better action.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, before you do that, let's bring in the next guest. You guys can stick around if you want, or you can go.
Yeah.
Bola, thank you.
My kids are going to bust in like 2 seconds.
Okay,
bring
they
them
just got
on.
back from school.
Thank you
Always,
for everything.
right?
We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let me click this button, and we will have our newest guest on the screen with us. She is.
Miss
Hello.
Marika McKeel.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can
Excellent.
hear you. Welcome.
The founder and owner of Studio MM. If you haven't, go check out what Marika's doing. She is a role model for EntreArchitects. Hi, Marika. Welcome
Hi.
to the Webathon.
Thank you. I'm surprised to be here.
No, we couldn't do this without you. Couldn't do this without you. For any of you who were at the conference, the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting in Austin, we gave out 3 awards. Our first 3 awards, EntreArchitect Awards. One was a Lifetime Achievement Award for Steve Wintner, who has been serving our community for a long time and has been serving the profession for decades. And to my surprise, had never been acknowledged for it, ever. That award was the first award he had ever received. And so Steve Wintner won the Lifetime Achievement Award. Jeff Echols, for his dedication, was honored with the EntreArchitect Community Award for obvious reasons, as we've been talking about all day. And Marika McKeel was selected for the Entrepreneur Architect Award. And that is the award that goes to someone who is an inspiration for our community, who has built a thriving business and a culture that is about love and sharing, and is a perfect example of EntreArchitect and the values that we have. She does beautiful architecture and is building a fantastic firm at Studio MM. And I wanted to acknowledge Marika for doing that, for building it from scratch, for sharing it through social media, through her newsletters, so others can be inspired by the work that she does, and for the support for EntreArchitect and what we have been building here together. Marika has been a supporter of mine, has been a supporter and a member of EntreArchitect Academy from the beginning. She's a facilitator of Academy Small Group 2. She's a founding member of the community, and I could not, Marika, have this celebration of 10 years without you just coming on. I wanted to acknowledge you, so everybody could hear how I feel about your support, and be inspired by you. So thank you for hopping on here and saying hi.
Well, thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Of course, I could not be here. I didn't really know I was going to be here, but I've been waiting for this 12/12, again. So this is exciting. This is really cool.
Yeah, it is exciting to announce the network, the next step. I've been using the analogy all day of building a house, and that this is the 10-year anniversary, and that for the past 10 years, we've been digging the trench and pouring the footing. And that's it. That's all we've been doing for the past 10 years, is that we've been building this thing. We've been establishing a strong footing so we can start building a foundation on top of that footing. And this announcement of the network, where we can take all of these things that we've built, the Facebook group and the LinkedIn group and the EntreArchitect website and the blog and the podcast and the academy and all of the things that are out there and doing the things that they're doing and helping this profession be more successful, bring them to a place where we can focus all of that energy and excitement that happens in those places, which will continue to happen. All those things will continue and will grow, right? That the network will allow us to bring that community together in a very large way. We have a goal of connecting and serving 100,000 architects in this network. And what that will do will allow us to leverage that community, to take that community and leverage it for one another, for the community. So we can have collaboration opportunities, maybe production support opportunities, knowledge support and sharing, this peer-to-peer consulting, right? That if I have knowledge and you don't have that knowledge, we can connect now, right? That if we know who is in the network, we can actively say this firm and this firm would be a great match. Let's bring those two people together so they can have a conversation, right? And those are the kind of things that could happen. And then as you build scale, then you could start influencing the profession, right? Leveraging that towards discounted products and software and insurance and all the things that, that we all need to run our businesses, that right now as individual firms have no leverage. And so I imagine that this next step, this network, is building the foundation on which the platform that is my dream is built upon the foundation, right? That the individual blocks of this masonry foundation are these members that are joining today and becoming part of this network, right? This network is the seed of this bigger idea. It's just the very, very beginning. And the foundation will allow us to build a platform, and the platform is where we start to leverage that network, where we can practice architecture together, where we can influence the profession, where we can impact the world, and show our value as architects, right? That once we have a platform, not only is it potentially a professional platform, but it's a consumer platform that architects now, with leverage, with scale, we can impact the consumer side of our profession and get the messages out that we need to get to interact with the community. And so I'm really excited about this next step.
Yeah, this is very cool. So you probably covered this long ago in your 6 hours you've been talking.
Yeah, we've been here since 9 a.m.
So I see on the side, sorry, I'm going to digress. I'm going to be
yes, go for it. Let's go there.
Non-techie. I see
the sidebar.
People with little F's, and then people with YouTube, and then I guess that's maybe all I see. People are on all these different networks connecting with you here.
Yeah, well, the network has channels, and so there's spaces in the network.
I think she's actually talking about here, literally here, the simulcast, right? The comments that you see.
Yeah, the comments.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I wondered if that would continue. Yeah. But
yeah, so right now we're simulcasting is what we call it. Going out to the two EntreArchitect Facebook groups, the community and architects and allies. Also to YouTube. So you see the little YouTube red rectangle. We lost LinkedIn at 4 hours, I believe. It stopped the feed.
Wow.
So there must be a time limit. That was one of the things we wondered is how long can you actually do this?
There you go. Now you know.
Yeah. So it looks like LinkedIn stopped at an hour. So we're down to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, which I know, America, has got to be your favorite platform.
Thank goodness I do not know what that is.
Yeah, there's well, Kurt is I don't know if he's still with us live,
Kurt's
but
holding down the fort.
Yeah, he's always holding down the fort on Twitch for us.
Twitch.
It's a gaming streaming platform.
Yeah. It's a platform that's actually built for streaming.
Right.
So there's Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt's still there.
So Twitch is probably the best of the platforms,
right?
But probably least used. So best technology and quality and everything wise, but few people, because there just are not a lot of architects, not a lot of architalk on Twitch.
Clients. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't need to know any more about it. Definitely not.
Yeah,
well, that's great. That's really neat. This is super cool.
So here we are.
Well, that's great. I only have a couple more minutes, but I wanted to make sure I logged on to see what was happening. Untapped Blue Ocean. We'll have to perhaps we can have a networking event about what the heck Twitch is. And you can lead it.
Yeah. There we go.
Kurt absolutely will. Yeah, I was looking over at the network. I jumped into the EntreArchitect network, which I guess I should throw that up on the screen. If you have not gone there yet, for everybody that's out there, network.entrearchitect.com is what we're talking about. It's up on the screen right now. Should be about your lower left. That is how you get to the landing page to check this out, to join. And Mark, there are a couple of options there, right?
Yeah, there are 2 links to join. One is a free 30 days. So you could just jump in there and sign up and just see what it's about. And in 30 days, your credit card will start being charged. So you get, if it's not for you, if it's not what you want it to be or thought it would be, you can cancel and there's no payment. The other option is to pay up front and just same price, same plan, everything. But if you're all in and you're going to be part of this, just pick the all in and start paying, because that helps us support us in terms of the building this platform, right? What we have planned and what we've been talking about all day is going to take money, right? And so members contribute to that, and scale will bring the opportunities to partner with companies and brands to help them grow and to bring more exposure to them, but also for them to help support our community in a much bigger way financially, so we can build out some of these things that we have plans to build out. And so you can join 30 days free, or you can join today for $49 an hour, $49 an hour, $49 a month, or $4.99 a year. And just to sort of give some clarity, because earlier on, we haven't talked about this in a while, is that if you are a mastermind member, if any of your mastermind members, Marika or Jeff, want to join, they should check their email inbox. Early this morning, there was an email sent to all mastermind members. If you didn't get it, email admin@entrearchitect.com and we'll get you one. If you're a mastermind member, you have 90 days, so 3 months free. And the idea is that mastermind members are going to transition over as groups. So the entire mastermind group, when they're ready, will shift over and move over to the new network. Because the tools are better there. The whole thing is going to be better, a better experience over there. It will be the same price of what you're already paying. That free the free 90 days actually signs you up for $49. That's just the Academy level. And so as we move the masterminds over, that membership that you have free now will be canceled, and the mastermind level will be set up and set to go. But the groups will move together. But that email will give you access today, so you don't have to wait until we get to your group. The Academy members, if you're already a member and you pay monthly, you should just sign up for the free 30 days, cancel your membership over at the Academy. You have full access to the Academy from the network. And so if you're a network member, you have free access to the Academy at the basic membership level. If you are a quarterly or annual member at the basic level, you should email admin@entrearchitect.com and say, hey, I want to join. I'm a quarterly member or I'm an annual member, and we're going to help you through that process of getting you transitioned, so you're not paying twice for something that you've already paid for. And we'll help you out there as well. And so I think that's everything. Well, the two other groups, allies, if you are an ally, not an architect, right, and you're not allowed in the Facebook group or something like that, right? If you are an ally, hold tight. We have plans for you as well in the network. So just be patient, and we'll follow up with you in the future. Students also, be patient. You can join for the 30 days free for now, but we have scholarship opportunities for architecture students who are in school. And so we want you to be part of it as well.
Fun stuff. Fun stuff, Mark. I got so excited when I saw that email this morning. I jumped on. I'll sort that out later.
Yeah, we'll figure it. Just check out with Don. We'll get that.
No, but that's really cool. That's so cool. I already saw, Earl Parsons was on there, and I could already see people starting to sort of, connect. That's
we currently have 43 members in the group. My personal goal, I didn't announce this, but my personal goal is 100 members. So 100 members by the end of the day. So we're not even halfway there. So if you're a member, there's a button that you can refer, and then you get cool badges. You'll get cool badges if you refer. We're actually going to set up a referral system in the future, but right now you'll just get a badge. But I'd really appreciate you sharing it with others. And if you're in there and you like it and you want to share it with others, just click the button and share it and encourage others to join. I'd love to hit that 100 member point by the end of the day tonight before I go to bed. That would make me very happy. So
I'll harass my group.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Marika, thank you. I know you have to jump off. Thank you for all the support and the contributions that you've given
Mark,
to this community.
thank you. And Jeff too. But Mark, since day one, I think you taught me how to be a residential architect and taught me how to at least start a business. So thank you. that this I'm excited for you. This is awesome. Keep it up and good luck talking for 6 more hours.
No, I don't think it's that long. We got 2
I've
more
seen
hours.
Jeff do it. I know he can do it.
Yeah. I have to keep up with Jeff. He's conditioned for this kind of thing. I'm not.
Good luck.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks, America.
Thanks for having me on. This is great.
Yeah.
See ya.
You're welcome.
Good to have you.
Well, we have more guests.
We do have more guests.
What time is it?
It is. We're at the top. We're at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, so it's time to bring our guests in.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let me press a couple of buttons here, and our guests will come in.
All right. Hello.
Hi.
We have 2 very important people on the call with us here. George Valdez is it Valdez or Valdez? Tell me.
Valdez, yeah.
You say it, Valdez. Okay, well, I'm going to say it like you say it.
That's good.
George Valdez is a longtime friend. He is head of marketing head of growth, right? Is that still the title? You're head of growth? Yes.
Yeah, it's head of brand right now.
Head of brand. All right. That's why I asked, because I know you guys are moving things around over there. Head of brand at Monograph. We had Robert Yoon earlier this morning with us. But you and I have known each other long before Monograph. And so I wanted to jump on with you. And the other person who signed on here is a very important person in my life all over the place here. This is Dawn Porta. Not Dorn. What do you call her, Jeff?
Dawn Porter.
Dawn Porter. No,
Yeah.
Dawn Porta. Now you got me.
You should never have brought it up.
Yeah. So Dawn has been my executive assistant for several years now, through over 3 or 4 years. I lose track. She has been a huge part of the growth of this community behind the scenes. She has done all the things that need to be done to allow me to do the things that I do, at both on the professional side as well as the family side. Much more on the professional side, but also if I need her to do something on the other side, she's here to help me. She is here to support me, and she is all in. She has supported me and this community, and if you're in the membership, you've probably engaged with her on Slack. If you were at the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting, you probably saw her there. She was the event coordinator. She basically helped put all of that together, did all the phone calls, did all the follow-ups, did all the things that needed to happen for that event to happen. We started the morning off with Jennifer Castenson, who helped us sort of figure it all out in terms of what an event is and how it works. But all the day-to-day logistics of getting all these things figured out and making them happen, that was Dawn too. And so what I want to also announce here, Dawn and I have talked about it, but we haven't announced it to anybody, is that January 1st, Dawn will become the Director of Operations for Gable Technologies. She has a background as a controller, and so she has finance background, and she is an amazing organizational expert. She gets things done. And so she's coming on to support Jeff and me and the rest of the team to talk about or to deal with the operations of our company, Gable Technologies, which is the home of EntreArchitect and everything that we're doing at EntreArchitect. So I wanted to bring Dawn on to say thank you and to let everybody know that, you are the one that's back there pushing buttons and making sure things get done.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm very excited to be a part of the EntreArchitect community for nearly 4 years now, and love working with everyone in the community. And Mark is one of the most genuine people I've ever met. And Jeff is one of the most excited people I've ever met. Brings lots of energy to the group, and it's just been a whirlwind of fun. And I really enjoyed meeting many of you in Austin just a month ago. It was just, I think that was a great community building annual meeting, and just really enjoyed it. So I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to growing with everyone, and very excited about this new network as well. This is just going to be so amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited about it as well. And we announced earlier that the EntreArchitect Community Annual Meeting 2023 is happening, but we haven't yet revealed where or when, and announced that it will be announced in the network first. So network members will have first access at information as well as registration. And it will be limited, just like it was this year. So if you liked it and you wanted to be part of it again, or if you missed it and you want to be part of the next one, it's likely that the tickets will be sold out in the network. And so make sure that you are a member. So thank you, Dawn. Thank you for all the support. And this community owes you a lot for what we've built here.
Oh, thank you.
George, you and I go way back. When you were working with, which VR company were you working with when we first met?
Iris VR. I actually looked at the online, I guess, and found that it was 2015.
2015.
When I was episode 86, I think it was, or something like that. When I first got to know you and actually started our relationship, which has been really awesome. I mean, really, I've appreciated our long conversations that we have over the years about some of the things that you're actually like enacting right now, which is really amazing. Really excited for you and for this launch. I think it's been, as you know, part of a vision that you've been really thinking on about very hard for the past couple of years, and if not even earlier than that, when we first actually had a conversation about that. So yeah, just congrats. It's moving.
Thank you. Yeah, it's moving forward, and that's what I've been doing this whole time. Is, I mean, if anybody wants to take something away from the growth of EntreArchitect, it is just keep moving forward. Just keep moving forward. That's all I do, is I just see the path before me and I keep moving forward. And because you do that, because you keep moving forward and you do it consistently, you grow, and your influence grows, and your community grows, and the impact in the world grows. And it starts to attract other people who want to help you. And so that's where Dawn comes in, and that's where you come in, George, and many of the other people who have been on the Webathon today have all been the people who have helped move this thing forward, help pushing it forward, right? That I keep moving forward, but sometimes it's just, bigger than me. And it takes more than me. And so the support of all these people, and the support of so many in the community to build that footing that I keep talking about, that we're now building the foundation upon. It's exciting to see the potential of what the network could become.
Yeah, I mean, I think the EntreArchitect community as a whole is like one of the, it's, as someone that dabbles in communities and is constantly trying to keep tabs on like communities that are out there, especially within architecture, it's just bar none. I mean, the community itself is one of the most giving communities, and it comes because, I mean, the purpose is very pure, to have a place where people can help each other manage a very tough profession and learn from each other throughout that process, which is it's phenomenal what's been built. And congrats, Don, for moving to the operations role. I mean, I think it's almost like you've been there all along.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're right.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm excited for the new opportunities, and just to continue see EntreArchitect grow. And everybody's just so awesome and very welcoming. I have to say, that's one of the biggest things in this community, is everyone is just so welcoming. It's like you're a longtime friend.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, exactly. George, you are building a community at Monograph as well. You're doing a lot of content, getting the word out about Monograph. We talked to Robert this morning and talked a little bit about Monograph. we didn't want it to get into a commercial because we're big fanboys and big fans of Monograph. But to tell me about the community and the resources that you have for our community.
Yeah, I think in some ways, I'd say there's some inspiration definitely from EntreArchitect. I would say it's not as formalized as your community is.
Yeah.
It's really been trying to figure out what's the missing content that's out there, or figure out ways in which we can surface up content that might exist elsewhere, but make it more easily accessible, whether that's through the blog posts that we write or research that we might do on our own, or the best practice podcast, which is kind of in a bit of a hiatus at this moment right now as we're planning for 2023. But it's been, the whole intent there was like similar to the EntreArchitect podcast. How do you, with a different take, I guess, but how do you surface up some of the challenges that architects face and maybe have conversations a little bit more in the weeds on how people operate,
right?
Which has been kind of our focus ultimately, is to surface up the idea of operations. Don, you'd appreciate that. I mean, it's ultimately like so much more about, maybe put it another way, we've come to the realization that the future of design is ultimately not design, it's going to be operations, because design in some way has already been figured out. I mean, there's only so much more that we can conceivably do, even with new technologies, that it's kind of already been it's almost like there's almost less to think about there than even operations, where that's really where, things it talks about business plans, talks about business modeling. How can we actually take those technologies and rethink the way we provide services? Things around the strategy around that, around how we operate, is actually much more interesting than even design is. And likely where the future of the profession's at.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been the focus for us.
You also have a new firm starting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I'll be clear.
I wanted to tee it up so you can share the truth.
Yeah. So my wife is a licensed architect, and she, before we had our daughter recently, and like basically thinking about, okay, what's next, right? The idea of starting a firm was very appealing for her. And although I would also even use the word firm loosely at this point, because we're also rethinking, like, what does it mean to operate as a firm in general? But she started her own firm. I'm kind of the operations in this case, just kind of setting things up. But one of the things that we're looking to do is how do we do what everyone's not doing? So like, how do we leverage content more to educate customers or clients as they're first searching for things that are not even architecture? That's a lot of stuff that we've been talking about at Monograph, especially in my role as a marketer, thinking about the opportunity to reposition firms in a different way, how to generate revenue that's not necessarily service-based, but maybe passive. The 30 by 40 workshop is a great example of that kind of logic, right? Of like, how do you generate value in a different way? And so right now, it's starting off as content that's really talking about furniture, because Christy, my wife's name, she used to be the global head of architecture at WeWork, and a lot of that was thinking about office layouts, but also furniture as well. And she's gravitated more towards interior architecture as of late. So really starting to figure out ways to solve questions that people have today. What furniture, like, I really like this selection from Lulu in Georgia. What's the cheaper version of this? And see if we can build enough interest and an audience around that, such that we can then build a client base from that. But it's not starting with the idea that we need to go after clients. We tried that a little bit, and it's like, this is a pain in the ass, because we rather find clients that already buy into us than us having to sell them. And the way we do that is to build trust. How do we do that? We just provide great content that we can monetize in a different way. So I'm laying out the playbook because I don't think many people would actually take us on. So
but you can share that playbook, and others can execute it perfectly, and it will still not affect you.
Yeah.
it'll just make that other firm more successful.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's another thing that I've always appreciated about the community is that why I align so much with it is that back all the way in school, which is where I think all bad habits come from. It's like, I mean, this is the only good one that came out of it was this idea that like you're not in competition with other people, you're in competition with yourself. And why not share the latest whatever it is, right, to help other students in your class or your classmates or whatever, if only that means that you now have to find the next thing. Like now, okay, there's no like the arbitrage is gone now. Like what's the next arbitrage that I can figure out?
Yeah.
And that has always been very appealing because it's just much more of an internal challenge than it is like just constantly trying to, you know, do what everyone else is doing or follow what they're doing. It's just like you know, give them the playbook and maybe there's something that they do that you're like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, if go ahead, Jeff.
Well, you know, you think about that from a competitive point of view, right? And it's interesting that, you know, the scarcity mindset versus the abundance mindset is a big part of this community, certainly, and that success that you're talking about. And one of the ways that I like to look at it in terms of those mindsets and what you're talking about is if you're creating this content, right, you're doing these things, you're creating this content, you're putting it out to the world, and somebody decides to try to ride your coattails, somebody decides to try to copy that, follow along, let them, right? Because they're still behind you, right? You keep going forward and all they're doing is coming in behind you, and use it as motivation 100%. You know, what's my next thing? What's the next thing that I need to do? How do I need to ratchet this up? Or, you know, whatever that next thing is. But if you're the one that's coming up with the creative, then you're always ahead and they're always playing catch up. And I think that's, and I also think that, you know, Belanley said earlier, a few minutes ago, she says, you know, when I was getting ready to take over this role of CFO for the first time, I Googled, you know, architecture and business or something, and Mark's name came up, the blog came up, or the podcast, whatever, probably both came up. And how amazing is that you can start doing this, you can start putting out the creative, somebody can start copying you, putting out similar creative, but you're still lifted to the top because you've got the most cutting edge, you've got the most of it, you've got the most progressive, and it's not hurting you, it's helping you, which is you know, the sort of the foil to that scarcity mindset is it's actually, you flip it around, it becomes this abundancy.
Oh, absolutely. And even then, like, what, you know, I think there's the strategy element is also really important when you're thinking about these things too. It's like, well, what's the likelihood that someone else would actually come and try to do this exact very same thing?
Yeah.
And, you know, considering the fact that that is likely very low, there's different ways to evaluate that risk that we're taking. Because it is true. I mean, someone sure could maybe someone with more resources can come and like maybe streamline and automate a lot of what we're trying to do. But the likelihood somewhat low because it doesn't look like a big thing right now. It doesn't look like a really, it's like we're really trying to have conviction in what we're doing. And it's really hard for people to also just see the same conviction. Yeah. So, you know, I think the abundance mindset's one thing, but it's also, you still also have to be very keen with your strategy. I think the more important thing is like know thyself enough to like really double down on who you are, what you do, what you care about. And I think we do that in Monograph very well. We have a very specific way that we think about it, and we really try to hone in on what we think we're good at the same time. That carries over to any business. You know, I mean, if you're a firm and you think your strategy is to just do what the other firm that competes with you in your same market does, try to offer the same service they do, you're going in the wrong direction. Like, what makes you unique? Why should people care about working with you? What do you know that other people don't know? How do you tell that story more so than, so there is that abundance thing, but it's also still strategically rooted in, like, what are you good at, or where can you add value?
Yeah. That's an important differentiator. Yep.
Earl Parson was on earlier. He's the founder of
Clever Moderns.
Clever Moderns. And his story, he didn't share his whole story. Actually, his whole story is on the podcast if you look it up. But he used to live in LA, and he was an LA modern architect, right? Isn't that the dream of every architect, to go to LA or New York or wherever and design modern houses for a living? But in LA, there's hundreds of modern architects designing modern architecture. It's a highly competitive market, and it was stressful and overwhelming, and you had to struggle, and they all struggle. Even the top architects are struggling, right? They all have to do the things they do. And then Earl found Clever Moderns, which evolved to become focused on Quonset huts and Quonset hut architecture, and niched down to that market and built a community and a brand and a service and products all around that. And today he is successfully practicing architecture, serving those clients, selling passive income products, being hired to do high-end modern architecture using Quonset house pre-manufactured parts. He's done all the things that architects wish they could do, and he's got his own little market there, right? And so that's a perfect example of somebody who is shifting away from competing with everybody else, finding something that he's passionate about, something he's good at, built a community around it, who now he knows the people in that community and cares about those people. We could all do that as architects. We can all find the thing that we really are good at and makes us happy, and build content and a community around those things. And what you're talking about with Christine, of focusing specifically on that market, that community, that world, there are people behind those clients and people behind those services who would love to be part of the content that you're creating and be part of a community to learn more about those kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, as a student of just like YouTube, I mean, the kind of large niches, like we talk about niches and sometimes they seem small, right? But when you break it to the global level, they're actually very large. I mean, these Quonset huts, right? I mean, we might think like, oh, Quonset, I mean, where do you even build them, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, like, if you look at YouTube, there's probably a pretty big fan base of this type of architecture.
Yeah, yeah.
And the same goes with almost any type of service that you offer likely has a much larger market when you think about outside even your own region too.
Yeah. The world, the earth is a very, 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 very big place. Yeah. There are billions of people here, and there are hundreds of thousands who want what you have to sell, and you can't serve them all. The market is massive. With any idea that you have, there's a market for it. And so there's a market for people who want to learn about furniture placement in their, office space, right? And a huge, giant, hundreds of thousands of people that's their only focus right now. Right now, today, that's all they care about, because that's their world is doing that. It's an exciting time we live in. The technology that's out there that allows us to do the things we do is a very exciting time.
Yeah, I'll have to come back on the podcast to talk about some of the use cases with AI that we've been playing with. not a monograph necessarily, but even on this, even from the firm perspective.
Yeah, let's do that.
Which we've already been using. So
let's set that up. All right, we have an announcement and a guest. So, George, thank you. Thank you for all you do at Monograph. Thank you for being a good friend and a good supporter of EntreArchitect throughout the years. Don, thank you.
Thank you.
For the
Appreciate
work
it.
that you do and continue to do, and the support you have been giving me for the past few years. I couldn't do what I do without you. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll see you all on the network.
Yes.
Okay.
Cheers.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
All right. You ready for a big announcement?
Yeah. Do you want to do a
Major
check-in
award
and sort of give every sort of do some housekeeping in terms of context and clarity, right?
Yep.
And sort of give me a chance to drink something.
Why? It's only been 6.5 hours. All
It's
right.
still
Well,
early.
if you have joined us sometime in let's say the last 5.5 hours, what you have happened into is our celebration of 10 years of EntreArchitect. And so a little bit of backstory on that. We're doing this this webathon today, 9 a.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, all day today. Mark and I are doing this webathon, like I said, in celebration of really what happened on 12/12/12, December 12th, 2012. Mark, he posted on the Entrepreneur Architect blog about his 12/12/12 project, this idea, this 12/12/12 project. And what came out of that was the EntreArchitect blog, and many of you were around from the beginning, from the blog version of EntreArchitect. What came out of that after 12/12/12 project was EntreArchitect.com, the EntreArchitect Academy, what we know is the EntreArchitect Community, all of the mastermind groups, the EntreArchitect podcast, of course, the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group, which many of you, if not all of you, are members of. Context and clarity has become a part of that. The EntreArchitect Community Annual Meeting 2022, which happened in Austin, Texas, about a month and a half ago. We've seen and we're going to see and talk to some of the speakers from that event here today. And then today, we're celebrating that beginning, 12/12/12, December 12th, 2012, the evolution over the 10 years to today of 12/12/22, December 12th, 2022, and the announcement. Mark's going to make a little rundown of the announcements, but the very first announcement, as you know, spoiler alert, Mark is going to tell you, was that today we launched the EntreArchitect Network. And so, you know, we've been celebrating these 10 years, but also looking at the next 10 years, which is this EntreArchitect Network. So, Mark, you want to give us the rundown of the announcement so far and the next announcement?
Yeah. So 9:30 this morning, we announced the launch of EntreArchitect Network, which is the community-based platform for our community of architects. It will allow us to take the community that are hundreds of tens of thousands of architects who engage with us on a weekly basis, probably 100,000 or so who know who we are, can now come together and connect and network with one another. As the network grows, comes scale, and with that scale comes influence and impact. And so I just checked. I think we're at 46 members. There are 62 people on this call. This is free for 30 days, people. Free. Go to that link right now, network.entrearchitect.com, and sign up.
And not to break the flow here, but I've got to do this. I've got to get Ed's comment in here because there's 62 people on right now. And Ed says, I have to admit, I thought the idea of an all-day webinar was harebrained, but with the exception of a lunch meeting, I've been
That's
glued to
impossible,
this
first of
all
all.
day. It's been great. So first of all, Ed, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
being glued. Thank you for that sort of endorsement of the past 6.5 hours, but also a great illustration that 62 people still here with us, and certainly people in and out, and some people are here that weren't earlier, and vice versa, et cetera. But yeah, there are two options. The goal is to network 100,000 people, and think about the leverage of having a network of 100,000 architects doing business the way that you want to be, the way that you want to do business, operating the way that you want to operate, but then also being able to leverage as a network of 100,000 architects. So just putting that out there. But there are two options when you get there to network.entrearchitect.com. And one of those is a free 30 days. So there's no reason not to sign up at this point.
And it's not a duplicate of your Academy membership. So if you're already an Academy member, you can join the network, try it out for 30 days. If you don't like it, cancel it and just go back to the Academy. If you do like it, you have free access to the Academy as a network member. So once you're in the network, there's a link back to the Academy. You don't lose anything. This is in addition to everything else we're doing at the same price, essentially the same price. And so go right now, join, and then refer all your friends to join, because we can't do all these things that we're talking about today without you and all of your friends. 100,000 people are a lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
And we can't do that without you joining and then getting everybody else to join. So go join. So that was the first announcement. The next one was HSW credits. Yes, 12 HSW credits per year minimum. And so you'll get HSW credits as a network member. The ethos in the group will be take action. You will be guided every day through the content that we provide in the network for you to continuously, incrementally grow and improve you as an architect and your firm as a business. The next announcement was the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit, January 13th, 2023, half day, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. It is an online business summit that will be free to network members. The 12:30 announcement, I laugh every time I see this. Jeff Echols is starting a radio-like morning show every morning in the network, doing a radio show with a morning crew and the whole thing. So we're going to have fun every morning to kick your mornings off on the network. Context and Clarity Classroom is going to be a new addition to Context and Clarity. So we're going to have the week of conversations. You're going to have the Thursday expert session in terms of the Context and Clarity Live. And then on Fridays, you're going to jump into the network and have a guided classroom session where we're going to take action on the things that we learned all week. The next announcement at 2:30 were that EntreArchitect regions have been set up in the network, so you can identify yourself as a region, where which region you belong to. So then we can network regionally, and that the EntreArchitect Academy annual meeting 2023 will be announced in the network, and registration for the next conference will be to members of the network first, and quite possibly sold out in the network. So if you're not in the network, there's a possibility that you won't access tickets. So that it will be released. We'll have a limited number of tickets because that's what the event is. If they sell out in the network, then they won't be released outside the network. But it's like a time limit, and then at a certain amount of time it'll be released. But if they're all sold in the network, then they're all sold in the network. And the information about where and when the next annual meeting will be announced in the network first. This next announcement is, I've sort of said it multiple times throughout the day. You don't lose the Academy. the EntreArchitect Academy will still have full access. So if you're not a member of the Academy, you will now have access to the Academy by joining the network. If you are already a member of the Academy, fear not, you don't lose any access to it, but you get a much better user interface. I know the user interface at the existing membership is terrible, which is one of the big motivators to move it off of that platform onto this network. And so the EntreArchitect Academy membership, including the masterminds will eventually move over as well. If you are a mastermind member, check your email. Very early this morning, you got an email with a link to join for free for 3 months. And we're going to move your whole mastermind over at another time. So we're going to move that down to the next step with mastermind groups. But if you're an Academy member, if you're a quarterly Academy member or an annual Academy member, email Dawn at admin@entrearchitect.com, and she will set you up with a link to join. So there's no double payment if you're a quarterly or annual member at the Academy. So Academy membership is included in the network and will continue to grow. We will continue to add more value and more content to that Academy content. So there you go.
There you go. And I think, a couple of thoughts come to mind. First of all, for anybody that's been a member of the Academy for any amount of time, I think you probably agree that there's a ton of value there already. I mean, there's resources, there's CEUs every month with the expert training and the networking with other architects, et cetera. The only thing we're doing is blowing that up, right? The only thing we're doing is turning that into exponential value, because now it's not just CEUs, it's those CEUs from expert training plus HSW CEUs, 12 of them in a year, and the network and the ability to leverage, and all the things that we're layering on here. It does scare me a little bit that everything that we've talked about today is, hey, we're not taking anything away. We're just adding more and we're adding more because, why wouldn't you? I guess is the answer to that. But it's more and more and more. And Christian just asked a good question there. He says, would the network be a good venue for co-working? And I think, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the, I didn't mention this before, but at some point when we were talking about I think it was when America was on, we were talking about moving the, eventually all of the masterminds will move onto the network because it's such a great platform. It's so much better than anything we have now. And those of you that are mastermind members know we have the masterminds, which meet via Zoom, and we have the Slack channels, and we have the Academy website, the interface there. And it is a reflection of the time in which it was built. Right. These were the best technologies that we had at the time to build this. And of course, now, we're evolving far beyond that in terms of available technologies. One of the great things about this platform is you'll have all of your messaging, you'll have all of your meetings, you'll have everything here inside the network platform, which also makes it a perfect place to also host that co-working that you're talking about, Christian. And for those of you that aren't familiar with it, Christian has been hosting this for quite some time now. I'm not even going to try to guess how long it's been, but he basically said, hey, we're going to have co-working on Monday at 10 a.m. from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. or something like that. And he opens up a Zoom room, and you can go there and be with other people like you would in a co-working space. And you can work together, you can ask questions, and you can socialize a little bit, and so on and so forth. This platform sets up perfectly for that. It's just such a better user experience, user interface than anything that we've had, because it's 2022 and not 2012, and so that's a big deal, right? Where we are here today.
Yeah. Let's bring on our guest. She's been waiting patiently.
She has, and probably all the snacks we left in the green room are probably running out. I'm looking for those snacks personally.
I brought my own snacks just to make sure.
All right. Emily Sicorsi from Root and River.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Congratulations. This is so exciting to be part of this day.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
You guys look good. You sound good. You seem like you got energy still. I'm impressed.
Still
Yeah,
alive.
I just saw Fred Blom said that I look tired.
He's not conditioned for this.
Yeah, I am tired, but I am excited.
Your network is always, your people are honest. They're kind, but they're honest. I like that about them. I like that about you guys too.
Yeah. And that's why I invited you to join us, because the work that you do at Root and River is very, very similar to that, right? That it's about building a brand around who you truly are, intrinsically, right?
Yes.
And this community, I believe, one of the reasons why this community has grown is because the community is built on love and sharing and learning, and that's who I am, right? That's how my mom and dad brought me up. That's who I am, is to give, to keep giving, and instinctively when I give, I get back. I get energy from that, and so because of that, and because I started this thing, that was the seed of the culture, and that culture was cultivated, and it built a brand around EntreArchitect. And when people talk about what EntreArchitect is, often it is about the community and the love that this community has for one another. Whether you use those words or not, may not be the case, right? But that's what you're talking about. You're talking about caring for one another and sharing with one another and learning from one another. And Root and River does that as well. It helps companies and brands build brands that resonate from who they are.
Yeah, we help them kind of reflect the inner outward, which is what you've done. I mean, and I saw that, I was so lucky to be at your first annual conference just a couple months ago. Seems like a long time ago, but was it a month? Maybe it's just a month ago.
A little over a month. It does feel like 10 years ago.
It's so cool to be in the room and to hear you talk those values. But not only that, but just to see the whole experience, reflecting them back through conversations, interactions, the way people were treating one another, the spirit of generosity and sharing and openness that really, I think, embodies this community, my experience. It's unusual. And I live, breathe, work in this space, come in contact with a lot of companies, some who are basically aspiring, starting wherever they're at. Maybe they've been established for a long time, or maybe they're coming to something new, but they're looking to do that. They're looking to identify what is in their heart, what is in their soul, and then translate that into their work as a brand. And yeah, that's where we live and breathe. And I was curious, so I have some questions for you guys, because I know you're like on it all day long, asking the questions, bringing the guests. So have some questions for you.
I love questions.
You could relax and then just respond. Does that work?
Yeah, that sounds awesome. That's a great idea.
Okay, cool. I mean, 10 years, that's a long time. That's pretty awesome. So I was super curious, like you started this thing 12-12-12, and now it's 12-12-22. What has been like the most inspiring, I don't know, it could be thing, connection that was made? What is something that when you heard about it or witnessed it from the community that you were like, wow, that makes me feel justified in what I've done?
Yeah. Oh, for me, there's so many. The thing that pops right into my mind was the passing of John Kinney. John Kinney was a member of this community, an architect who would be the first in the room when Context and Clarity came on. Today, Jeff gives out an award every day for the first person who signs on to Context and Clarity, and he calls it the John Kinney Memorial Crocheted Bathtub. He gave one away at the conference as well. And the thing about John is that John was somebody of the community who just wanted to give, right? Just wanted to share his knowledge. He was a Revit expert, and was trying to build a business around that knowledge, and he was doing it the wrong way. He came into the community and he was promoting and sort of just constantly putting his name out there and pushing his new idea, his new company out to the rest of the community. And so I reached out to him and I said, you can't do that, because that's not what this community is. This community doesn't have, you can't promote yourself. You can't solicit in the group. And I suggested to him that he just engage, just go share your knowledge, be your truth self, and just share with the community. And he did that all in. He took every bit of that suggestion and went all in and gave himself to this community, and this community paid him back. They bought his services, and he didn't even have to pitch them, because he was part of the community. People learned about who he was and what he did, which is how this should be, right? This is how a community works, right? You don't have to pitch it to the community. You just contribute, and then people learn who you are, and they'll buy your stuff. And when John passed away, it was devastating to the community because it was an integral part of our community. And the community rallied around his family. Nobody even knew his family. There was maybe 2 or 3 people who had any contact, who even knew who to contact. Elizabeth I think was the one that was the main contact with his family. And through that support came a new organization that was born from this community called Artemis, Architects and Designers, Mutual Aid Society, I think, Artemis. It was a handful of the community saw a need, put together a nonprofit organization that we can support one another financially when we need to, that when there's a crisis in the community, this organization can come to their aid, or their family's aid in John's situation. And so that's the thing that comes to mind first at the top of the list. There's dozens of stories like that, but that one is one that really showed that the culture that we cultivate in this community is real, right? When somebody dies and their family needs support, and this community rallies around that family that they don't know, they only knew John. And they said, well, this family needs our help. We're going to go take care of these people. And they did. They raised thousands of dollars and sent them money to help with the funeral expenses and the things that are happening. Some of them helped build John's content into packages that could be sold. And so there would be some sort of income that could be generated from the work that John did after John passed. So I was really proud of this community and the way it reacted, and specifically the people who put together Artemis and continue to grow Artemis into an organization.
Wow, that's an incredible. What stands out for me, the moment when you were like, you had to have a little bit of awkward conversation of like, hey, John, this is not what the community's for. And then, we all as human beings get a little nervous around that, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough conversation and people can react a lot of different ways. But I think it just says so much. It speaks his character so highly that he embraced that he didn't let that his way, and instead he just opened his heart. I think just being so open, that's a lesson for all of us. I mean, I know myself, when you get feedback, sometimes you're like, oh, you just kind of want to crawl in a hole. And he did the opposite. And because of that, all these other incredible things happened. And his family was supported even after he was gone because of what he gave. It's awesome. Very
Yeah. You can tell.
What about you, Jeff?
You can tell.
Sorry,
John,
go ahead.
I just want to just mention one other thing about John, is that you can tell, right? When there's somebody who just comes in and just wants to sell stuff because, that's their pitch, right? That's their primary goal. is to sell you their stuff. And those people get booted pretty quickly because you give them the warning and then they just do it again and then they get removed. But John was a good man, right? You knew he was a good man, a caring person, just by the content. He was constantly sharing his knowledge in the community. And you just knew that he was just trying to figure it out. And so it was easy to go to John and say, hey, you know, John, that's not going to work. Here's how you could try it.
Yeah.
What about you, Jeff? What's your take?
I think mine is, you know, sort of a cumulative thing, also related to context and clarity, because, you know, we launched this context and clarity thing to give people a place to connect. And of course, you know, as Mark just described, John was one of the first and active and, you know, all of that. But I think along the same lines as John's story, right? He flipped that switch. After that conversation, he flips the switch. He starts supporting the community, and he's all in because he has experience, he has information, and in his heart, all he wants to do is help people. Yeah, he needs to earn a living, right? He needs to support his family like we all do on some level. But to me, it's the number of people, and I used to keep track of this. I don't know what this number is anymore, but since we started Context and Clarity, the number of people that decided to take the leap.
Yeah.
And go out on their own. And of course, there are different reasons for that. Some were laid off because of COVID. Some, you know, their firms wanted them to be in the office or come back to the offices, and they said, no, I can't. I've got kids that are doing remote learning, or I've got elderly parents or family members that I have to care for, and that's too big a risk to, you know, go through the exposure and those types of things. Or, hey, this is the perfect opportunity for me to get out of a situation that maybe I didn't want to be in, or maybe this was always the plan and this is just accelerating my timeline. And so we have a whole host of people that are out on their own now, for whatever the reason being, that point back and say, hey, this gave me the courage, or this gave me the encouragement, or it's this community of people that help me figure things out. Everything from, oh, wow, you know, if I'm in New York, what business entity do I need to have? Or how do I do this research to find this answer, you know, on the business side? Or how do I deal with this? You know, I'm writing my first proposal to my first prospective client, or whatever that is. And that, I mean, talk about transformation. And, you know, we've said over and over today that the DNA of the EntreArchitect network is action, is taking action. That's not to take anything away from what happens in the Facebook group or anything that's happened before today. It's to amplify that. It's to say, hey, this is what we've built. This is what Mark started 10 years ago. This is where we are 10 years later. Now we're putting the pedal to the metal, and we're really going to take all of that. We're going to take conversations with Emily Sicorsi and go, okay, that was a great conversation. How do we now put that into action? How do I take this and act on this today, you know, in my firm, and push my firm? We know that part of the DNA of this, apparently that's the word of the day, DNA. We know that part of the DNA of this community is, we call it entrepreneur architects. And at the heart, it's people that want to do this, that want to practice architecture, but they want to practice it the way that they want to do it, right? They want to do it in their own way. And we celebrate that. And so this is a place to bring all of that together, and bring all of this information that we have, and all of these fantastic people that we have, the allies that we have like you, and say, okay, here's here it all is. Here's the information, the knowledge, the mentoring, the therapy, and all of that. Put it into action. Do it the way you want to do it. Here's how you can do it. Let's do that today, right? Let's do that. Hold each other accountable. All the different versions of that, and really implement this in your firm. And it's so exciting to see people acting on this, and people, like I said, having the courage, having the encouragement to change their life, to change their trajectory, to change their families, whatever that looks like on that side. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I'm writing about this. I'm preparing to publish something about this idea that, because I'm sure you've had this happen where someone comes to you and says, "Oh, as an entrepreneur, like, what is your tip, or what do I need to know before I take that step that you're talking about, Jeff? Before I go to my own."
Yep.
And I've recently been really thinking deeply about one of as an entrepreneur myself at the beginning, is friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Friendship is vital as an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what this community has. And that's why, someone can get in that boat and start rowing, because there are others with them. And that connection of friendship, it's not what people think about in business.
Yep.
You got to learn your financial, you got to get your brand language and all those things. But those are tasks. If you don't surround yourself with people who are going to be your friends, entrepreneur, this is a very difficult journey.
Yeah, that is very, very true.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. I think also and I know it's 4:00, we're going to have to start context and clarity. And Emily, you can stick around for that, but Jeff's going to, we're going to have to take a break, and Jeff's going to have to introduce context and clarity. We're going to use this feed. But to respond to you really quickly, I think the COVID and the pandemic has shifted our society to need that, right? We've been locked in our houses for 3 years. That's never happened in the history of our era, right? We've never been locked away and separated from one another for years. And many friendships have been formed because of that during that period. But coming out of that period, we're trying to figure this all out, right? And we're trying to figure out how to relate with one another again, and how to have social connections offline. Like we've forgotten how to do that. And I think a lot of people are struggling mentally because of that. There's a lot of mental health problems right now in our world because of that situation where we've gotten used to this, we've gotten good at this, but step away from this and talk to your neighbor over the fence, and I don't know how to do that, right? And so I think a book like that is really, really needed right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to be friends with you all, and I'm glad to support everyone in the community and provide whatever I can, and looking forward to seeing the next 10 years and what they bring for you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for being part of it. Thank you for supporting our community. And we will continue to collaborate with Root and River. I'm very happy with the work that you're doing, not only in our profession, but throughout the world. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. My pleasure.
All right. Jeff Echols, how do you want to do the job? I'm going to jump off, so you can maybe Emily can also just pop to the side so you can do your thing.
Yeah, I'll just drop everybody back. We'll do the opening like we normally do, and then we'll just bring. And I know we have others in the backstage there, so we'll just bring everybody on. And
while you do the intro and get things started, I'm going to take a quick little break. So I'll jump in. I'll jump on later.
It's only been 7 hours.
I've run out of water. I'm dehydrated.
All right, we'll get this kicked off here. All right, bear with me 1 second here. We're going to make this look like as close to normal as it can. All right, EntreArchitect Community, it's 4 p.m. Eastern, or so they say, which means it's time for the EntreArchitect Context and Clarity conversation for Monday, December 12th, 2022. So Rod says he's first. As you get here, say hi. There's a lot of you here. It's great to have you here today. We're glad to have you here. Say hi. Everybody say hi. We're rebooting this thing. We're restarting this thing. So say hi when you get here. Let us know that you're here, and let us know where here is for you. Where are you joining this conversation from? If we've never met before, my name is Jeff. I'm in Indianapolis, and I come here every weekday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern for one reason, so that we can find clarity around the things that matter most to you, the architect. Doesn't matter if you're the employee of a firm or you own your own firm. Maybe you circle a date. December 31st, 2022 is my date. I'm going out on my own. I'm starting my own thing in 2023. 2023 is going to be my year. Kudos to you. Maybe you have owned your own firm for a year or 6 years or 33 years, and you're starting to rethink or reimagine what that firm could or maybe even should be. All of the topics that we cover, one topic every day, they all fall under the broad umbrella of the business of architecture, and they're all the need-to-know topics for the success of entrepreneur architects just like you. So thanks for joining us today for this very, very special edition of Context and Clarity. We've been at it since 9 a.m. this morning. We're entering our 8th hour, or have entered our 8th hour of not Context and Clarity, but of this Webathon today. We're glad that you are here. We're glad that you're with us here today. And we're going to bring in some people here on the screen and continue. We're going to close out the 12-12-22 EntreArchitect Webathon by hosting Context and Clarity, the Context and Clarity conversation here as we go. So, all right, let me bring some folks back here on the screen. Fred wants to know if I'm reading from a teleprompter. I am definitely not reading from a teleprompter. Let me bring some people back on screen here, and then we'll organize what this whole thing looks
I
like.
think after 630 whatever practice runs, you got it figured out.
Yeah, this is so. Today, I looked at this earlier. For those of you that, how many do we have on a 1, 2, 3, 4? So we can do it this way, I think. Yeah, that doesn't look good, but that gets us all on screen. I looked at it earlier today as we were doing this, and this is actually the 655th Context and Clarity conversation. So I've kind of got the intro, got it down a little bit. However, I do mess it up from time to time. So there's that. If you have just joined us, the reason that there are so many people here on screen, the reason that there are so many of us here in the room is that at 9 o'clock this morning, 9 a.m. Eastern this morning, Mark and I kicked off the 12-12-22 EntreArchitect Webathon. So celebrating 10 years of EntreArchitect and looking forward to next 10 years of EntreArchitect and talking about what that is, what that means, what it's going to be like. We've had a lot of big announcements over the course of the day, but I think really the most important announcement, I was looking to people saying, hey, I'm first, and the whole John Kinney Memorial Crochet Bathtub Award. I think it is only appropriate. I think it was Scott that said this. I might be wrong. I've got to scroll way back in the comments already, but I think it is only appropriate that we give the Shade Bathtub Award today to John Kinney himself, because he would have been so in on this whole Webathon today that this one is 100% for John Kinney. So congratulations, John Kinney. You are the winner of today's Crochet Bathtub Award. You don't know the number of times that I actually said those words once we made it a competition, and John was all in on those as well. So welcome, everybody.
Hi. I think Catherine was disappointed that it wasn't her. She was first.
That's okay. I have plenty also. I don't even
Yeah.
know how many I have. But John and I
Well,
used to win sometimes with John.
It's got a
so-
whole closet full of crocheted bathtubs.
And I have the one actual bathtub too, so I can't complain.
Yes, you have the bathtub.
Yeah.
The.
Yeah, it's
She
not
does
crocheted,
indeed.
it's just wire. But yeah.
Yeah. So the way that we usually do this is we have topic of the day. We start with a question every day because on Thursday we'll have our Context and Clarity live guest. And for those of you who have been around for an episode or two, you know that Catherine is my co-host for most of these Context and Clarity conversations. And besides Catherine on the screen, we also have 3 Context and Clarity live guests, alumni guests on the screen, which it dawned on me. It's like, hey, this is like old home day again.
It'd be fun to have all 70 someday or however many there have been.
We're going to have to find a new platform where we can
Like
get
Zoom, I think
70
we could do that on
people
Zoom.
on the screen. Yeah, that would be
That'd be fun.
fantastic.
Yeah.
This week, our guest will be Emily Grandstaff Rice, who was just inaugurated last week as the 2023 AIA National President. So we're going to bring Emily on, another Emily on for Thursday. We're going to talk about the future of the profession and the role that small firm architects can play into that. So that becomes our theme for the week. And today's question that we're starting out with is, what's the future of small firm architecture? And I think this is the perfect forum. We've got 50 some people here in the room. What's the future of all this, right? We've been talking all day about the EntreArchitect Network, which we'll recap that here in just a second. We've been talking about, like I said, the previous 10 years of EntreArchitect from a challenge, basically from the 12-12-12 challenge all the way to today, and then looking forward. But what's the future of small firm architecture? I mentioned earlier, I pulled this up. AIA has I don't know if it's a membership group or it's a knowledge community. I'm not sure what term they use anymore, but it's the Small Firm Exchange. And according to the page, the website, the web page on the AIA website, I guess, approximately 75% of all firms within the AIA, so the AIA membership is somewhere around 90,000 architects. Approximately 75% of all firms within AIA, and they define small firms as 10 employees or less. So 75% of those firms are small firms. That equates to 14,288 small firms within the organization. So, of course, not everybody is an AIA member, and not everybody is in the United States, right? I've given up on keeping track of who all is in the room right now. We are likely to have right now several people with us in the room that are not in the United States. So this 14,288 small firms is a subset of a subset of a subset, right? But we know, at least by extrapolation, that a very large percentage of firms across the world are small firms. So when we think about it in those terms, what is the future of architecture? What's the future of small firm architecture? By numbers, we have a lot of clout. By numbers, we have a lot of power. So what are we going to do with that power? That's one way to look at it. Tomorrow, our question is going to be, I'll just give you our week in a nutshell here. Tomorrow, our question is going to be, what are the advantages of a majority small firm profession, right? Ties right into this. Wednesday, what do you wish AIA did for small firms? This is a constant complaint, and this is not going to be a hate session on AIA, by the way, right? We talked about this earlier. I've been a member. Mark's been a member since the early 90s, right? So we support AIA. The question is, again, Small Firm Exchange and CRAN and other things within AIA, those are parts of AIA. What do we wish could be done better? What do we wish AIA could bring to small firms? And then maybe the other side of that is, what are we as an organization of small firms. What are we able to do? So that'll be Wednesday's conversation. Thursday, we'll talk with Emily Grandstaff Rice, the future of the profession. And then Friday, I want to wrap this up in an aspirational way. I want to ask, what can we do? Where should small firms lead the way? So that's our week in a nutshell. Starting out today with what's the future of small firm architecture. Now, let me go around the horn here and introduce the folks on screen. You all know Mark R. LePage. He's the founder of EntreArchitect. Go back all the way back to 12-12-12, which we've been talking about for 7 hours and 14 minutes now. Emily Sicorsi is with us. She has been a Context and Clarity Live guest. She was a speaker at the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting in Austin about a month and a half ago. She is one of the founders and the CEO of Root and River, one of my favorite branding firms on the planet. We've got a lot of alignment there. We've talked about that before. We've got Zach Waters, who's the founder of Black Swan Risk Management, also a past Context and Clarity Live guest, a two-time past Context and Clarity Live guest. He is the go-to guy for risk management for architecture firms. And then we have Catherine McPhail, my co-host for Context and Clarity Live, co-host on the Context and Clarity podcast. She's an architect. She's also the host of another podcast, Talking Innovations with the House Maven.
I thought you were going to forget what it was there, Jeff, for a second.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to remember a lot of things today.
It's a long day.
It's been a long day.
Well, I'm here to help you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Talking Home Renovations with the House Maven is also on the Gable Media Network. So welcome to all of you. Thanks for joining me today. And everybody out there in the comments, great to have all of you here as well. So let's jump into this conversation today. Again, what's the future of small firm architecture? Toby says maybe the future is going to be some kind of cross-discipline efforts, such as architecture plus concierge or architecture plus business consultation. The understanding of architecture is something useful in conjunction with other efforts. I think that's a really interesting idea. It was touched on a little bit earlier. What do you think about that? Anybody?
I think it's interesting. There's a couple comments. I'll just chime in here. There was another comment too about more solo practitioners and collaborate. So, and then this comment about collaboration. What I see in every industry, because I work with services companies mainly, across the board, is this sense of wanting that independence, wanting to define one's own career path. And I think that's often associated as you're beginning your career, but now I'm seeing it with people who are established in their careers wanting to take that control. And in doing so, they don't want to do it completely alone. They want to do more and more collaboratively, disciplined, meshing things that maybe haven't been put together before or by partnering. But I think the trend generally toward collaboration and creative ways of reinventing old business models is really going to be the future of work. And being that architects are very creative by nature, I definitely see that as potential.
Yeah, I don't think you could have teed that up for Mark any better. Honestly, I 100% agree, but I see the glimmer in his eyes there. We've been talking all day, obviously, about this EntreArchitect network, where we want to connect 100,000 architects. Mark, what would be the advantages? A few of the advantages of connecting 100,000 architects in one place.
Yeah, well, it's all of that, right? I see Toby's comment about Architecture Plus. All of those things can happen when you collaborate with other architects. Edward posting about that firms may no longer have permanent staff, but freelancer teams. Yes, the network can do that as well. The network can very easily allow members of the network and the network of the community to collaborate with one another through joint venturing, through production support, through expert consulting, right? One-on-one, peer-to-peer expert consulting. I have knowledge that you need, so let's have a meeting and get that done real quick. Right? I have a meeting at 12 o'clock. Somebody needs to help me and educate me on this, right away. That's what the network can do, but also in a much bigger picture, right? A much bigger scale. When you think about 100,000 architects being networked, what that can do. Practically, that's easy, right? Practically, we can get less expensive health insurance. We can get discounts on software packages. We could influence the way software is designed and developed, so it's more in keeping with the way that we work. We can encourage software companies to create software that's not yet developed because we say we need it, because now we have that impact. But what about when this is the thing that gets me most excited about a network that large, because now we have a network of problem solvers. Now we have a network of potentially crowdsourced knowledge solutions for global problems, right? We create a tool, a platform that consolidates the knowledge of this community of thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands focused on one problem, of skilled problem solvers. How quickly do you think we can solve some of these global problems, and not only solve them, but then get compensated for the solution as a community, right? What's the value of solving that global problem, right? That value gets contributed, that compensation comes back to everybody who's contributed to that solution, right? And very easily using technology, and very easily once you're all connected and linked up. So really big ideas, or very, very practical ideas.
Yeah, I think that's, the sky's the limit here. And I think we hear so many times when we talk about the value of an architect, and we complain that people don't understand the value of the architect, and different versions of that. And suddenly we have the ability, like Emily said, as collaborators, whether that's collaboration on a project. I saw Luciana's in Massachusetts, and she's collaborating with architects in Texas and California. That's great. I mean, once you have a network, think of 100,000 architects from around the world. Hey, I've got an opportunity that's in another state. I'm not licensed there, don't have expertise there, or another country, or we can go all kinds of different directions, and collaborate on projects, come up with different business entity ideas. There's all different ways to look at this, and then we can also bring in partners like Zach and Black Swan, even Emily and Root and River. I mean, we have the ability to turn to Mark mentioned insurance, which I think is, that's one that we talk about a lot. That's a huge expense. Also software. Robert Ewan was on earlier, and George Valdez was on earlier, both from Monograph. Hey, this software is great and all, but it really doesn't work that well for the type of projects that we do. So it's products, it's services, it's all of these things where now all of a sudden you're not a sole practitioner. You're part of a network where we can stand up and say, this is what we need. We want to change the world. This is what we need in order to do that. We need a brand for this. We need to figure out how do we put this business entity together? How do we cover our risk, or mitigate our risk on this type of collaboration or this type of project or whatever it is? And now all of a sudden the possibilities are endless, because we have we have this network of 100,000 architects. John Jones just ran across the street. Those of you that don't know, John Jones is in Westport, Connecticut, across the street from Starbucks. So he went over to get his iced Americano. I certainly hope he's picking up a macchiato for me as well, because that's that's what's coming.
That would be nice right now.
Yeah, in the next 45 minutes or so, there will be macchiatos. Um, let's see. Christian says, thanks to EntreArchitect, I have helped architects in New York, Massachusetts, Ohio, California, Washington, Georgia, Kentucky, Florida, and Vermont. What other testament do you need, really, at that point? I think that's a great example. Ed says, I have a meeting with another sole practitioner today at 4, which would be 4 Central. So Ed's sticking around. Ed is going all the way to the end, because that's only 4 p.m. Central, and then he's going to go have a meeting. Thank you, Ed. That's amazing. He says we're collaborating on what is for Ed a large historic renovation project, an old opera house. That sounds pretty cool, being turned into a wedding venue. Sounds operatic. Our virtual tools will foster better collaboration. Hey, first of all, what a sign of our times. What a sign of our times. We've talked about this a lot over the past nearly 3 years, with things shutting down and having to figure out how to work virtually. But what if we had a platform? Mark, maybe take a note about this. What if we had a platform that where we could all connect and we could all do business together as individual firms?
Brilliant idea.
On the same platform. It's amazing. There are examples of that out there in other industries, aren't there?
Yeah, there is. That idea is the thing that really is exciting, that I talked about earlier, of building the house, right? That for the past 10 years we've been building the footing, right? And people say, well, 10 years, we built the house. No, we haven't built the house. We've built the footing. We haven't even gotten to the foundation yet for what this thing is going to become. Sorry, this is not supposed to be going off. All my do not disturb settings turned off at 4 o'clock.
That's when they're supposed to turn on.
And so where was I? Sorry, I was distracted.
Building the footing.
Yes, building the footing. Yes. So I used the analogy of building a house, and everybody's saying, no, you sort of we're building. You've built the house. Now we got to, put an addition on it through the past 10 years. No, for the past 10 years we've been pouring the footing. We haven't even gotten to the foundation. We haven't even gotten to the foundation on which we're going to build this platform for small firm architects. That the individual masonry blocks that it takes to build the foundation is each one of you who are going to join the network and contribute to one another and build the foundation on which we can then start to practice architecture together in a very different way than we've ever practiced before, through a practice platform, right? Where you sign in the morning and all of your tools are there waiting for you. And it's part of being a member of the platform, right? That we have technology that supports us. We have a full staff of human resource support, like Emily and Zach, that are on call for us. That when we need that support, we push a button and Zach comes on, right? That's what happens when you have a network of 100,000 architects, right? Because Zach would love to be part of that, right? Emily would love to be part of that push button response, right? And be compensated for it, because that's part of the network, right? Exciting opportunity, but exciting potential.
It's never been a better time in history to be a sole proprietor architect than there is right now. And I tell you that as somebody who often gets to be involved in the very beginning when firms are started because of the insurance. And, we tend to be one of the first calls. And so somebody comes to us and says, hey, I'm going to start my firm. I'm a sole proprietor. It's going to be named this, and we're projecting this many receipts for the first year. And I think my project types are going to be this and that. I also get to be the person they talk to when they shut their firm down for whatever reason, right? And it's a really interesting story from a Navy SEAL who got to go back and teach at the Navy SEAL school and do buds. And he said, when you go through as a Navy SEAL, people fall off and you don't get to ask them why. You're just focused on getting yourself through. But when you go as a teacher and somebody decides to quit Navy SEAL training, you get to ask them, like, why? Like, what happened? I'm just curious. Can we do a debrief here? And I kind of get that opportunity with firms that don't make it for whatever reason. And sometimes it's just it wasn't the right fit. Being a sole proprietor is just not for me. There's just too much going on. But a lot of times there were problems which were the skill set required to be really, really good at this is broad. And oftentimes we are really good at a few things, right? And so wouldn't it be so handy if we could call on the experience of everybody else? And if I'm really good at this one part, but marketing is not my thing, I could call on somebody that helped me market. Well, 2022, almost 2023, there's never been a better time to be able to call on those people and call on them quickly, right? And so if you're willing to ask for help and go find the resources, seek out the resources, it's never been a better time to be a sole proprietor and to scale the business, whatever that looks like for you, right? That doesn't need to be, I want to build Gensler. It doesn't need to be, I'm one person and I want to be 25. It needs to be that, I can get the fee necessary that I want to live the life that I want, and that's a pretty cool thing. That's a really cool thing. But I've seen folks try and decide it wasn't for them. And I have to wonder in the back of my mind if they had something like what you're talking about, this community by itself, but then also, somewhere where the resources were available and you could go all in on the thing that you're good at and triple down on your strengths and then just outsource the rest. Is that something that's kind of to answer the overall question of where is it headed? I think it's headed there. In my Entre group this morning, Erica chimed in. She's like, you didn't tell me you were going to be on here. We were talking about outsourcing. We spent a good chunk of time on social media and how to market. And then we spent a good chunk of time on, hey, is this a job that you can outsource to somebody outside of the United States or within Entre? Or, I have so much work right now and I don't have time to train anybody. And so, that was a problem that you couldn't handle by yourself 25 years ago very easily, right? And now it's like, well, and how many people are in the Entre community? Can you ask them? Right?
Yeah.
Building off of that, Zach. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Few things that are sort of building off of that, but anyways, then have to run. That has been so awesome to be. Yes. Can I count this as my official second visit to Context and Clarity?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
All right. I'm going to make my little hash mark on my sticky note. I love that Mark, that you're drawing a likeness to the footer and this idea that you've gone to make sure that it was poured properly and just so fast, quick, scale, hurry. Yeah. I think the pace of just building it correctly, intentionally from the beginning is so refreshing and something for all of us to take away. And then Zach, to your point, we also need to have this interactivity, this network, this connectivity with one another, because the world is moving way too fast for any one small firm to manage all of these things on their own anymore. It's just impossible. So having that, 911 button to a group of people like you and I and other folks is just, it's going to be essential, become even more essential moving forward. And that's really the power of this community. It's like slow and fast and gives you that agility. So good to be with y'all.
Yeah,
When
Emily, thank you.
Jeff and I did a workshop. There was a challenge into a workshop in May, right? And the challenge was really interesting. The challenge was week long. We had kind of a different topic for each day. And then there was a behind the scenes backstage portion of it. And I was shocked at how many people showed up to the backstage portion of it. It was really cool. And one time we were talking about risk and scary things like we do. And I looked around the Zoom meeting and there's about 25 people, all of the community, all in there. And what it became clear to me is they were all there because they had some type of experience that scared them, right? They knew something that, something that had happened to someone, some type of a lawsuit, some type of whatever that had turned into some form of, litigation or a problem that would have caused them some trouble in their practice. And they were there because they wanted to hear other people's experiences. so that you don't have to go make all those mistakes yourself. Because when it comes to risk and, you know, with the world that I live in on a regular basis, it's so much easier to hop in here and hear everybody's stories of when I used to work at a firm this, or I was attached to that project that, and it went this way, than it is to try to make those mistakes yourself, because you don't typically get more than a couple of them before it puts you out of business. So I was thinking about memories of Entre, and I've got a lot of good ones. We've done context and clarity a couple of times, and the workshop was amazing, the challenge, but yeah, that one, and then I'm continually shocked as to how many Entre people I run into in California. And I joined an Entre mastermind group in April of last year that had 5 people in it, and one of them was a former client of mine. And I was just like, what are the odds? Literally, I mean, you reeled off the numbers of licensed architects earlier, and it was 120,000, 90,000, whatever it is. I was like, wow. And then one day I was prospecting Fred, who's I think been in the Fred's comments down there, and I called Fred out of the blue because he and I had worked together, and I mentioned something about the Entre community, and he said, "Oh, Entre community, it's one of the best things to happen to architecture." And I was just like, well, these guys are everywhere. Oh my gosh. I'm cold calling random, you know, sole proprietor architects in the South Bay area. And, you know, so this group is just, I love the idea that the foundation isn't even built yet. I love the idea that this pyramid is still coming out wide and hasn't even started to come up yet.
Yeah. Chris says, pro tip, always spring for the backstage at the challenges. Well, guess what? Challenges inside the network, there's not going to be any springing for. They're just going to be there. So that'll be great. But
there's
I
lots of announcements that we haven't given you. There's a whole list of surprises that we're not sharing that are going to be part of it. Yes.
Speaking of announcements, my computer crashed. Did I miss the mid half hour announcement?
Not this half hour.
There isn't one?
We did not. No, we're just in context and clarity now.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? I did miss. What was Don?
I could make an announcement if you'd like.
I think it would be exciting.
I have a whole list of them if you want. You know, which one do you want? I got dozens.
The fourth one from the top.
All right. Do you want me to go through the list again, or do you want me to just share?
Yeah. Could we have a recap? You know, like the 12 Days of Christmas song.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Here we go.
Yeah, that's
so this
good.
Morning. Go ahead, Jeff.
That's good because there are probably some people joining us that haven't been with us all day. So welcome, everybody.
Yes. So we've been going for almost 8 hours. So 7.5 hours now. Jeff and I have been going straight with the Webathon.
And it seems like no time at all. It's like flown by.
It was not as difficult. I want to do it again tomorrow. You ready to do it again tomorrow, Jeff?
Jeff's going to be doing it every single day from now on.
Yeah, so. that's the next announcement. Welcome to the Truman Show.
It's not stopping. It's going for 24 hours. We're going to do it.
Welcome to the Truman Show.
So we started the day off at 9:30. We started on the half hour, every hour on the half hour, we made another announcement. And we started off by announcing EntreArchitect Network, which is what we've been talking about here at Context and Clarity, is this network that we've announced. Our goal is to connect and serve 100,000 entrepreneur architects throughout the world, right? And those are architecture students, architects who are licensed, architects who are educated as architects and not yet licensed or not planning to get licensed. They're all part of this community. 100,000 architects linked up and connected in a network. You can join EntreArchitect Network for free right now. So you should go do that and see what's in there. Start engaging with this community, because this is what we were just talking about. This is the beginning of the foundation. This is the first layer, right? The first course of block being established on the footing that we've built through the past 10 years, is this network. It's network.entrearchitect.com. The second announcement was that the network is going to be focused on taking action. And so much of what we've produced and shared throughout the EntreArchitect community for years has been passive, has been consumable, right? We talk, you absorb, you go and execute. The network is going to be focused on taking action. And so with that in mind, one of the things that the community has been asking for a long time are HSW credits. And so inside the network, you're going to get HSW credits, a minimum of 12. So essentially, we're going to start a new program like the expert training session that's already giving you 12 non-HSW credits that's business focused. We're going to continue that in the network. We're going to add a second program of expert training sessions that will be focused on HSW credits. So as a member, you'll get automatically just show up at these sessions and you'll get an HSW credit. At 11:30, we announced the EntreArchitect Network Business Summit, which is a half-day online event on January 13th, 2023. Put it on your calendar. That will be a business summit for architects, free to members in the network.
Which half of the day?
Second half, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
So our Pacific Coast friends will not get upset with us. So it starts in the morning for you on the West Coast. That was intentional. You're welcome. Then at 12:30, my favorite, Jeff Echols is starting a morning show in the network.
I can't even believe that one. We were talking about that the other day, Jeff.
A daily morning show, just like the radio, just like Elvis Duran. We got Jeff Echols now. And a context and clarity crew. We don't know yet what the name of the show will be or what we'll name the crew. But it's going to be like a radio show where Jeff's going to share, current events about architecture, what's happening in the community, what's happening in the network. Bring in some guests, invite some experts, bring Zach in and hang out and have some coffee with them, and have a morning show. He's the new Elvis Duran. Morning show. Howard Stern. Maybe not Howard Stern.
Never do the hair.
The next one, 1:30 p.m., I announced the Context and Clarity Classroom, a take action session on Fridays inside the network based on all of the content that we have consumed throughout the week. Yes.
I have a question about that one. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm not letting you just fluidly
That's
do
okay.
this. But
You are the advocate of the community.
So I was noticing that 4:00, is it 4:00 is the classroom? Is that right? Eastern?
Well, that's tentative. That's probably not going to happen there.
Okay, because that's when we have
the
context and
classroom
clarity.
is still being developed right now. There,
All
so
right. Okay.
people
I won't get upset about it.
Yeah, it won't interfere.
It's in addition to the things that are already happening.
Okay. We won't be taken away.
God forbid,
Just adding.
Jeff reduce his workload.
You have had a snack, right, Jeff?
Yes.
I have to watch out for you.
Yeah. All right.
Then at 2:30 p.m., we announced that in the network we are organizing the network by regions. So now you can be connected with your region in the network, which allows us to provide content regionally. We can fly in and do a regional live workshop or a meetup or a combination of that. I imagine that would be super cool to fly in one day, do a one-day workshop, have an awesome dinner with the people who show up, and then fly back home. Right?
So
we do that regionally.
I think that's where Jeff Swiffer van comes in, though. I think that's what you should do.
Yes,
Take that on the road.
Jeff picks me up in North Carolina, and we drive to whatever region we're going to.
Come on out to the West Coast. It's beautiful this time of year.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's at that during the region announcement, we also said that the EntreArchitect Community annual meeting will be announced inside the network first. So you'll get first information and first registration for the network. We haven't announced when we're going to reveal that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You just have to be a member. What the announcement is that we will share when and where it will happen inside the network, and registration will be inside the network first. And so there'll be a limited number of tickets. If they sell out in the network, it won't come out of the network. And so if you want to be part of the community annual meeting for 2023, you should be part of the network to learn the information and to register before it gets released to the general public. And then the access to EntreArchitect Academy. So if you're an Academy member, you still have access to your Academy membership if you're a network member. network membership gives you free Academy membership. And so if you are a current member paying monthly, you can join up to the new network and cancel your Academy membership. It's essentially the same price. If you are a quarterly or annual member paying at the Academy, email admin@entrearchitect.com and we will coordinate that with you and make sure that you're not getting double charged. The Academy over time will be transitioned to the network. So the horrible interface that's there now will be replaced by this amazingly beautiful interface at the network. And so everything will be searchable and accessible. And the final announcement for you, Catherine, is, and this is really for Christian, he's been asking for this for forever, is an events calendar. There's an interactive, searchable events calendar, so you know when context and clarity conversation is happening.
I just had an idea, another idea. Yeah. You could, next year for the holidays, you could do an EA advent calendar that you could sell through your shop.
Yes, I love that.
And then you open it up and you get some, I don't know what, tea one day and
it's dark chocolate every day.
Dark chocolate. Yeah. Anyway.
Unless you're on the naughty list, then it's raisins every day.
Yeah, so you should take it really personally if you got a raisin-filled advent calendar.
You absolutely should.
I had another question about Dawn because there was some I don't know, I wasn't listening for
you
1
missed
second.
That announcement. That's also a big announcement. Yes.
What happened? What happened with Dawn?
Yeah.
Dawn Porta, who has been my executive assistant for almost 4 years now, in January will be promoted to Director of Operations for Cable Technologies, and will essentially be promoted to the role that she's been already performing for the past 2 years.
Great, that's awesome. I'm glad she got that title.
Yes, so she will have a title and she'll get a raise, and she will be even more dedicated to, I don't know if that's even possible,
I don't think that's possible,
the success of our community. And so if she's listening, thank you, Dawn. But that's the announcement, is that Dawn, who is behind the scenes making all of this stuff happen from an administrative point of view every day, she's as committed as I am, that she is being promoted to Director of Operations. And so she'll help us keep growing this thing.
Little known fact, Dawn is actually the puppet master. She's behind the scenes just making us dance. And this is all because of her. So thank you, Dawn.
Oh, there she is. She's watching.
Love it.
You're very welcome.
Love it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guys, I apologize. I got to run, but thank you so much for having me on. And if and when it comes time to do some HSWs, especially out in California on contracts or contract review, let me know. I'd love to be a part of that.
You're on top of the list, Dak. We have lots to talk to you about.
Love it. And I can't go without mentioning Christian's Harry Potter reference there. His Hermione Granger time turner reference. That was a good one. I like that, Christian. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Zach.
Bye.
And I think, we were talking about, the power of the network and access to information and everything. I think she had to run to volunteer with her kids or something, but this is like a real time in action. And I know, at this point we're kind of speaking to the choir, but Jessica said, I could really use some virtual tools and collaboration on getting my PDF to reduce file size. Why does it keep getting bigger? And immediately she got a couple of answers to that. John Jones answered, I think Fred answered. But here's what I want everybody to do, just to demonstrate the power of what we have here in this community, in this network. I have no idea what the answer to that is, but I know some of you do.
I do.
So what I want you to do is, in the comment section of whichever platform you're on, just tag Jessica. I guess it's most effective on Facebook because that's where she asked the question, but just tag Jessica and say, hey, Jessica, here's the answer. Here's what you need to do. So everybody that has an answer to that, just put that in the comments on the platform that you're on, because when she posted that, it seemed like a pretty trivial and pretty massive problem at the same time, right? The frustration of not being able to figure something out, but hey, I know this is kind of a small thing. Flood her with answers to that, because that's
She'll
what
never
this is
ask
about.
again if you flood her with
Not
enough
that she'll
things.
never ask again, but
No, I know what you mean.
that's what we have. And if we can network 100,000 architects that can immediately answer a question about PDFs, or how do you get this done in Rome, or what's the best place to visit in Tokyo, or whatever it is, we're scratching the surface here. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that we've obviously been talking about this for a long time, but if you are currently a member of the EntreArchitect Academy, basic or mastermind, obviously there's no reason that you not join the network, because we're moving it all there anyway. So it's not going to represent additional cost. It's going to be pretty much the same cost as what you're paying now, at whatever level you're at. This is an opportunity to get a much better user experience, much better interface, and many, as you can see from all the announcements, much more value added on for what you're already paying and experiencing at this point. So it's wonder that we make that clear over the course of 8 hours. Catherine, you had to say that.
I have another idea.
All right.
So I think this would be
You
fun,
add
Mark.
something?
I'm going to add something.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Oh, you mean like add something rather than just take, like I always do?
Add something that Jeff has to do.
No, actually, I don't think either one of you would have to do it once it's set up. So if we had this place where you could go and actually, I don't know whether, it would be like a Zoom room, right? So it's just live all the time in the what's the word of the name of that place? Network? No. Membership? Whatever that place is.
Network.
Yeah, so you go there and it's just, you can just log on and see who's there, and somebody might be there just talking about something, or if you need to go on and see, like, can you share your screen and show me how to reduce the file size, something like that.
We can
so
do
it's
that.
like a channel that's just always open, so you can just check in and have a coffee break with them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Christian was saying that he'd love to do co-working, and so that's an opportunity to do co-working where it's a scheduled open channel where everybody's working on their own projects, doing their own things, but together. In the network there are, I don't even know how many there are. There's several dozen, I guess, topic channels. Inside the topic channels, there are feeds and chat opportunities and all different ways of engaging with one another. And so that's exactly what those channels are for, whether it's a text question or to jump on a live stream and say, hey, I don't know how to do this. Some of those features will be rolled out over time. So if it doesn't exist, let us know that I wish this did this, because some of the features are turned off so it doesn't get overwhelming and complicated. And so if you are in a channel or not in a channel, or if a channel doesn't exist and you wish it did, that's one of the benefits of having control over your network. If we want some feature in Facebook to be launched, Mr. Zuckerberg's like, I don't think so. We'll get to you when you start paying billions.
Yeah.
For us, you send us a message and say, I wish it did this, or I wish I could have this feature. It may be a flip of a switch and it turns on. And so it is a platform though. So we don't have ultimate control, right? We're not designing code for it, but there's lots of features that it does have that it will allow. And I said earlier, I was talking about how this network is the seed of the future. As the community grows, as the network grows, and we have more resources, right? We have more people in there, so we have more scale, but also with those people come revenue. That revenue is not for us to take home and go buy a yacht. It is to reinvest in the network and to continue to grow the network.
Jeff's upset to hear about that.
Which will allow us to
to build out the exact platform that we want, that we want to use in order to have those instant connections to advisors, or to have the instant access to the software that we use on a daily basis at a very inexpensive, much less expensive than it would be as an individual firm. All of the things that we've been talking about for the past 8 hours, most of them can't happen if we don't grow the network at scale.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like having your own, like buying your own house. You can do whatever you want versus renting, and then your landlords can do whatever they want with your house. So yeah,
this is our house.
It's exciting. So to tie it back into the question of the context and clarity hour, I mean, I think the future of the small firms will be that we're all part of your network, obviously, because that would be 100,000 of them, and it's not as lonely as I've mentioned many times. It's not as lonely as it was 25 years ago when all I had was Napster.
Yeah.
Napster. Wow.
Exactly right.
Thought about that for a minute. I think that's a great point. I mean, again, we know that this is a group of very independent people. Architects, I think, by nature, many are very independent. And so, if we have 100,000 architects in this network, I expect that we're going to have about 900 and, whatever the number is, 99,999 that are very independent people that want to do things their own way. But at the same time, one of the things that I've recognized in a lot of very independent people is they can be very lonely, right? Hey, I'm going to do things my own way. That takes me away from other people. Mm-hmm. Well, here's this opportunity, like you said, and like we have this in the Facebook group. We have this in Context and Clarity. It's just more and more opportunity here inside the network to connect, to not be lonely, to have a co-working opportunity, virtually speaking, to practice and build my practice the way I want, but also have support from companies, from other architects, from the community, etc. So I think, is it the best of both worlds? Are there multiple worlds? I don't know, but I think what we're putting together here can fundamentally change the way that sole practitioners, small firms even think about doing business from an operational standpoint, from a profit standpoint, from a competition standpoint, from a social standpoint.
Yep. Okay, I just had another idea. The ending music for Context and Clarity should be a soundtrack of your dogs barking. Yes. That's when we know that it's time to go. But so we could amp up their audio a little bit.
3 minutes early, yeah.
Yeah. So someone asked, and I don't know if anybody's answered this question yet. Christian, I think, asked if Context and Clarity, your morning show, is going to take over for Clubhouse.
Oh, we don't know. We don't know the answer to that.
Because after we try to get you some breaks there, Jeff, you just go ahead and start a 3-hour show and not do the Clubhouse anymore.
Well, one of the things that we actually before this morning, and we talk about this all the time, right? A lot of these are technology questions at the heart, but is it possible to pipe Clubhouse into the conversation? Right? Is that a segment of a morning show? And it may very well be. So there's a lot of things that we have to figure out.
Maybe we everything
is an evolution. I love the idea of the call-in show.
Yeah.
That is very doable. And I think that people should not be afraid of change. Right? Mm-hmm. I promise you, whatever we do, it is to make it better, right? We're not trying to make it worse, right? So if something goes away, it's because it either no longer works, or there's a better way of doing that, and we want to improve it.
Yeah. I mean, I think one worry or a couple of worries I've had about Clubhouse have been, hey, it was it was sort of the social media darling there for a minute, and then it lost a lot of its popularity, globally speaking, not necessarily with our community. Would people still participate? Well, obviously, yes. The answer to that is yes. What happens if there's not a continuity to the person that hosts it every single day? Is that going to kill it? Obviously, no, right? Because these are the questions that are coming up, and John Jones says club talks are valuable. So anything that we're finding that the community is finding value in, the desire will be to amplify that somehow. So how do we do that? Liz asked if we figured out how to clone ourselves yet. And
that's where you'll really make some money once you can figure that out.
Yeah.
All of us, actually, we would love the secret, so we would buy that from.
I've been working on that for decades.
Yeah.
Long before EntreArchitect, the clone was the first prototype.
Chris posted a YouTube link. I'm afraid to see what that is.
Yeah, don't click on it.
Before we go, Jeff, I'd like to just well, among many other things, but I just want to just pitch something. I want to pitch the workshop, the Pretty Good House workshop, just real quick. Just as a reminder, the Pretty Good House workshop, Emily Mottram is going to do a 4-day workshop starting tomorrow. It gives you 12 HSW credits in 4 days. So if you need your HSW credits, or you want to learn more about Pretty Good House from an architect's point of view, this is the difference between this program and the other programs that are out there through Taunton. Totally different. They're both based on Pretty Good House, but Emily is going to this is an interactive workshop where she's going to present a project that she has built using Pretty Good House guidelines and the Pretty Good House framework, and is going to walk us through step by step how she did it. She's going to talk about how you can market your firm using Pretty Good House and attract more ideal clients who want that type of work. And it's going to be very interactive. So it's going to set up like a Zoom meeting where you can engage with questions throughout the entire program. And so it's 6 p.m. Eastern time to 9 p.m. Eastern time, Tuesday through Friday, starting tomorrow. It's $500, and that money, our half, is being invested back into EntreArchitect Network. We're splitting it 50-50. The other part goes to Emily, and that will be used to help support her with what she's building at Pretty Good House. And so when you are signing up for that, that payment is going towards the things that we're trying to build. And that goes for everything that we do. If there's a price tag on something, it's in order to allow us to grow what we're doing. And so I just wanted to pitch that. It's entrearchitect.com/PGH, Pretty Good House, PGH.
Hey, are you going to just, why stop with Jeff having his morning show in just the network? Why not have it be an actual real radio show?
Well,
talk about that later.
Maybe this is the pilot for such a thing. Who knows? Maybe.
Anyway, looks like Facebook's dropped off, and you guys, you two, maybe should go get some rest.
That's interesting. Yeah,
Facebook dropped off at 8 hours.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so we know limits. LinkedIn appears to be 4 hours. Facebook appears to be 8 hours.
Good experiment.
It is a good experiment. And those links that Chris posted are ways to integrate Clubhouse into other platforms. So
awesome.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
So I guess we'll be joining you for an hour of your morning show.
It took him about 30 seconds to find those. So, well, there's John Jones commenting. Maybe he commented right before the end. I'm not sure.
Well, congratulations, Mark, on building the foundation of a great empire that helps all of us. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your contributions. Appreciate you.
Well, just like to give you ideas.
I love your ideas. Keep them coming.
Okay, I will.
Keep adding on. Keep adding on. So they're saying that they can still comment, but we froze. The video froze.
No.
So WRT. What does WRT mean? Emily's show.
Oh, I had a question about that too. I can't go I would be missing 2 nights. Can I still tune in for 2 of the nights or is it going to be recorded?
Oh, for the
Pretty Good House? Yeah.
Pretty Good House. You have
I know I won't get any credit.
Yeah, you won't get credit. And we're not opening it to non-paying people. If you don't,
You're not
you don't
opening
pay,
it.
yeah,
You don't pay, you don't go.
It's closed.
I got it.
But check the facilitator channel on Slack.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Is it?
Okay.
Oh, they're saying they can still hear the audio. It's just the video has frozen. So maybe there's probably just a feed problem somewhere. Kathy says, sorry. Maybe, I don't know. There's some confusion on the audio side. Will the Pretty Good House workshop be recorded for those that are paying to attend?
Yes, if you are paying to attend, you will have access to it. So if you want the recording, you can pay for it, but you won't get credit. There is a possibility. I can't say that we'll repost it in the network because I don't have permission from Emily to do that, but stay tuned. It's not that I don't want to. And, and this is not this is not me trying to take all your money. This is some of it is AIA rules, some of it is collaboration agreements, and so we can do. But if it happens, it'll happen in the network. So
yeah. But so if you want to attend, EntreArchitect.com/PGH, as in Pretty Good House. If you attend all the sessions, you can earn the 12 HSW credits. If you can't, you won't earn them all. However, you can, if you've registered and paid and all that, you can get the recordings and at least consume all of the information, even if you can't make it for all of them. So either way, there's going to be great information shared starting tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern and running all the way, not nonstop, but running all the way through Friday. So 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week.
Right.
And with that, everybody, thank you.
Join the network.
Join the network.
Here, I'm going to leave so you two could say your goodbyes by yourself. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We're out. No, thanks to everybody that has joined us for this today. Many of you have been here. I've got some questions, but many of you have been here pretty much the entire time. Thank you. Many of you have been here for 10 years. So thank you for 10 years. Thank you for this 8 hours. Thank you in advance for the next 10 years. And, I hope by now you are over on the network and exploring it. Thanks for all of your feedback already. It's been fantastic to kind of scroll through these comments. And Mark, you mentioned the last announcement you made was the calendar.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, going all the way back to about 9:30 a.m. this morning, Fred Blom jumped into the network, and I think his was the first comment reaction to what was in the network. It was about the calendar, and he said best thing ever, or best thing so far, or whatever. A lot of people have asked for a calendar. It's in there.
There you go.
And it works really well. Yep, absolutely.
So lots of thanks and lots of blessings. Thank you, David. Thank you, Chris. Thank you all for for all you have done throughout the years. 10 years is a long time, and many of you have been along on this ride from the very beginning. It is just the beginning. We are just getting started here, but it cannot happen unless this network grows. And so if you're not yet a member, go try it out. It's free for 30 days. Please share it with your friends. There's a really easy button inside the network to push a button and you can share it very easily. Send out a link. You can put a bunch of emails in there and send it off. Right now it's architects only, so only invite your architect friends. We do have plans for allies of our community. We do have plans for students with scholarships. Right now you can join free for 30 days if you're a student and just get access to it. But a lot of the things we talked about today are really big dreams, and they are really expensive dreams, and that can be funded by scale, right? That as we grow, obviously your membership will contribute to it, but hopefully you'll get way more than what it costs to be a member. If you pay the $4.99, it's like $1.70 per day. But what scale, then you attract big investment in our community, right? That not only can we influence the way software is developed and get discounts on the benefits that we need, but companies will want to pay to be engaged with our community. And that will allow us to continue to grow the network and build out some of these amazing ideas that we have for what this platform can become in the future. And so please join, please share the network link with your friends and encourage them to join, and we'll see you on the network.
Yeah. And I know we're supposed to wrap this up, but I don't know that we've actually touched on that point so far today. And I think that's really important, is your investment in this community is your monetary investment in this community or this network is of course that monetary investment, but the power of network means that once we hit a critical mass, your investment in the community turns exponential because of exactly what Mark was just saying, is that it will attract other organizations, other companies that want to support. And that's where the $49 a month suddenly becomes leveraged into much, much more, which gives us the ability to realize these dreams that we've been talking about today. So, just thank you in advance for all of it. And we're looking forward to rolling these things out. And it's pretty darn cool to go over to the network right now and just watch it blow up.
Yes.
You're on day one, you're on day zero, whatever you call this, and to watch it blow up in front of our eyes is really cool. So thank
Yep.
you.
And for the history books, Angela Donahoe.
Angela, that was the first I saw that.
First one in this morning about 6:05 a.m. Eastern time.
Yep.
She was in
I
there
got
looking
the
around.
notification.
And so actually Leslie yesterday, because Leslie Diebold, she just posted in there. She was in there yesterday because I've invited Leslie to be we're calling them network guides. They're moderators or network guides. And I have asked Leslie to join the network and be our lead network guide with her wisdom and her advice and her special way of managing and touching our community in a very special way. And so I thank you, Leslie, for all the contributions you have given to this community over the years, but for continuing that into the network. And so we're looking forward to seeing you in there. So Leslie gets the team member access, but Angela Donahoe is the first non-team member to join the network. So spread the word, share it with friends. 100,000 people are a lot of people, and it's no joke. That's where we're going. We just need your help.
That we do. All right. Thank you, everybody, for 8 hours and 13 minutes of this webathon. Thanks for being with us through all of this. Thanks, Mark, for your 12-12-12 project. Without that, we wouldn't have spent this day doing this. It was actually a lot of fun. At least I thought so. So,
although telethons were always 24 hours. I'm just saying.
well, we can keep going if you want.
Oh, they're there. Surprise! It's not 8 hours. It's 24. We're going all day.
Jerry Lewis is taking the next 8-hour shift. All right.
Jeff,
thank you, everybody.
you.
We'll absolutely happy to do it. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern over on Clubhouse, as discussed, and back inside the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group at 4 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's question is, what are the advantages of a majority small firm profession? Hopefully the way I phrased that question is clear enough. What are the advantages of a majority small firm profession? We'll talk about that at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning on Clubhouse, and then 4 p.m. Eastern on inside the EntreArchitect Community Facebook group. And then after that, Shark Tank with the students. All right. Everybody, please, as always, be well, stay safe, keep those around you safe and well. Find a little bit of time to breathe, relax, find some way to rejuvenate from 8 hours and 15 minutes of a webathon. And we'll see you all again tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate every single one of you for all of this. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you all.